Chapter the 23rd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 23rd. Mistress Affery makes a conditional promise respecting her dreams. Left alone, with the expressive looks and gestures of Mr. Baptist, otherwise Giovanni Battista Cavaletto, vividly before him, Clennam entered on a weary day. It was in vain that he tried to control his attention by directing it to any business occupation or train of thought. It rode at anchor by the haunting topic, and would hold to no other idea. As though a criminal should be chained in a stationary boat on a deep clear river, condemned, whatever countless leagues of water flowed past him, always to see the body of the fellow creature he had drowned lying at the bottom, immovable and unchangeable, except as the eddies made it broad or long, now expanding, now contracting its terrible lineaments. So Arthur, below the shifting current of transparent thoughts and fancies, which were gone and succeeded by others as soon as come, saw, steady and dark, and not to be stirred from its place, the one subject that he endeavoured with all his might to rid himself of, and that he could not fly from. The assurance he now had that Blondois, whatever his right name, was one of the worst of characters, greatly augmented the burden of his anxieties. Though the disappearance should be accounted for tomorrow, the fact that his mother had been in communication with such a man would remain unalterable, that the communication had been of a secret kind, and that she had been submissive to him and afraid of him, he hoped might be known to no one beyond himself. Yet, knowing it, how could he separate it from his old vague fears, and how believe that there was nothing evil in such relations? Her resolution not to enter on the question with him, and his knowledge of her indomitable character, enhanced his sense of helplessness. It was like the oppression of a dream to believe that shame and exposure were impending over her and his father's memory, and to be shut out, as by a brazen wall, from the possibility of coming to their aid. The purpose he had brought home to his native country, and had ever since kept in view, was, with her greatest determination, defeated by his mother herself, at the time of all others when he feared that it pressed most. His advice, energy, activity, money, credit, all his resources whatsoever, were all made useless. If she had been possessed of the old fabled influence, and had turned those who looked upon her into stone, she could not have rendered him more completely powerless, so it seemed to him in his distress of mind, than she did, when she turned her unyielding face to his in her gloomy room. But the light of that day's discovery, shining on these considerations, roused him to take a more decided course of action. Confident in the rectitude of his purpose, and impelled by a sense of overhanging danger closing in around, he resolved, if his mother would still admit of no approach, to make a desperate appeal to Affery. If she could be brought to become communicative, and to do what lay in her to break the spell of secrecy that enshrouded the house, he might shake off the paralysis of which every hour that passed over his head made him more acutely sensible. This was the result of his day's anxiety, and this was the decision he put in practice when the day closed in. His first disappointment, on arriving at the house, was to find the door open, and Mr. Flintwinch smoking a pipe on the steps. If circumstances had been commonly favourable, Mistress Affery would have opened the door to his knock. Circumstances being uncommonly unfavourable, the door stood open, and Mr. Flintwinch was smoking his pipe on the steps. "Good evening," said Arthur. "Good evening," said Mr. Flintwinch. The smoke came crookedly out of Mr. Flintwinch's mouth, as if it circulated through the whole of his wry figure, and came back by his wry throat, before coming forth to mingle with the smoke from the crooked chimneys and the mists from the crooked river. "Have you any news?" said Arthur. "We have no news," said Jeremiah. "I mean of the foreign man," Arthur explained. "I mean of the foreign man," said Jeremiah. He looked so grim as he stood askew, with a knot of his cravat under his ear, that the thought passed into Clennam's mind, and not for the first time by many, could Flintwinch for a purpose of his own have got rid of Blunderer? Could it have been his secret, and his safety that were at issue? He was small and bent, and perhaps not actively strong, yet he was as tough as an old yew tree, and as crusty as an old jackdaw. Such a man, coming behind a much younger and more vigorous man, and having the will to put an end to him, and no relenting, might do it pretty surely in that solitary place at a late hour. While, in the morbid condition of his thoughts, these thoughts drifted over the main one that was always in Clennam's mind, Mr. Flintwinch, regarding the opposite house over the gateway with his neck twisted and one eye shut up, stood smoking with a vicious expression upon him, more as if he were trying to bite off the stem of his pipe than as if he were enjoying it. Yet he was enjoying it in his own way. "You'll be able to take my likeness the next time you call, Arthur, I should think," said Mr. Flintwinch dryly, as he stooped to knock the ashes out. Rather conscious and confused, Arthur asked his pardon, if he had stared at him unpolitely. "But my mind ran so much upon this matter," he said, "that I lose myself." "Ha! Yet I don't see," returned Mr. Flintwinch, quite at his leisure, "why it should trouble you, Arthur." "No?" "No," said Mr. Flintwinch, very shortly and decidedly, much as if he were of the canine race, and snapped at Arthur's hand. "Is it nothing to see those placards about? Is it nothing to me to see my mother's name and residence hawked up and down in such an association?" "I don't say," returned Mr. Flintwinch, scraping his horny cheek, "that it need signify much to you, but I'll tell you what I do see, Arthur," glancing up at the windows. "I see the light of fire and candle in your mother's room." "And what has that to do with it?" "Why, sir, I read by it," said Mr. Flintwinch, screwing himself at him, "that if it's advisable, as the proverb says it is, to let sleeping dogs lie, it's just as advisable, perhaps, to let missing dogs lie. Let 'em be. They generally turn up soon enough." Mr. Flintwinch turned short round when he had made this remark, and went into the dark hall. Clennam stood there, following him with his eyes, as he dipped for a light in the phosphorus box in the little room at the side, got one of the 3 or 4 dips, and lighted the dim lamp against the wall. All the while Clennam was pursuing the probabilities, rather as if they were being shown to him by an invisible hand than as if he himself were conjuring them up, of Mr. Flintwinch's ways and means of doing that darker deed, and removing its traces by any of the black avenues of shadow that lay around them. "No, sir," said the testy Jeremiah. "Will it be agreeable to walk upstairs?" "My mother is alone, I suppose?" "Not alone," said Mr. Flintwinch. "Mr. Casby and his daughter are with her. They came in while I was smoking, and I stayed behind to have my smoke out." This was the second disappointment. Arthur made no remark upon it, and repaired to his mother's room, where Mr. Casby and Flora had been taking tea, anchovy paste, and hot buttered toast. The relics of those delicacies were not yet removed, either from the table or from the scorched countenance of Affery, who, with the kitchen toasting fork still in her hand, looked like a sort of allegorical personage, except that she had a considerable advantage over the general run of such personages in point of significant emblematical purpose. Flora had spread her bonnet and shawl upon the bed, with a care indicative of an intention to stay some time. Mr. Casby, too, was beaming near the hob, with his benevolent knobs shining as if the warm butter of the toast were exuding through the patriarchal skull, and with his face as ruddy as if the colouring matter of the anchovy paste were mantling in the patriarchal visage. Seeing this, as he exchanged the usual salutations, Clennam decided to speak to his mother without postponement. It had long been customary, as she never changed her room, for those who had anything to say to her apart, to wheel her to her desk, where she sat, usually with the back of her chair turned towards the rest of the room, and the person who talked with her seated in a corner, on a stool, which was always set in that place for that purpose. Except that it was long since the mother and son had spoken together, without the intervention of a third person, It was an ordinary matter of course, within the experience of visitors, for Mrs. Clennam to be asked, with a word of apology for the interruption, if she could be spoken with on a matter of business, and, on her replying in the affirmative, to be wheeled into the position described. Therefore, when Arthur now made such an apology, and such a request, and moved her to her desk, and seated himself on the stool, Mrs. Finching merely began to talk louder and faster, as a delicate hint that she could overhear nothing, and Mr. Casby stroked his long white locks with sleepy calmness. "Mother, I have heard something to-day which I feel persuaded you don't know, and which I think you should know, on the antecedents of that man I saw here." "I know nothing of the antecedents of the man you saw here, Arthur." She spoke aloud. He had lowered his own voice, but she rejected that advance towards confidence, as she rejected every other, and spoke in her usual key, and in her usual stern voice. "I have received it on no circuitous information. It has come to me direct." She asked him, exactly as before, if he were there to tell her what it was. "I thought it right that you should know it." "And what is it?" "He has been a prisoner in a French jail." She answered with composure, "I should think that very likely." "But in a jail for criminals, mother, on an accusation of murder." She started at the word, and her looks expressed her natural horror. Yet she still spoke aloud when she demanded, "Who told you so?" "A man who was his fellow prisoner." "That man's antecedents, I suppose, were not known to you before he told you?" "No." "Though the man himself was?" "Yes." "My case and Flintwinch's, in respect of this other man, I dare say the resemblance is not so exact, though, as that your informant became known to you through a letter from a correspondent with whom he had deposited money. How does that part of the parallel stand?" Arthur had no choice but to say that his informant had not become known to him through the agency of any such credentials, or indeed of any credentials at all. Mrs. Clennam's attentive frown expanded by degrees into a severe look of triumph, and she retorted with emphasis, "Take care how you judge others, then. I say to you, Arthur, for your good, take care how you judge." Her emphasis had been derived from her eyes quite as much as from the stress she laid upon her words. She continued to look at him, and if, when he entered the house, he had had any latent hope of prevailing in the least with her, she now looked it out of his heart. "Mother, shall I do nothing to assist you?" "Nothing." "Will you entrust me with no confidence, no charge, no explanation? Will you take no counsel with me? Will you not let me come near you?" "How can you ask me? You separated yourself from my affairs. It was not my act, it was yours. How can you consistently ask me such a question?" "You know that you left me to Flintwinch, and that he occupies your place." Glancing at Jeremiah, Clennam saw in his very gaiters that his attention was closely directed to them, though he stood leaning against the wall scraping his jaw, and pretended to listen to Flora as she held forth in a most distracting manner on a chaos of subjects, in which mackerel and Mr. F. Sound in a swing had become entangled with cockchafers and the wine trade. "A prisoner in a French jail on an accusation of murder," repeated Mrs. Clennam, steadily going over what her son had said. "That is all you know of him from the fellow prisoner?" "In substance, all. And was the fellow prisoner his accomplice and a murderer too? But of course he gives a better account of himself than of his friend. It is needless to ask. This will supply the rest of them here with something new to talk about. Casby, Arthur tells me—" "Stay, mother, stay, stay!" He interrupted her hastily, for it had not entered his imagination that she would openly proclaim what he had told her. "What now?" she said with displeasure. "What more?" "I beg you to excuse me, Mr. Casby, and you too, Mrs. Finching, for one other moment with my mother." He had laid his hand upon her chair, or she would otherwise have wheeled it round with a touch of her foot upon the ground. They were still face to face. She looked at him, as he ran over the possibilities of some result he had not intended and could not foresee, being influenced by Cavaletto's disclosure becoming a matter of notoriety, and hurriedly arrived at the conclusion that it had best not be talked about, though perhaps he was guided by no more distinct reason than that he had taken it for granted that his mother would reserve it to herself and her partner. "What now?" she said again impatiently. "What is it?" "I did not mean, mother, that you should repeat what I have communicated. I think you had better not repeat it." "Do you make that condition with me?" "Well, yes." "Observe, then, it is you who make this a secret," said she, holding up her hand, "and not I. It is you, Arthur, who bring here doubts and suspicions and entreaties for explanations, and it is you, Arthur, who bring secrets here. What is it to me, do you think, where the man has been, or what he has been? What can it be to me? The whole world may know it, if they care to know it. It is nothing to me. Now let me go." He yielded to her imperious but elated look, and turned her chair back to the place from which he had wheeled it. In doing so, he saw elation in the face of Mr. Flintwinch, which most assuredly was not inspired by Flora. This turning of his intelligence, and of his whole attempt and design against himself, did even more than his mother's fixedness and firmness to convince him that his efforts with her were idle. Nothing remained but the appeal to his old friend Affery. But even to get the very doubtful and preliminary stage of making the appeal seemed one of the least promising of human undertakings. She was so completely under the thrall of the two clever ones, was so systematically kept in sight by one or other of them, and was so afraid to go about the house besides, that every opportunity of speaking to her alone appeared to be forestalled. Over and above that, Mistress Affery, by some means, it was not very difficult to guess, through the sharp arguments of her liege lord, had acquired such a lively conviction of the hazard of saying anything under any circumstances, that she had remained all this time in a corner, guarding herself from approach with that symbolical instrument of hers; so that, when a word or two had been addressed to her by Flora, or even by the bottle-green patriarch himself, she had warded off conversation with a toasting fork like a dumb woman. After several abortive attempts to get Affery to look at him while she cleared the table and washed the tea-service, Arthur thought of an expedient which Flora might originate, to whom he therefore whispered, "Could you say you would like to go through the house?" Now, poor Flora, being always in fluctuating expectation of the time when Clennam would renew his boyhood, and be madly in love with her again, received the whisper with the utmost delight, not only as rendered precious by its mysterious character, but as preparing the way for a tender interview in which he would declare the state of his affections. She immediately began to work out the hint. "Oh, dear me, the poor old room," said Flora, glancing round, "looks just as ever, Mrs. Clennam, I am touched to see, except for being smokier, which was to be expected with time, and which we must all expect and reconcile ourselves to being whether we like it or not, as I am sure I have had to do myself, if not exactly smokier, dreadfully stouter, which is the same or worse. To think of the days when Papa used to bring me here, the least of girls, a perfect mass of chilblains, to be stuck upon a chair with my feet on the rails and stare at Arthur, pray excuse me, Mr. Clennam, the least of boys in the frightfulest of frills and jackets, ere yet Mr. F. appeared, a misty shadow on the horizon, paying attentions like the well-known spectre of some place in Germany, beginning with a B, is a moral lesson inculcating that all the paths in life are similar to the paths down in the north of England, where they get the coals and make the iron and things gravelled with ashes." Having paid the tribute of a sigh to the instability of human existence, Flora hurried on with her purpose. "Not that at any time," she proceeded. "Its worst enemy could have said it was a cheerful house, for that it was never made to be, but always highly impressive. Fond memory recalls an occasion in youth, ere yet the judgment was mature, when Arthur, confirmed habit, Mr. Clennam, took me down into an unused kitchen, eminent for mouldiness, and proposed to secrete me there for life, and feed me on what he could hide from his meals, when he was not at home for the holidays, and on dry bread in disgrace, which at that halcyon period too frequently occurred. Would it be inconvenient or asking too much to beg to be permitted to revive those scenes and walk through the house?" Mrs. Clennam, who responded with a constrained grace to Mrs. Finching's good nature in being there at all, though her visit, before Arthur's unexpected arrival, was undoubtedly an act of pure good nature and no self-gratification, intimated that all the house was open to her. Flora rose and looked to Arthur for his escort. "Certainly," said he aloud, "and Affery will light us, I dare say." Affery was excusing herself with, "Don't ask nothing of me, Arthur," when Mr. Flintwinch stopped her with, "Why not, Affery? What's the matter with you, woman? Why not, jade?" Thus expostulated with, she came unwillingly out of her corner, resigned the toasting fork into one of her husband's hands, and took the candlestick he offered from the other. "Go before, you fool," said Jeremiah. "Are you going up or down, Mrs. Finching?" Flora answered, "Down." "Then go before and down, you Affery," said Jeremiah, "and do it properly, or I'll come rolling down the banisters and tumbling over you." Affery headed the exploring party. Jeremiah closed it. He had no intention of leaving them. Clennam, looking back and seeing him following 3 stairs behind, in the coolest and most methodical manner exclaimed in a low voice, "Is there no getting rid of him?" Flora reassured his mind by replying promptly, "Why, though not exactly proper, Arthur, and a thing I couldn't think of before a younger man or a stranger, still I don't mind him if you so particularly wish it, and provided you'll have the goodness not to take me too light." Wanting the heart to explain that this was not at all what he meant, Arthur extended his supporting arm round Flora's figure. "Oh, my goodness me," said she, "you are very obedient indeed, really, and it's extremely honourable and gentlemanly in you, I am sure, but still at the same time, if you would like to be a little tighter than that, I shouldn't consider it intruding." In this preposterous attitude, unspeakably at variance with his anxious mind, Clennam descended to the basement of the house, finding that wherever it became darker than elsewhere, Flora became heavier, and that when the house was lightest she was too. Returning from the dismal kitchen regions, which were as dreary as they could be, Mistress Affery passed with the light into his father's old room, and then into the old dining-room, always passing on before like a phantom that was not to be overtaken, and neither turning nor answering when he whispered, "Affery, I want to speak to you." In the dining-room, a sentimental desire came over Flora to look into the dragon closet which had so often swallowed Arthur in the days of his boyhood, not improbably because, as a very dark closet, it was a likely place to be heavy in. Arthur, fast subsiding into despair, had opened it, when a knock was heard at the outer door. Mistress Affery, with a suppressed cry, threw her apron over her head. "What? You want another dose?" said Mr. Flintwinch. "You shall have it, my woman, you shall have a good one. Oh, you shall have a sneezer, you shall have a teaser." "In the meantime, is anybody going to the door?" said Arthur. "In the meantime, I am going to the door, sir," returned the old man so savagely as to render it clear that in a choice of difficulties he felt he must go, though he would have preferred not to go. "Stay here the while, old Affery, my woman, move an inch or speak a word in your foolishness, and I'll trouble your dose." The moment he was gone, Arthur released Mrs. Finching, with some difficulty, by reason of that lady misunderstanding his intentions, and making arrangements with a view to tightening instead of slackening. "Affery, speak to me now." "Don't touch me, Arthur," she cried, shrinking from him. "Don't come near me. He'll see you. Jeremiah will. Don't." "He can't see me," returned Arthur, suiting the action to the word, "if I blow the candle out." "He'll hear you," cried Affery. "He can't hear me," returned Arthur, suiting the action to the words again, "if I draw you into this black closet and speak here. Why do you hide your face?" "Because I am afraid of seeing something." "You can't be afraid of seeing anything in this darkness, Affery." "Yes, I am, much more than if it was light." "Why are you afraid?" "Because the house is full of mysteries and secrets, because it's full of whisperings and counsellings, because it's full of noises. There never was such a house for noises. I shall die of 'em if Jeremiah don't strangle me first, as I expect he will." "I have never heard any noises here worth speaking of." "Ah, but you would, though, if you lived in the house, and was obliged to go about it as I am," said Affery, "and you'd feel that they was so well worth speaking of, that you'd feel you was nigh bursting through not being allowed to speak of them. Here's Jeremiah! You'll get me killed." "My good Affery, I solemnly declare to you that I can see the light of the open door on the pavement of the hall, and so could you if you would uncover your face and look." "I dursn't do it," said Affery. "I dursn't never, Arthur. I'm always blindfolded when Jeremiah aren't a-looking, and sometimes even when he is." "You cannot shut the door without my seeing him," said Arthur. "You are as safe with me as if he was 50 miles away." "I wish he was," cried Affery. "Affery, I want to know what is amiss here. I want some light thrown on the secrets of this house." "I tell you, Arthur," she interrupted, "noises is the secrets, rustlings and stealings about, tremblings, treads overhead and treads underneath." "But those are not all the secrets." "I don't know," said Affery. "Don't ask me no more. Your old sweetheart aren't far off, and she is a blabber." His old sweetheart, being in fact so near at hand that she was then reclining against him in a flutter, a very substantial angle of 45 degrees, here interposed to assure Mistress Affery with greater earnestness than directness of asseveration that what she heard should go no further, but should be kept inviolate, if on no other account on others, sensible of intruding in being too familiar, Doyce and Clennam's. "I make an imploring appeal to you, Affery, to you, one of the few agreeable early remembrances I have, for my mother's sake, for your husband's sake, for my own, for all our sakes. I am sure you can tell me something connected with the coming here of this man, if you will." "Why, then I'll tell you, Arthur," returned Affery. "Jeremiah's coming." "No, indeed, he is not. The door is open, and he is standing outside, talking." "I'll tell you then," said Affery, after listening, "that the first time he ever come, he heard the noises his own self. 'What's that?' he said to me. 'I don't know what it is,' I says to him, catching hold of him, 'but I have heard it over and over again.' Well, I says it, he stands a-looking at me, all of a shake, he do." "Has he been here often?" "Only that night, and the last night." "What did you see of him on the last night, after I was gone?" "Them two clever ones had him all alone to themselves. Jeremiah come a-dancing at me sideways. After I had let you out, he always comes a-dancing at me sideways when he's going to hurt me. And he said to me, 'No, Affery,' he said, 'I am coming behind you, my woman, and a-going to run you up.' So he took and squeezed the back of my neck in his hand, till it made me open my mouth, and then he pushed me before him to bed, squeezing all the way. That's what he calls running me up, he do. Oh, he's a wicked one." "And did you hear or see no more, Affery?" "Don't I tell you I was sent to bed, Arthur? Here he is." "I assure you he's still at the door. Those whisperings and counsellings, Affery, that you have spoken of, what are they?" "How should I know? Don't ask me nothing about 'em, Arthur. Get away." "But, my dear Affery, unless I can gain some insight into these hidden things, in spite of your husband and in spite of my mother, ruin will come of it." "Don't ask me nothing," repeated Affery. "I have been in a dream for ever so long. Go away, go away." "You said that before," returned Arthur. "You used the same expression that night, at the door, when I asked you what was going on here. What do you mean by being in a dream?" "I ain't a-going to tell you. Get away. I shouldn't tell you if you was by yourself, much less with your old sweetheart here." It was equally vain for Arthur to entreat, and for Flora to protest. Affery, who had been trembling and struggling the whole time, turned a deaf ear to all adjuration, and was bent on forcing herself out of the closet. "I'd sooner scream to Jeremiah than say another word. I'll call out to him, Arthur, if you don't give over speaking to me. Now here's the very last word I'll say afore I call to him. If ever you begin to get the better of them two clever ones, your own self, you ought to it, as I told you when you first come home, for you haven't been a living here long years to be made afeard of your life as I have. Then do you get the better of them afore my face, and then do you say to me, after you tell your dreams, maybe then I'll tell 'em." The shutting of the door stopped Arthur from replying. They glided into the places where Jeremiah had left them, and Clennam, stepping forward as that old gentleman returned, informed him that he had accidentally extinguished the candle. Mr. Flintwinch looked on as he relighted it at the lamp in the hall, and preserved a profound taciturnity respecting the person who had been holding him in conversation. Perhaps his irascibility demanded compensation for some tediousness that the visitor had expended on him. However that was, he took such umbrage at seeing his wife with her apron over her head that he charged at her, and, taking her veiled nose between his thumb and finger, appeared to throw the whole screw power of his person into the ring he gave it. Flora, now permanently heavy, did not release Arthur from the survey of the house until it had extended even to his old garret bedchamber. His thoughts were otherwise occupied than with the tour of inspection, yet he took particular notice at the time, as he afterwards had occasion to remember, of the airlessness and closeness of the house, that they left the track of their footsteps in the dust on the upper floors, and that there was a resistance to the opening of one room door, which occasioned Affery to cry out that somebody was hiding inside, and to continue to believe so, though somebody was sought and not discovered. When they at last returned to his mother's room, they found her shading her face with her muffled hand, and talking in a low voice to the patriarch as he stood before the fire, whose blue eyes, polished head, and silken locks, turning towards them as they came in, imparted an inestimable value and inexhaustible love of his species to his remark. "So you have been seeing the premises, seeing the premises, seeing the premises." It was not in itself a jewel of benevolence or wisdom, yet he made it an exemplar of both that one would have liked to have a copy of. End of chapter the 23rd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 24th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 24th. The evening of a long day. That illustrious man and great national ornament, Mr. Merdle, continued his shining course. It began to be widely understood that one who had done society the admirable service of making so much money out of it could not be suffered to remain a commoner. A baronetcy was spoken of with confidence. A peerage was frequently mentioned. Rumour had it that Mr. Merdle had set his golden face against a baronetcy, that he had plainly intimated to Lord Decimus that a baronetcy was not enough for him, that he had said, "No, a peerage or plain Merdle." This was reported to have plunged Lord Decimus's nigh to his noble chin in a slough of doubts, as so lofty a person could be sunk. For the Barnacles, as a group of themselves in creation, had an idea that such distinctions belonged to them, and that when a soldier, sailor, or lawyer became ennobled, they let him in, as it were, by an act of condescension, at the family door, and immediately shut it again. Not only, said rumour, had the troubled Decimus his own hereditary part in this impression, but he also knew of several Barnacle claims already on the file, which came into collision with that of the master spirit. Right or wrong, rumour was very busy, and Lord Decimus, while he was, or was supposed to be, in stately excogitation of the difficulty, lent her some countenance by taking, on several public occasions, one of those elephantine trots of his, through a jungle of overgrown sentences, waving Mr. Merdle about on his trunk as gigantic enterprise, the wealth of England, elasticity, credit, capital, prosperity, and all manner of blessings. So quietly did the mowing of the old scythe go on, that fully 3 months had passed unnoticed, since the 2 English brothers had been laid in one tomb in the strangest cemetery at Rome. Mr. and Mrs. Sparkler were established in their own house, a little mansion, rather of the tied barnacle class, quite a triumph of inconvenience, with a perpetual smell in it of the day before yesterday's soup and coach-horses, but extremely dear, as being exactly in the centre of the habitable globe. In this enviable abode, and envied it really was by many people, Mrs. Sparkler had intended to proceed at once to the demolition of the bosom, when active hostilities had been suspended by the arrival of the courier with his tidings of death. Mrs. Sparkler, who was not unfeeling, had received them with a violent burst of grief, which had lasted 12 hours, after which she had arisen to see about her mourning, and to take every precaution that could ensure its being as becoming as Mrs. Merdle's. A gloom was then cast over more than one distinguished family, according to the politest sources of intelligence, and the courier went back again. Mr. and Mrs. Sparkler had been dining alone, with their gloom cast over them, and Mrs. Sparkler reclined on a drawing-room sofa. It was a hot summer Sunday evening. The residence in the centre of the habitable globe, at all times stuffed and close as if it had an incurable cold in its head, was that evening particularly stifling. The bells of the churches had done their worst in the way of clanging among the unmelodious echoes of the streets, and the lighted windows of the churches had ceased to be yellow in the grey dusk, and had dyed out opaque black. Mrs. Sparkler, lying on her sofa, looking through an open window at the opposite side of a narrow street, over boxes of mignonette and flowers, was tired of the view. Mrs. Sparkler, looking at another window where her husband stood in the balcony, was tired of that view. Mrs. Sparkler, looking at herself in her mourning, was even tired of that view, though naturally not so tired of that as of the other two. "It's like lying in a well," said Mrs. Sparkler, changing her position fretfully. "Dear me, Edmund, if you have anything to say, why don't you say it?" Mr. Sparkler might have replied with ingenuousness, "My life, I have nothing to say." But as the repartee did not occur to him, he contented himself with coming in from the balcony, and standing at the side of his wife's couch. "Good gracious, Edmund," said Mrs. Sparkler more fretfully still, "you are absolutely putting mignonette up your nose. Pray don't." Mr. Sparkler, in absence of mind, perhaps in a more literal absence of mind than is usually understood by the phrase, had smelled so hard at a sprig in his hand as to be on the verge of the offence in question. He smiled and said, "I ask your pardon, my dear," and threw it out of window. "You make my head ache by remaining in that position, Edmund," said Mrs. Sparkler, raising her eyes to him after another minute. "You look so aggravatingly large by this light. Do sit down." "Certainly, my dear," said Mr. Sparkler, and took a chair on the same spot. "If I didn't know that the longest day was past," said Fanny, yawning in a dreary manner, "I should have felt certain this was the longest day. I never did experience such a day." "Is that your fan, my love?" asked Mr. Sparkler, picking up one and presenting it. "Edmund," returned his wife, more wearily yet, "don't ask weak questions, I entreat you not. Whose can it be but mine?" "Yes, I thought it was yours," said Mr. Sparkler. "Then you shouldn't ask," retorted Fanny. After a little while she turned on her sofa and exclaimed, dear me, there never was such a long day as this." After another little while she got up slowly, walked about, and came back again. "My dear," said Mr. Sparkler, flashing with an original conception, "I think you must have got the fidgets." "Oh, fidgets," repeated Mrs. Sparkler. "Don't." "My adorable girl," urged Mr. Sparkler, "try your aromatic vinegar. I have often seen my mother try it, and it seemingly refreshed her. And she is, as I believe you are aware, a remarkably fine woman with no good gracious," exclaimed Fanny, starting up again. "It's beyond all patience. This is the most wearisome day that ever did dawn upon the world, I am certain." Mr. Sparkler looked meekly after her as she lounged about the room, and he appeared to be a little frightened. When she had tossed a few trifles about, and had looked down into the darkening street out of all the 3 windows, she returned to her sofa, and threw herself among its pillows. "Now, Edmund, come here. Come a little nearer, because I want to be able to touch you with my fan, that I may impress you very much with what I am going to say. That will do. Quite close enough. Oh, you do look so big." Mr. Sparkler apologized for the circumstance, pleaded that he couldn't help it, and said that "our fellows," without more particularly indicating whose fellows, used to call him by the name of Quinbus Flestrin, Jr., or the young man Mountain. "You ought to have told me so before," Fanny complained. "My dear," returned Mr. Sparkler, rather gratified, "I didn't know it would interest you, or I would have made a point of telling you." "There, for goodness' sake, don't talk," said Fanny. "I want to talk myself. Edmund, we must not be alone any more. I must take such precautions as will prevent my being ever again reduced to the state of dreadful depression in which I am this evening." "My dear," answered Mr. Sparkler, "being, as you are well known to be, a remarkably fine woman with no—" "Oh, good gracious!" cried Fanny. Mr. Sparkler was so discomposed by the energy of this exclamation, accompanied with a flouncing up from the sofa, and a flouncing down again, that a minute or 2 elapsed before he felt himself equal to saying in explanation, "I mean, my dear, that everybody knows you are calculated to shine in society." "Calculated to shine in society," retorted Fanny with great irritability. "Yes, indeed. And then what happens? I no sooner recover, in a visiting point of view, the shock of poor dear papa's death, and my poor uncle's, though I do not disguise from myself that the last was a happy release, for, if you are not presentable, you had much better die." "You are not referring to me, my love, I hope?" Mr. Sparkler humbly interrupted. "Edmund, Edmund, you would wear out a saint. Am I not expressly speaking of my poor uncle?" "You looked with so much expression at myself, my dear girl," said Mr. Sparkler, "that I felt a little uncomfortable. Thank you, my love." "Now you have put me out," observed Fanny with a resigned toss of her fan, "and I had better go to bed." "Don't do that, my love," urged Mr. Sparkler. "Take time." Fanny took a good deal of time, lying back with her eyes shut, and her eyebrows raised with a hopeless expression, as if she had utterly given up all terrestrial affairs. At length, without the slightest notice, she opened her eyes again, and recommenced in a short, sharp manner. "What happens, then, I ask? What happens? Why, I find myself at the very period when I might shine most in society, and should most like for very momentous reasons to shine in society. I find myself in a situation which to a certain extent disqualifies me for going into society. It's too bad, really." "My dear," said Mr. Sparkler, "I don't think it need keep you at home." "Edmund, you ridiculous creature," returned Fanny with great indignation. "Do you suppose that a woman in the bloom of youth, and not wholly devoid of personal attractions, can put herself, at such a time, in competition as to figure with a woman in every other way her inferior? If you do suppose such a thing, your folly is boundless." Mr. Sparkler submitted that he had thought it might be got over. "Got over?" repeated Fanny, with immeasurable scorn. "For a time," Mr. Sparkler submitted. Honouring the last feeble suggestion with no notice, Mrs. Sparkler declared with bitterness that it really was too bad, and that positively it was enough to make one wish one was dead. "However," she said, when she had in some measure recovered from her sense of personal ill-usage, "provoking as it is, and cruel as it seems, I suppose it must be submitted to." "Especially as it was to be expected," said Mr. Sparkler. "Edmund," returned his wife, "if you have nothing more becoming to do than to attempt to insult the woman who has honoured you with her hand when she finds herself in adversity, I think you had better go to bed." Mr. Sparkler was much afflicted by the charge, and offered a most tender and earnest apology. His apology was accepted, but Mrs. Sparkler requested him to go round to the other side of the sofa, and sit in the window curtain, to tone himself down. "Now, Edmund," she said, stretching out her fan and touching him with it at arm's length, "what I was going to say to you when you began as usual to prose and worry is, that I shall guard against our being alone any more, and that when circumstances prevent my going out to my own satisfaction, I must arrange to have some people or other always here, for I really cannot and will not have another such day as this has been." Mr. Sparkler's sentiments as to the plan were, in brief, that it had no nonsense about it. He added, "And besides, you know it's likely that you'll soon have your sister—" "Dearest Amy, yes!" cried Mrs. Sparkler with a sigh of affection. "Darling little thing! Not, however, that Amy would do here alone." Mr. Sparkler was going to say "No?" interrogatively, but he saw his danger, and said it assentingly. "No, oh dear, no, she wouldn't do here alone." "No, Edmund, for not only are the virtues of the precious child of that still character, that they require a contrast, require life and movement around them to bring them out in their right colours, and make one love them of all things, but she will require to be roused on more accounts than one." "That's it," said Mr. Sparkler, "roused." "Pray don't, Edmund. Your habit of interrupting without having the least thing in the world to say distracts one. You must be broken of it. Speaking of Amy, my poor little pet was devotedly attached to poor papa, and no doubt will have lamented his loss exceedingly, and grieved very much. I have done so myself. I have felt it dreadfully, but Amy will no doubt have felt it even more, from having been on the spot the whole time, and having been with poor dear papa at the last, which I unhappily was not." Here Fanny stopped to weep, and to say, "Dear, dear, beloved papa! How truly gentlemanly he was! What a contrast to poor uncle!" "From the effects of that trying time," she pursued, "my good little mouse will have to be roused. Also from the effects of this long attendance upon Edward in his illness, an attendance which is not yet over, which may even go on for some time longer, and which in the meanwhile unsettles us all by keeping poor dear papa's affairs from being wound up. Fortunately, however, the papers with his agents here being all sealed up and locked up, as he left them when he providentially came to England, the affairs are in that state of order that they can wait until my brother Edward recovers his health in Sicily, sufficiently to come over and administer or execute, or whatever it may be that will have to be done." "He couldn't have a better nurse to bring him round," Mr. Sparkler made bold to opine. "For a wonder I can agree with you," returned his wife, languidly turning her eyelids a little in his direction. She held forth, in general, as if to the drawing-room furniture. "And can adopt your words. He couldn't have a better nurse to bring him round. There are times when my dear child is a little wearing to an active mind, but as a nurse she is perfection, best of Amy's." Mr. Sparkler, growing rash on his late success, observed that Edward had "begot a long bout of it, my dear girl." "If bout, Edmund," returned Mrs. Sparkler, "is the slang term for indisposition he has. If it is not, I am unable to give an opinion on the barbarous language you address to Edward's sister. That he contracted malaria fever somewhere, either by travelling day and night to Rome, where, after all, he arrived too late to see poor dear papa before his death, or under some other unwholesome circumstances, is indubitable, if that is what you mean. Likewise that his extremely careless life has made him a very bad subject for it indeed." Mr. Sparkler considered it a parallel case to that of some of our fellows in the West Indies with Yellow Jack. Mrs. Sparkler closed her eyes again, and refused to have any consciousness of our fellows of the West Indies, or of Yellow Jack. "So, Amy," she pursued, when she reopened her eyelids, "will require to be roused from the effects of many tedious and anxious weeks. And lastly, she will require to be roused from a low tendency which I know very well to be at the bottom of her heart. Don't ask me what it is, Edmund, because I must decline to tell you." "I am not going to, my dear," said Mr. Sparkler. "I shall thus have much improvement to effect in my sweet child," Mrs. Sparkler continued, "and cannot have her near me too soon. Amiable and dear little Two-Shoes! As to the settlement of poor papa's affairs, my interest in that is not very selfish. Papa behaved very generously to me when I was married, and I have little or nothing to expect. Provided he has made no will that can come into force, leaving a legacy to Mrs. General, I am contented. Dear papa, dear papa." She wept again, but Mrs. General was the best of restoratives. The name soon stimulated her to dry her eyes and say, "It is a highly encouraging circumstance in Edward's illness, I am thankful to think, and gives one the greatest confidence in his sense not being impaired, or his proper spirit weakened down to the time of poor dear papa's death at all events, that he paid off Mrs. General instantly, and sent her out of the house. I applaud him for it. I could forgive him a great deal for doing, with such promptitude, so exactly what I would have done myself." Mrs. Sparkler was in the full glow of her gratification, when a double knock was heard at the door. A very odd knock, low, as if to avoid making a noise and attracting attention, long, as if the person knocking were preoccupied in mind, and forgot to leave off. "Hello," said Mr. Sparkler. "Who's this?" "Not Amy and Edmund without notice and without a carriage," said Mrs. Sparkler. "Look out!" The room was dark, but the street was lighter because of its lamps. Mr. Sparkler's head peeping over the balcony looked so very bulky and heavy that it seemed on the point of overbalancing him and flattening the unknown below. "It's one fellow," said Mr. Sparkler. "I can't see who. Stop, though." On this second thought he went out into the balcony again, and had another look. He came back as the door was opened, and announced that he believed he had identified his governor's tile. He was not mistaken, for his governor, with his tile in his hand, was introduced immediately afterwards. "Candles," said Mrs. Sparkler, with a word of excuse for the darkness. "It's light enough for me," said Mr. Merdle. When the candles were brought in, Mr. Merdle was discovered standing behind the door, picking his lips. "I thought I'd give you a call," he said. "I am rather particularly occupied just now, and as I happened to be out for a stroll, I thought I'd give you a call." As he was in dinner dress, Fanny asked him where he had been dining. "Well," said Mr. Merdle, "I haven't been dining anywhere particularly." "Of course you have dined," said Fanny. "Why, no, I haven't exactly dined," said Mr. Merdle. He had passed his hand over his yellow forehead and considered, as if he were not sure about it. Something to eat was proposed. "No, thank you," said Mr. Merdle. "I don't feel inclined for it. I was to have dined out along with Mrs. Merdle, but as I didn't feel inclined for dinner, I let Mrs. Merdle go by herself just as we were getting into the carriage, and thought I'd take a stroll instead." "Would he have tea or coffee?" "No, thank you," said Mr. Merdle. "I looked in at the club, and got a bottle of wine." At this point of his visit, Mr. Merdle took the chair, which Edmund Sparkler had offered him, and which he had hitherto been pushing slowly about before him, like a dull man with a pair of skates on for the first time, who could not make up his mind to start. He now put his hat upon another chair beside him, and looking down into it as if it were some 20 feet deep, said again, "You see, I thought I'd give you a call." "Flattering to us," said Fanny, "for you are not a calling man." "No, no," returned Mr. Merdle, who was by this time taking himself into custody under both coat sleeves. "No, I am not a calling man." "You have too much to do for that," said Fanny. "Having so much to do, Mr. Merdle, loss of appetite is a serious thing with you. and you must have it seen to. You must not be ill." "Oh, I am very well," replied Mr. Merdle, after deliberating about it. "I am as well as I usually am. I am well enough. I am as well as I want to be." The master mind of the age, true to its characteristic of being at all times a mind that had as little as possible to say for itself, and great difficulty in saying it, became mute again. Mrs. Sparkler began to wonder how long the master mind meant to stay. "I was speaking of poor papa when you came in, sir." "Aye, quite a coincidence," said Mr. Merdle. Fanny did not see that, but felt it incumbent on her to continue talking. "I was saying," she pursued, "that my brother's illness has occasioned a delay in examining and arranging papa's property." "Yes," said Mr. Merdle, "yes, there has been a delay." "Not that it is of consequence," said Fanny. "Not," assented Mr. Merdle, after having examined the cornice of all that part of the room which was within his range, "not that it is of any consequence." "My only anxiety is," said Fanny, "that Mrs. General should not get anything." "She won't get anything," said Mr. Merdle. Fanny was delighted to hear him express the opinion. Mr. Merdle, after taking another gaze into the depths of his hat, as if he thought he saw something at the bottom, rubbed his hair, and slowly appended to his last remark the confirmatory words, "Oh dear, no, no, not she, not likely." As the topic seemed exhausted, and Mr. Merdle too, Fanny inquired if he were going to take up Mrs. Merdle and the carriage in his way home. "No," he answered, "I shall go by the shortest way, and leave Mrs. Merdle to—" Here he looked all over the palms of both his hands, as if he were telling his own fortune, "to take care of herself. I dare say she'll manage to do it." "Probably," said Fanny. There was then a long silence, during which Mrs. Sparkler, lying back on her sofa again, shut her eyes and raised her eyebrows in her former retirement from mundane affairs. "But however," said Mr. Merdle, "I am equally detaining you and myself. I thought I'd give you a call, you know." "Charmed, I am sure," said Fanny. "So I am off," added Mr. Merdle, getting up. "Could you lend me a penknife?" It was an odd thing, Fanny smilingly observed, for her who could seldom prevail upon herself even to write a letter, to lend to a man of such vast business as Mr. Merdle. "Isn't it?" Mr. Merdle acquiesced. "But I want one. And I know you have got several little wedding keepsakes about, with scissors and tweezers and such things in them. You shall have it back to-morrow." "Edmund," said Mrs. Sparkler, "open, now very carefully, I beg and beseech, for you are so very awkward, the mother-of-pearl box on my little table there, and give Mr. Merdle the mother-of-pearl penknife." "Thank you," said Mr. Merdle, "but if you have got one with a darker handle, I think I should prefer one with a darker handle." "Tortoise shell?" "Thank you," said Mr. Merdle. "Yes, I think I should prefer tortoise shell." Edmund accordingly received instructions to open the tortoise shell box, and give Mr. Merdle the tortoise shell knife. On his doing so, his wife said to the master spirit graciously, "I will forgive you if you ink it." "I'll undertake not to ink it," said Mr. Merdle. The illustrious visitor then put out his coat cuff, and for a moment entombed Mrs. Sparkler's hand, wrist, bracelet, and all. Where his own hand had shrunk to was not made manifest, but it was as remote from Mrs. Sparkler's sense of touch as if he had been a highly meritorious Chelsea veteran, or Greenwich pensioner. Thoroughly convinced, as he went out of the room, that it was the longest day that ever did come to an end at last, and that there never was a woman, not wholly devoid of personal attractions, so worn out by idiotic and lumpish people, Fanny passed into the balcony for a breath of air. Waters of vexation filled her eyes, and they had the effect of making the famous Mr. Merdle in going down the street, appear to leap, and waltz, and gyrate, as if you were possessed of several devils. End of chapter the 24th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 25th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd. Chapter the 25th. The chief butler resigns the seals of office. The dinner party was at the great physician's. Bar was there, and in full force. Ferdinand Barnacle was there, and in his most engaging state. Few ways of life were hidden from physician, and he was oftener in its darkest places than even bishop. There were brilliant ladies about London who perfectly doted on him, my dear, as the most charming creature and the most delightful person, who would have been shocked to find themselves so close to him if they could have known on what sides those thoughtful eyes of his had rested within an hour or two, and near to whose beds, and under what roofs, his composed figure had stood. But physician was a composed man, who performed neither on his own trumpet, nor on the trumpets of other people. Many wonderful things did he see and hear, and much irreconcilable moral contradiction did he pass his life among. Yet his equality of compassion was no more disturbed than the divine master's of all healing was. He went, like the rain, among the just and unjust, doing all the good he could, and neither proclaiming it in the synagogues, nor at the corner of streets. As no man of large experience of humanity, however quietly carried it may be, can fail to be invested with an interest peculiar to the possession of such knowledge, physician was an attractive man. Even the daintier gentlemen and ladies, who had no idea of his secret, and who would have been startled out of more wits than they had, by the monstrous impropriety of his proposing to them, "Come and see what I see," confessed his attraction. Where he was, something real was, and half a grain of reality, like the smallest portion of some other scarce natural productions, will flavour an enormous quantity of diluent. It came to pass, therefore, that physicians' little dinners always presented people in their least conventional lights. The guests said to themselves, whether they were conscious of it or no, "Here is a man who really has an acquaintance with us as we are, who is admitted to some of us every day with our wigs and paint off, who hears the wanderings of our minds, and sees the undisguised expression of our faces, when both are past our control. We may as well make an approach to reality with him, for the man has got the better of us, and is too strong for us." Therefore, physician's guests came out so surprisingly at his round table that they were almost natural. Bar's knowledge of that agglomeration of jurymen which is called humanity was as sharp as a razor. Yet a razor is not a generally convenient instrument, and physician's plain bright scalpel, though far less keen, was adaptable to far wider purposes. Bar knew all about the gullibility and knavery of people, but physician could have given him a better insight into their tendernesses and affections in 1 week of his rounds than Westminster Hall and all the circuits put together, in 80 years and 10. Bar always had a suspicion of this, and perhaps was glad to encourage it, for, if the world were really a great law court, one would think that the last day of term could not too soon arrive, and so he liked and respected physician quite as much as any other kind of man did. Mr. Merdle's default left a Banquo's chair at the table, but if he had been there, he would have merely made the difference of Banquo in it, and consequently he was no loss. Bar, who picked up all sorts of odds and ends about Westminster Hall, much as a raven would have done if he had passed as much of his time there, had been picking up a great many straws lately and tossing them about, to try which way the Merdle wind blew. He now had a little talk on the subject with Mrs. Merdle herself. Sidling up to that lady, of course, with his double eyeglass and his jury droop. "A certain bird," said Bar, and he looked as if it could have been no other bird than a magpie, "has been whispering among us lawyers lately that there is to be an addition to the titled personages of this realm." "Really?" said Mrs. Merdle. "Yes," said Bar. "Has not the bird been whispering in very different ears from ours, in lovely ears?" He looked expressively at Mrs. Merdle's nearest earring. "Do you mean mine?" asked Mrs. Merdle. "When I say lovely," said Bar, "I always mean you." "You never mean anything, I think," returned Mrs. Merdle, not displeased. "Oh, cruelly unjust," said Bar. "But the bird—" "I am the last person in the world to hear news," observed Mrs. Merdle, carelessly arranging her stronghold. "Who is it?" "What an admirable witness you would make," said Bar. "No jury, unless we could empanel one of blind men, could resist you, if you were ever so bad a one, but you would be such a good one." "Why, you ridiculous man?" asked Mrs. Merdle, laughing. Bar waved his double eyeglass 3 or 4 times between himself and the bosom as a rallying answer, and inquired in his most insinuating accents, "What am I to call the most elegant, accomplished, and charming of women a few weeks, or it may be a few days, hence?" "Didn't your bird tell you what to call her?" answered Mrs. Merdle. "Do ask it to-morrow, and tell me the next time you see me what it says." This led to further passages of similar pleasantry between the two, but Bar, with all his sharpness, got nothing out of them. Physician, on the other hand, taking Mrs. Merdle down to her carriage and attending on her as she put on her cloak, inquired into the symptoms with his usual calm directness. "May I ask," he said, "is this true about Merdle?" "My dear doctor," she returned, "you ask me the very question that I was half disposed to ask you." "To ask me? Why me?" "Upon my honour, I think Mr. Merdle reposes greater confidence in you than in any one." "On the contrary, he tells me absolutely nothing, even professionally. You have heard the talk, of course." "Of course I have. But you know what Mr. Merdle is. You know how taciturn and reserved he is. I assure you I have no idea what foundation for it there may be. I should like it to be true. Why should I deny that to you? You would know better if I did." "Just so," said Physician. "But whether it is all true, or partly true, or entirely false, I am wholly unable to say. It is a most provoking situation, a most absurd situation, but you know Mr. Merdle, and are not surprised." Physician was not surprised, handed her into her carriage, and bade her good night. He stood for a moment at his own hall door, looking sedately at the elegant equipage as it rattled away. On his return upstairs the rest of the guests soon dispersed, and he was left alone. Being a great reader of all kinds of literature, and never at all apologetic for that weakness, he sat down comfortably to read. The clock upon his study table pointed to a few minutes short of 12, when his attention was called to it by a ringing at the door-bell. A man of plain habits, he had sent his servants to bed and must needs go down to open the door. He went down, and there found a man without hat or coat, whose shirt-sleeves were rolled up tight to his shoulders. For a moment he thought the man had been fighting, the rather, as he was much agitated and out of breath. A second look, however, showed him that the man was particularly clean, and not otherwise discomposed as to his dress than as it answered this description. "I come from the warm baths, sir, round in the neighbouring street." "And what is the matter at the warm baths?" "Would you please to come directly, sir? We found that lying on the table." He put into the physician's hand a scrap of paper. Physician looked at it, and read his own name and address written in pencil. Nothing more. He looked closer at the writing, looked at the man, took his hat from its peg, put the key of his door in his pocket, and they hurried away together. When they came to the warm baths, All the other people belonging to that establishment were looking out for them at the door, and running up and down the passages. "Request everybody else to keep back, if you please," said the physician aloud to the master, "and do you take me straight to the place, my friend," to the messenger. The messenger hurried before him, along a grove of little rooms, and turning into one at the end of the grove, looked round the door. Physician was close upon him, and looked round the door too. There was a bath in that corner, from which the water had been hastily drained off. Lying in it, as in a grave or sarcophagus, with a hurried drapery of sheet and blanket thrown across it, was the body of a heavily made man, with an obtuse head, and coarse, mean, common features. A skylight had been opened to release the steam with which the room had been filled, but it hung, condensed into water drops, heavily upon the walls, and heavily upon the face and figure in the bath. The room was still hot, and the marble of the bath still warm, but the face and figure were clammy to the touch. The white marble at the bottom of the bath was veined with a dreadful red. On the ledge at the side were an empty laudanum bottle and a tortoise-shell-handled penknife, soiled, but not with ink. Separation of jugular vein, death rapid, been dead at least half an hour. This echo of the physician's words ran through the passages and little rooms, and through the house, while he was yet straightening himself from having bent down to reach the bottom of the bath, and while he was yet dabbling his hands in water, redly veining it, as the marble was veined before it mingled into one tint. He turned his eyes to the dress upon the sofa, and to the watch, money, and pocket-book on the table. A folded note, half buckled up in the pocket-book, and half protruding from it, caught his observant glance. He looked at it, touched it, pulled it a little further out from among the leaves, said quietly, "This is addressed to me," and opened and read it. There were no directions for him to give. The people of the house knew what to do. The proper authorities were soon brought, and they took an equable business-like possession of the deceased, and of what had been his property, with no greater disturbance of manner or countenance than usually attends the winding up of a clock. Physician was glad to walk out into the night air, was even glad, in spite of his great experience, to sit down upon a doorstep for a little while, feeling sick and faint. Bar was a near neighbour of his, and when he came to the house, he saw a light in the room where he knew his friend often sat late getting up his work. As the light was never there when Bar was not, it gave him assurance that Bar was not yet in bed. In fact, this busy bee had a verdict to get tomorrow, against evidence, and was improving the shining hours in setting snares for the gentlemen of the jury. Physician's knock astonished Bar, but, as he immediately suspected that somebody had come to tell him that somebody else was robbing him, or otherwise trying to get the better of him, he came down promptly and softly. He had been clearing his head with a lotion of cold water, as a good preparative to providing hot water for the heads of the jury, and had been reading with the neck of his shirt thrown wide open, that he might the more freely choke the opposite witnesses. In consequence, he came down looking rather wild. Seeing Physician, the least expected of men, he looked wilder and said, "What's the matter?" "You asked me once what Merdle's complaint was." "Extraordinary answer. I know I did." "I told you I had not found out." "Yes, I know you did." "I have found it out." "My God!" said Bar, starting back and clapping his hand upon the other's breast, "and so have I. I see it in your face." They went into the nearest room, where Physician gave him the letter to read. He read it through half a dozen times. There was not much in it as to quantity, but it made a great demand on his close and continuous attention. He could not sufficiently give utterance to his regret that he had not himself found a clue to this. The smallest clue, he said, would have made him master of the case, and what a case it would have been to have got to the bottom of. Physician had engaged to break the intelligence in Harley Street, Bar could not at once return to his inveiglements of the most enlightened and remarkable jury he had ever seen in that box, with whom, he could tell his learned friend, no shadow sophistry would go down, and no unhappily abused professional tact and skill prevail. This was the way he meant to begin with them, so he said he would go too, and would loiter to and fro near the house while his friend was inside. They walked there, the better to recover self-possession in the air, and the wings of day were fluttering the night when Physician knocked at the door. A footman of rainbow hues, in the public eye, was sitting up for his master, that is to say, was fast asleep in the kitchen over a couple of candles and a newspaper, demonstrating the great accumulation of mathematical odds against the probabilities of a house being set on fire by accident. When this serving man was roused, Physician had still to await the rousing of the chief butler. At last that noble creature came into the dining-room in a flannel gown and list shoes, but with his cravat on, and a chief butler all over. It was morning now. Physician had opened the shutters of one window while waiting, that he might see the light. Mrs. Merdle's maid must be called, and told to get Mrs. Merdle up and prepare her as gently as she can to see me. I have dreadful news to break to her. Thus Physician to the chief butler. The latter, who had a candle in his hand, called his man to take it away. Then he approached the window with dignity, looking on at Physician's news exactly as he had looked on at the dinners in that very room. "Mr. Merdle is dead." "I should wish," said the chief butler, "to give a month's notice. Mr. Merdle has destroyed himself." "Sir," said the chief butler, "that is very unpleasant to the feelings of one in my position, as calculated to awaken prejudice, and I should wish to leave immediately." "If you are not shocked, are you not surprised, man?" demanded the physician warmly. The chief butler, erect and calm, replied in these memorable words: "Sir, Mr. Merdle never was the gentleman, and no ungentlemanly act on Mr. Merdle's part would surprise me. Is there anybody else I can send to you, or any other directions I can give before I leave, respecting what you would wish to be done?" When Physician, after discharging himself of his trust upstairs, rejoined Bar in the street, he said no more of his interview with Mrs. Merdle than that he had not yet told her all, but that what he had told her she had borne pretty well. Bar had devoted his leisure in the street to the construction of a most ingenious man-trap for catching the whole of his jury at a blow. Having got that matter settled in his mind, it was lucid on the late catastrophe, and they walked home slowly, discussing it in every bearing. Before parting at the physician's door, they both looked up at the sunny morning sky, into which the smoke of a few early fires, and the breath and voices of a few early stirrers, were peacefully rising, and then looked round upon the immense city, and said, if all those hundreds and thousands of beggared people who were yet asleep could only know, as they too spoke, the ruin that impended over them, what a fearful cry against one miserable soul would go up to heaven. The report that the great man was dead got about with astonishing rapidity. At first, he was dead of all the diseases that ever were known, and of several brand-new maladies invented with the speed of light to meet the demand of the occasion. He had concealed a dropsy from infancy. He had inherited a large estate of water on the chest from his grandfather. He had had an operation performed upon him every morning of his life for 18 years. He had been subject to the explosion of important veins in his body after the manner of fireworks. He had had something the matter with his lungs. He had had something the matter with his heart. He had had something the matter with his brain. 500 people, who sat down to breakfast entirely uninformed on the whole subject, believed before they had done breakfast that they privately and personally knew Physician to have said to Mr. Merdle, "You must expect to go out some day, like the snuff of a candle," and that they knew Mr. Merdle to have said to Physician, "A man can die but once." By about 11 o'clock in the forenoon, something the matter with the brain became the favourite theory against the field. and by 12 the something had been distinctly ascertained to be pressure. Pressure was so entirely satisfactory to the public mind, and seemed to make everybody so comfortable, that it might have lasted all day but for Barr's having taken the real state of the case into court at 9:30. This led to its beginning to be currently whispered all over London by about 1, that Mr. Merdle had killed himself. Pressure, however, so far from being overthrown by the discovery, became a greater favourite than ever. There was a general moralizing upon pressure in every street. All the people who had tried to make money and had not been able to do it said, "There you were. You no sooner began to devote yourself to the pursuit of wealth than you got pressure." The idle people improved the occasion in a similar manner. "See," said they, "what you brought yourself to by work, work, work. You persisted in working, you overdid it. Pressure came on, and you were done for." This consideration was very potent in many quarters, but nowhere more so than among the young clerks and partners, who had never been in the slightest danger of overdoing it. These one and all declared quite piously that they hoped they would never forget the warning as long as they lived, and that their conduct might be so regulated as to keep off pressure and preserve them a comfort to their friends for many years. But at about the time of high change pressure began to wane, and appalling whispers to circulate, east, west, north, and south. At first they were faint, and went no further than a doubt whether Mr. Merdle's wealth would be found to be as vast as had been supposed, whether there might not be a temporary difficulty in realizing it, whether there might not even be a temporary suspension, say a month or so, on the part of the wonderful bank. As the whispers became louder, which they did from that time every minute, they became more threatening. He had sprung from nothing, by no natural growth or process that any one could account for. He had been, after all, a low, ignorant fellow. He had been a down-looking man, and no one had ever been able to catch his eye. He had been taken up by all sorts of people in quite an unaccountable manner. He had never had any money of his own. His ventures had been utterly reckless, and his expenditure had been most enormous. In steady progression, as the day declined, the talk rose in sound and purpose. He had left a letter at the baths addressed to his physician, and his physician had got the letter, and the letter would be produced at the inquest on the morrow, and it would fall like a thunderbolt upon the multitude he had deluded. Numbers of men in every profession and trade would be blighted by his insolvency. Old people, who had been in easy circumstances all their lives, would have no place of repentance for their trust in him, but the workhouse. Legions of women and children would have their whole future desolated by the hand of this mighty scoundrel. Every partaker of his magnificent feasts would be seen to have been a sharer in the plunder of innumerable homes. Every servile worshipper of riches, who had helped to set him on his pedestal, would have done better to worship the devil point-blank. So the talk, lashed louder and higher by confirmation on confirmation, and by edition after edition of the evening papers, swelled into such a roar, when night came, as might have brought one to believe that a solitary watcher on the gallery above the dome of St. Paul's would have perceived the night air to be laden with a heavy muttering of the name of Merdle, coupled with every form of execration. For by that time it was known that the late Mr. Merdle's complaint had been simply forgery and robbery. He, the uncouth object of such widespread adulation, the sitter at great men's feasts, the rock's egg of great ladies' assemblies, the subduer of exclusiveness, the leveller of pride, the patron of patrons, the bargain-driver with the minister for lordships of the Circumlocution Office, the recipient of more acknowledgment within some 10 or 15 years, at most, than had been bestowed in England upon all peaceful public benefactors, and upon all the leaders of all the arts and sciences, with all their works to testify for them during 2 centuries at least. He, the shining wonder, the new constellation to be followed by the wise men bringing gifts, until it stopped over a certain carrion at the bottom of a bath, and disappeared, was simply the greatest forger and the greatest thief that ever cheated the gallows. End of chapter the 25th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 26th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd. Chapter the 26th. Reaping the Whirlwind. With a precursory sound of hurried breath and hurried feet, Mr. Panks rushed into Arthur Clennam's counting-house. The inquest was over, the letter was public, the bank was broken, the other model structures of straw had taken fire, and were turned to smoke. The admired piratical ship had blown up, in the midst of a vast fleet of ships of all rates, and boats of all sizes. And on the deep was nothing but ruin, nothing but burning hulls, bursting magazines, great guns self-exploded tearing friends and neighbours to pieces, drowning men clinging to the unseaworthy spars, and going down every minute, spent swimmers floating dead, and sharks. The usual diligence and order of the counting-house at the works were overthrown. Unopened letters and unsorted papers lay strewn about the desk. In the midst of these tokens of prostrated energy and dismissed hope, the master of the counting-house stood idle in his usual place, with his arms crossed on the desk, and his head bowed down upon them. Mr. Panks rushed in and saw him, and stood still. In another minute, Mr. Panks's arms were on the desk, and Mr. Panks's head was bowed down upon them. And for some time they remained in these attitudes, idle and silent, with the width of the little room between them. Mr. Panks was the first to lift up his head and speak. "I persuaded you to it, Mr. Clennam. I know it. Say what you will. You can't say more to me than I say to myself. You can't say more than I deserve." "Oh, Panks, Panks," returned Clennam, "don't speak of deserving. What do I myself deserve?" "Better luck," said Panks. "I," pursued Clennam without attending to him, "who have ruined my partner. Panks, Panks, I have ruined Doyce, the honest, self-helpful, indefatigable old man who has worked his way all through his life, the man who has contended against so much disappointment, and who has brought out of it such a good and hopeful nature, the man I have felt so much for, and meant to be so true and useful to. I have ruined him, brought him to shame and disgrace, ruined him, ruined him." The agony into which the reflection wrought his mind was so distressing to see, that Mr. Panks took hold of himself by the hair of his head, and tore it in desperation at the spectacle. "Reproach me!" cried Panks. "Reproach me, sir, or I'll do myself an injury. Say, you fool, you villain, say, ass, how could you do it? Beast, what did you mean by it? Catch hold of me somewhere. Say something abusive to me." All the time Mr. Panks was staring at his tough hair in a most pitiless and cruel manner. "If you had never yielded to this fatal mania, Panks," said Clennam, more in commiseration than retaliation, "it would have been how much better for you, and how much better for me." "At me again, sir!" cried Panks, grinding his teeth in remorse. "At me again!" "If you had never gone into those accursed calculations, and brought out your results with such abominable clearness," groaned Clennam, "it would have been how much better for you, Panks, and how much better for me." "At me again, sir!" exclaimed Panks, loosening his hold of his hair. "At me again, and again!" Clennam, however, finding him already beginning to be pacified, had said all he wanted to say, and more. He wrung his hand, only adding, "Blind leaders of the blind, Panks, blind leaders of the blind. But Doyce, 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 my injured partner." that brought his head down on the desk once more. Their former attitudes and their former silence were once more first encroached upon by pangs. "Not been to bed, sir, since it began to get about, been high and low, on the chance of finding some hope of saving any cinders from the fire. All in vain, all gone, all vanished." "I know it," returned Clennam, "too well." Mr. Panks filled up a pause with a groan that came out of the very depths of his soul. "Only yesterday, Panks," said Arthur, "only yesterday, Monday, I had the fixed intention of selling, realizing and making an end of it." "I can't say as much for myself, sir," returned Panks, "though it's wonderful how many people I've heard of who were going to realize yesterday of all days in the 365 if it hadn't been too late." His steam-like breathings, usually droll in their effect, were more tragic than so many groans, while from head to foot he was in that begrimed, besmeared, neglected state that he might have been an authentic portrait of misfortune, which could scarcely be discerned through its want of cleaning. "Mr. Clennam, had you laid out everything?" He got over the break before the last word, and also brought out the last word itself with great difficulty. "Everything." Mr. Panks took hold of his tough hair again, and gave it such a wrench that he pulled out several prongs of it. After looking at these with an eye of wild hatred, he put them in his pocket. "My cause," said Clennam, brushing away some tears that had been silently dropping down his face, "must be taken at once. What wretched amends I can make must be made. I must clear my unfortunate partner's reputation. I must retain nothing for myself. I must resign to our creditors the power of management I have so much abused, and I must work out as much of my fault, or crime, as is susceptible of being worked out in the rest of my days." "Is it impossible, sir, to tide over the present?" "Out of the question. Nothing can be tided over now, Panks. The sooner the business can pass out of my hands, the better for it. There are engagements to be met this week, which would bring the catastrophe before many days were over, even if I would postpone it for a single day by going on for that space, secretly knowing what I know. All last night I thought of what I would do. What remains is to do it." "Not entirely of yourself," said Panks, whose face was as damp as if his steam were turning into water as fast as he dismally blew it off. "Have some legal help?" "Perhaps I had better. Have Rugg. There is not much to do. He will do it as well as another." "Shall I fetch Rugg, Mr. Clennam?" "If you could spare the time, I should be much obliged to you." Mr. Panks put on his hat that moment, and steamed away to Pentonville. While he was gone, Arthur never raised his head from the desk, but remained in that one position. Mr. Panks brought his friend and professional adviser, Mr. Rugg, back with him. Mr. Rugg had had such ample experience on the road of Mr. Panks's being at that present in an irrational state of mind, that he opened his professional mediation by requesting that gentleman to take himself out of the way. Mr. Panks, crushed and submissive, obeyed. "He is not unlike what my daughter was, sir, when we began the breach of promise action of Rugg and Bawkins, in which she was plaintiff," said Mr. Rugg. "He takes too strong and direct an interest in the case. His feelings are worked upon. There is no getting on in our profession with feelings worked upon, sir." As he pulled off his gloves and put them in his hat, he saw, in a side glance or two, that a great change had come over his client. "I am sorry to perceive, sir," said Mr. Rugg, "that you have been allowing your own feelings to be worked upon. Now, pray don't, pray don't. These losses are much to be deplored, sir, but we must look 'em in the face." "If the money I have sacrificed had been all my own, Mr. Rugg," sighed Mr. Clennam, "I should have cared far less." "Indeed, sir?" said Mr. Rugg, rubbing his hands with a cheerful air. "You surprise me. That's singular, sir. I have generally found, in my experience, that it's their own money people are most particular about. I have seen people get rid of a good deal of other people's money, and bear it very well indeed." With these comforting remarks, Mr. Rugg seated himself on an office stool at the desk and proceeded to business. "Now, Mr. Clennam, by your leave, let us go into the matter. Let us see the state of the case. The question is simple. The question is the usual, plain, straightforward, common-sense question. What can we do for ourselves? What can we do for ourselves? "This is not the question with me, Mr. Rugg," said Arthur. "You mistake it in the beginning. It is what can I do for my partner? How can I best make reparation to him?" "I am afraid, sir, do you know," argued Mr. Rugg persuasively, "that you are still allowing your feeling to be worked upon. I don't like the term reparation, sir, except as a lever in the hands of counsel. Will you excuse my saying that I feel it my duty to offer you the caution that you really must not allow your feelings to be worked upon?" "Mr. Rugg," said Clennam, nerving himself to go through with what he had resolved upon, and surprising that gentleman by appearing, in his despondency, to have a settled determination of purpose. "You give me the impression that you will not be much disposed to adopt the course I have made up my mind to take. If your disapproval of it should render you unwilling to discharge such business as it necessitates, I am sorry for it, and must seek other aid. But I will represent to you at once that to argue against it with me is useless." "Good, sir," answered Mr. Rugg, shrugging his shoulders. "Good, sir. Since the business is to be done by some hands, let it be done by mine. Such was my principle in the case of Rugg and Watkins. Such is my principle in most cases." Clennam then proceeded to state to Mr. Rugg his fixed resolution. He told Mr. Rugg that his partner was a man of great simplicity and integrity, and that in all he meant to do he was guided above all things by a knowledge of his partner's character and a respect for his feelings. He explained that his partner was then absent on an enterprise of importance, and that it particularly behoved himself publicly to accept the blame of what he had rashly done, and publicly to exonerate his partner from all participation in the responsibility of it, lest the successful conduct of that enterprise should be endangered by the slightest suspicion wrongly attaching to his partner's honour and credit in another country. He told Mr. Rugg that to clear his partner morally, to the fullest extent, and publicly and unreservedly to declare that he, Arthur Clennam, of that firm, had of his own sole act, and even expressly against his partner's caution, embarked its resources in the swindles that had lately perished, was the only real atonement within his power, was a better atonement to the particular man than it would be to many men, and was therefore the atonement he had first to make. With this view, his intention was to print a declaration to the foregoing effect, which he had already drawn up, and, besides circulating it among all who had dealings with the house, to advertise it in the public papers. Concurrently with this measure, the description of which cost Mr. Rugg innumerable wry faces and great uneasiness in his limbs, he would address a letter to all the creditors, exonerating his partner in a solemn manner, informing them of the stoppage of the house until their pleasure could be known and his partner communicated with, and humbly submitting himself to their direction. If, through their consideration for his partner's innocence, the affairs could ever be got into such train as that the business could be profitably resumed, and its present downfall overcome, then his own share in it should revert to his partner, as the only reparation he could make to him in money value for the distress and loss he had unhappily brought upon him, and he himself, at as small a salary as he could live upon, would ask to be allowed to serve the business as a faithful clerk. Though Mr. Rugg saw plainly there was no preventing this from being done, still the wryness of his face and the uneasiness of his limbs so sorely required the propitiation of a protest, that he made one. "I offer no objection, sir," said he. "I argue no point with you. I will carry out your views, sir, but under protest." Mr. Rugg then stated, not without prolixity, the heads of his protest. These were in effect because the whole town, or he might say the whole country, was in the first madness of the late discovery, and the resentment against the victims would be very strong. Those who had not been deluded being certain to wax exceedingly wroth with them for not having been as wise as they were, and those who had been deluded being certain to find excuses and reasons for themselves, of which they were equally certain to see that other sufferers were wholly devoid, not to mention the great probability of every individual sufferer persuading himself, to his violent indignation, that but for the example of all the other sufferers he never would have put himself in the way of suffering. because such a declaration as Clennam's, made at such a time, would certainly draw down upon him a storm of animosity, rendering it impossible to calculate on forbearance in the creditors, or on unanimity among them, and exposing him a solitary target to a straggling crossfire, which might bring him down from 6 quarters at once. To all this Clennam merely replied that, granting the whole protest, nothing in it lessened the force, or could lessen the force, of the voluntary and public exoneration of his partner. He therefore, once and for all, requested Mr. Rugg's immediate aid in getting the business dispatched. Upon that, Mr. Rugg fell to work, and Arthur, retaining no property to himself but his clothes and books, and a little loose money, placed his small private banker's account with the papers of the business. The disclosure was made, and the storm raged fearfully. Thousands of people were wildly staring about for somebody alive to heap reproaches on, and this notable case, courting publicity, set the living somebody so much wanted on a scaffold. When people who had nothing to do with the case were so sensible of its flagrancy, people who lost money by it could scarcely be expected to deal mildly with it. Letters of reproach and invective showered in from the creditors, and Mr. Rugg, who sat upon the high stool every day and read them all, informed his client within a week that he feared there were writs out. "I must take the consequences of what I have done," said Clennam. "The writs will find me here." On the very next morning, as he was turning in Bleeding Heart Yard by Mrs. Plornish's corner, Mrs. Plornish stood at the door waiting for him, and mysteriously besought him to step into Happy Cottage. There he found Mr. Rugg. "I thought I'd wait for you here. I wouldn't go on to the counting-house this morning if I was you, sir." "Why not, Mr. Rugg?" "There are as many as 5 out, to my knowledge." "It cannot be too soon over," said Clennam. "Let them take me at once." "Yes, but," said Mr. Rugg, getting between him and the door, "hear reason. They'll take you soon enough, Mr. Clennam, I don't doubt, but hear reason. It almost always happens in these cases that some insignificant matter pushes itself in front and makes much of itself. Now, I find there is a little one out a mere palace court jurisdiction, and I have reason to believe that a caption may be made upon that. I wouldn't be taken upon that." "Why not?" asked Clennam. "I'd be taken on a full-grown one, sir," said Mr. Rugg. "It's as well to keep up appearances. As your professional advice, sir, I should prefer your being taken on a writ from one of the superior courts, if you have no objection to do me that favour. It looks better." "Mr. Rugg," said Arthur, in his dejection, "my only wish is that it should be over. I will go on and take my chance." "Another word of reason, sir," cried Mr. Rugg. "Now, this is reason. The other may be taste, but this is reason. If you should be taken on a little one, sir, you would go to the Marshalsea. Now, you know what the Marshalsea is. Very close, excessively confined, whereas in the King's Bench—" Mr. Rugg waved his right hand freely, as expressing abundance of space. "I would rather," said Clennam, "be taken to the Marshalsea than to any other prison." "Do you say so indeed, sir?" returned Mr. Rugg. "Then this is taste too, and we may be walking." He was a little offended at first, but he soon overlooked it. They walked through the yard to the other end. The Bleeding Hearts were more interested in Arthur, since his reverses, than formerly, now regarding him as one who was true to the place and had taken up his freedom. Many of them came out to look after him, and to observe to one another, with great unctuousness, that he was pulled down by it. Mrs. Plornish and her father stood at the top of the steps at their own end, much depressed and shaking their heads. There was nobody visibly in waiting when Arthur and Mr. Rugg arrived at the counting-house, but an elderly member of the Jewish persuasion, preserved in rum, followed them close, and looked in at the glass before Mr. Rugg had opened one of the day's letters. "Oh," said Mr. Rugg, looking up, "how do you do? Step in, Mr. Clennam. I think this is the gentleman I was mentioning." This gentleman explained the object of his visit to be a "A trifling matter of business," and executed his legal function. "Shall I accompany you, Mr. Clennam?" asked Mr. Rugg politely, rubbing his hands. "I would rather go alone, thank you. Be so good as send me my clothes." Mr. Rugg, in a light, airy way, replied in the affirmative, and shook hands with him. He and his attendant then went downstairs, got into the first conveyance they found, and drove to the old gates. "Where I little thought, Heaven forgive me," said Clennam to himself, "that I should ever enter thus." Mr. Chivery was on the lock, and young John was in the lodge, either newly released from it, or waiting to take his own spell of duty. Both were more astonished on seeing who the prisoner was than one might have thought turnkeys would have been. The elder Mr. Chivery shook hands with him in a shamefaced kind of way, and said, "I don't call to mind, sir, as I was ever less glad to see you." The younger Mr. Chivery, more distant, did not shake hands with him at all. He stood looking at him in a state of indecision, so observable that it even came within the observation of Clennam with his heavy eyes and heavy heart. Presently afterwards, young John disappeared into the jail. As Clennam knew enough of the place to know that he was required to remain in the lodge a certain time, he took a seat in a corner, and feigned to be occupied with the perusal of letters from his pocket. They did not so engross his attention, but that he saw, with gratitude, how the elder Mr. Chivery kept the lodge clear of prisoners, how he signed to some with his keys not to come in, how he nudged others with his elbows to go out, and how he made his misery as easy to him as he could. Arthur was sitting with his eyes fixed on the floor, recalling the past, brooding over the present, and not attending to either, when he felt himself touched upon the shoulder. It was by young John, and he said, "You can come now." He got up and followed young John. When they had gone a step or two within the inner iron gate, young John turned and said to him, "You want a room. I have got you one. I thank you heartily." Young John turned again, and took him in at the old doorway, up the old staircase, into the old room. Arthur stretched out his hand. Young John looked at it, looked at him, sternly, swelled, choked, and said, "I don't know as I can. No, I find I can't. But I thought you'd like the room, and here it is for you." Surprise at this inconsistent behaviour yielded when he was gone. He went away directly, to the feelings which the empty room awakened in Clennam's wounded breast, and to the crowding associations with the one good and gentle creature who had sanctified it. Her absence in his altered fortunes made it, and him in it, so very desolate, and so much in need of such a face of love and truth, that he turned against the wall to weep, sobbing out, as his heart relieved itself, "Oh, my little Dorrit." End of chapter the 26th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 27th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, book the 2nd, chapter the 27th. The Pupil of the Marshalsea. The day was sunny, and the Marshalsea, with the hot noon striking upon it, was unwontedly quiet. Arthur Clennam dropped into a solitary arm-chair, itself as faded as any debtor in the jail, and yielded himself to his thoughts. In the unnatural peace of having gone through the dreaded arrest, and got there, the first change of feeling which the prison most commonly induced, and from which dangerous resting-place so many men had slipped down to the depths of degradation and disgrace by so many ways, he could think of some passages in his life almost as if he were removed from them into another state of existence. Taking into account where he was, the interest that had first brought him there when he had been free to keep away, and the gentle presence that was equally inseparable from the walls and bars about him, and from the impalpable remembrances of his later life, which no walls or bars could imprison, it was not remarkable that everything his memory turned upon should bring him round again to little Dorrit. Yet it was remarkable to him, not because of the fact itself, but because of the reminder it brought with it, how much the dear little creature had influenced his better resolutions. None of us clearly know to whom or to what we are indebted in this wise, until some marked stop in the whirling wheel of life brings the right perception with it. It comes with sickness, it comes with sorrow, it comes with the loss of the dearly loved. It is one of the most frequent uses of adversity. It came to Clennam in his adversity, strongly and tenderly. "When I first gathered myself together," he thought, "and set something like purpose before my jaded eyes, whom had I before me, toiling on for a good object's sake, without encouragement, without notice, against ignoble obstacles that would have turned an army of received heroes and heroines. One weak girl. When I tried to conquer my misplaced love, and to be generous to the man who was more fortunate than I, though he should never know it or repay me with a gracious word, in whom had I watched patience, self-denial, self-subdual, charitable construction, the noblest generosity of the affections, in the same poor girl. If I, a man, with a man's advantages and means and energies, had slighted the whisper in my heart, that if my father had erred, it was my first duty to conceal the fault, and to repair it, what youthful figure with tender feet going almost bare on the damp ground, with spare hands ever working, with its light shape but half protected from the sharp weather, would have stood before me to put me to shame? Little Dorrit's. So always as he sat alone in the faded chair thinking. Always little Dorrit, until it seemed to him as if he met the reward of having wandered away from her, and suffered anything to pass between him and his remembrance of her virtues. His door was opened, and the head of the elder Chivery was put in a very little way, without being turned towards him. "I am off the lock, Mr. Clennam, I am going out. Can I do anything for you?" "Many thanks, nothing." "You'll excuse me opening the door," said Mr. Chivery, "but I couldn't make you hear." "Did you knock?" "Half a dozen times." Rousing himself, Clennam observed that the prison had awakened from its noontide doze, that the inmates were loitering about the shady yard, and that it was late in the afternoon. He had been thinking for hours. "Your things is come," said Mr. Chivery, "and my son is going to carry 'em up. I should have sent 'em up but for his wishing to carry 'em himself. Indeed, he would have 'em himself, and so I couldn't send 'em up. Mr. Clennam, could I say a word to you?" "Pray come in," said Arthur, for Mr. Chivery's head was still put in at the door a very little way, and Mr. Chivery had but one ear upon him instead of both eyes. This was native delicacy in Mr. Chivery, true politeness, though his exterior had very much of a turnkey about it, and not the least of a gentleman. "Thank you, sir," said Mr. Chivery, without advancing. "It's no odds me coming in. Mr. Clennam, don't you take notice of my son, if you'll be so good, in case you find him cut up anyways difficult. My son has a heart, and my son's heart is in the right place. Me and his mother knows where to find it, and we find it situated correct." With this mysterious speech, Mr. Chivery took his ear away and shut the door. He might have been gone 10 minutes, when his son succeeded him. "Here's your portmanteau," he said to Arthur, putting it carefully down. "It's very kind of you. I am ashamed that you should have the trouble." He was gone before it came to that, but soon returned, saying exactly as before, "Here's your black box," which he also put down with care. "I am very sensible of this attention. I hope we may shake hands now, Mr. John." Young John, however, drew back, turning his right wrist in a socket made of his left thumb and middle finger, and said as he had said at first, "I don't know as I can. No, I find I can't." He then stood regarding the prisoner sternly, though with a swelling humour in his eyes that looked like pity. "Why are you angry with me?" said Clennam, "and yet so ready to do me these kind services? There must be some mistake between us. If I have done anything to occasion it, I am sorry." "No mistake, sir," returned John, turning the wrist backwards and forwards in the socket, for which it was rather tight. "No mistake, sir, in the feelings with which my eyes behold you at the present moment. If I was at all fairly equal to your weight, Mr. Clennam, which I am not, and if you weren't under a cloud, which you are, and if it wasn't against all rules of the Marshalsea, which it is, those feelings are such that they would stimulate me more to having it out with you in a round on the present spot than to anything else I could name." Arthur looked at him for a moment in some wonder and some little anger. "Well, well," he said, "a mistake, a mistake." Turning away, he sat down with a heavy sigh in the faded chair again. Young John followed him with his eyes, and after a short pause, cried out, "I beg your pardon." "Freely granted," said Clennam, waving his hand without raising his sunken head. "Say no more. I am not worth it." "This furniture, sir," said young John in a voice of mild and soft explanation, "belongs to me. I am in the habit of letting it out to parties without furniture, that have the room. It ain't much, but it's at your service. Free, I mean. I could not think of letting you have it on any other terms. You're welcome to it for nothing." Arthur raised his head again to thank him, and to say he could not accept the favour. John was still turning his wrist, and still contending with himself in his former divided manner. "What is the matter between us?" said Arthur. "I decline to name it, sir," returned young John, suddenly turning loud and sharp. "Nothing's the matter." Arthur looked at him again in vain for an explanation of his behaviour. After a while, Arthur turned away his head again. Young John said, presently afterwards, with the utmost mildness, "The little round table, sir, that's nigh your elbow, was you know whose. I needn't mention him. He died a great gentleman. I bought it of an individual that he gave it to, and that lived here after him. But the individual wasn't anyways equal to him. Most individuals would find it hard to come up to his level." Arthur drew the little table nearer, rested his arm upon it, and kept it there. "Perhaps you may not be aware, sir," said young John, "that I intruded upon him when he was over here in London. On the whole, he was of opinion that it was an intrusion, though he was so good as to ask me to sit down and to inquire after father and all other old friends, leastways humblest acquaintances. He looked, to me, a good deal changed, and I said so when I came back. I asked him if Miss Amy was well." "And she was?" "I should have thought you would have known without putting the question to such as me," returned young John, after appearing to take a large invisible pill. "Since you do put me the question, I am sorry I can't answer it, but the truth is, he looked upon the inquiry as a liberty, and said, 'What was that to me?' It was then I became quite aware I was intruding, of which I had been fearful before. However, he spoke very handsome afterwards, very handsome." They were both silent for several minutes, except that young John remarked, at about the middle of the pause, "He both spoke and acted very handsome." It was again young John who broke the silence by inquiring, "If it's not a liberty, how long may it be your intention, sir, to go without eating and drinking?" "I have not felt the want of anything yet," returned Clennam. "I have no appetite just now." "The more reason why you should take some support, sir," urged young John. "If you find yourself going on sitting here for hours and hours partaking of no refreshment because you have no appetite, why then you should and must partake of refreshment without an appetite. I'm going to have tea in my own apartment. If it's not a liberty, please to come and take a cup, or I can bring a tray here in 2 minutes." Feeling that young John would impose that trouble on himself if he refused, and also feeling anxious to show that he bore in mind both the elder Mr. Chivery's entreaty and the younger Mr. Chivery's apology, Arthur rose and expressed his willingness to take a cup of tea in Mr. John's apartment. Young John locked his door for him as they went out, slided the key into his pocket with great dexterity, and led the way to his own residence. It was at the top of the house nearest to the gateway. It was the room to which Clennam had hurried on the day when the enriched family had left the prison for ever, and where he had lifted her insensible from the floor. He foresaw where they were going as soon as their feet touched the staircase. The room was so far changed that it was papered now, and had been repainted, and was far more comfortably furnished. But he could recall it just as he had seen it in that single glance, when he raised her from the ground and carried her down to the carriage. Young John looked hard at him, biting his fingers. "I see you recollect the room, Mr. Clennam." "I recollect it well, heaven bless her." Oblivious of the tea, young John continued to bite his fingers and to look at his visitor, as long as his visitor continued to glance about the room. Finally, he made a start at the teapot, gustily rattled a quantity of tea into it from a canister, and set off for the common kitchen to fill it with hot water. The room was so eloquent to Clennam in the changed circumstances of his return to the miserable Marshalsea. It spoke to him so mournfully of her, and of his loss of her, that it would have gone hard with him to resist it, even though he had not been alone. Alone, he did not try. He had his hand on the insensible wall, as tenderly as if it had been herself that he touched, and pronounced her name in a low voice. He stood at the window, looking over the prison parapet, with its grim spiked border, and breathed a benediction through the summer haze towards the distant land where she was rich and prosperous. Young John was some time absent, and when he came back, showed that he had been outside by bringing with him fresh butter in a cabbage leaf, some thin slices of boiled ham in another cabbage leaf, and a little basket of watercresses and salad herbs. When these were arranged upon the table to his satisfaction, they sat down to tea. Clennam tried to do honour to the meal, but unavailingly. The ham sickened him, the bread seemed to turn to sand in his mouth. He could force nothing upon himself but a cup of tea. "Try a little something green," said young John, handing him the basket. He took a sprig or so of watercress, and tried again. But the bread turned to a heavier sand than before, and the ham, though it was good enough of itself, seemed to blow a faint simoom of ham through the whole Marshalsea. "Try a little more something green, sir," said young John, and again handed the basket. It was so like handing green meat into the cage of a dull imprisoned bird, and John had so evidently brought the little basket as a handful of fresh relief from the stale hot paving stones and bricks of the jail, that Clennam said with a smile, "It was very kind of you to think of putting this between the wires, but I cannot even get this down to-day." As if the difficulty were contagious, young John soon pushed away his own plate, and fell to folding the cabbage leaf that had contained the ham. When he had folded it into a number of layers, one over another, so that it was small in the palm of his hand, he began to flatten it between both his hands, and to eye Clennam attentively. "I wonder," he at length said, compressing his green packet with some force, "that if it's not worth your while to take care of yourself for your own sake, it's not worth doing for someone else's." "Truly," returned Arthur with a sigh and a smile, "I don't know for whose." "Mr. Clennam," said John warmly, "I am surprised that a gentleman who is capable of the straightforwardness that you are capable of, should be capable of the mean action of making me such an answer. Mr. Clennam, I am surprised that a gentleman who is capable of having a heart of his own, should be capable of the artlessness of treating mine in that way. I am astonished at it, sir. Really and truly I am astonished." Having got upon his feet to emphasize his concluding words, young John sat down again, and fell to rolling his green packet on his right leg, never taking his eyes off Clennam, but surveying him with a fixed look of indignant reproach. "I had got over it, sir," said John. "I had conquered it, knowing that it must be conquered, and had come to the resolution to think no more about it. I shouldn't have given my mind to it again, I hope, if to this prison you had not been brought, and in an hour unfortunate for me, this day." In his agitation young John adopted his mother's powerful construction of sentences. "When you first came upon me, sir, in the lodge this day, more as if a Upas tree had been made a capture of than a private defendant. Such mingled streams of feelings broke loose again within me, that everything was for the first few minutes swept away before them, and I was going round and round in a vortex. I got out of it. I struggled, and got out of it. If it was the last word I had to speak, against that vortex with my utmost powers I strove, and out of it I came. I argued that if I had been rude, apologies was due, and those apologies, without a question of the meaning, I did make. And now, when I have been so wishful to show that one thought is next to being a holy one with me, goes before all others now, after all, you dodge me when I ever so gently hint at it, and throw me back upon myself. For do not, sir, said young John, do not be so base as to deny that dodge you do, and thrown me back upon myself you have. All amazement, Arthur gazed at him like one lost, only saying, What is it? What do you mean, John? But John, being in that state of mind in which nothing would seem to be more impossible to a certain class of people than the giving of an answer, went ahead blindly. I hadn't, John declared. No, I hadn't, and I never had the audaciousness to think, I am sure, that all was anything but lost. I hadn't, no. Why should I say I hadn't if I ever had any hope that it was possible to be so blessed, not after the words that passed, not even if barriers insurmountable had not been raised. But is that a reason why I am to have no memory, why I am to have no thoughts, why I am to have no sacred spots, nor anything? What can you mean? Cried Arthur. It's all very well to trample on it, sir, John went on, scouring a very prairie of wild words. If a person can make up his mind to be guilty of the action, it's all very well to trample on it, but is there? It may be that it couldn't be trampled upon if it wasn't there, but that doesn't make it gentlemanly, that doesn't make it honourable, that doesn't justify throwing a person back upon himself after he has struggled and strived out of himself like a butterfly. The word may sneer at a turnkey, but he's a man, when he isn't a woman, which among female criminals he is expected to be. Ridiculous as the incoherence of his talk was, there was yet a truthfulness in young John's simple, sentimental character, and a sense of being wounded in some very tender respect, expressed in his burning face, and in the agitation of his voice and manner, which Arthur must have been cruel to disregard. He turned his thoughts back to the starting point of this unknown injury, and in the meantime young John, having rolled his green packet pretty round, cut it carefully into 3 pieces, and laid it on a plate as if it were some particular delicacy. "It seems to me just possible," said Arthur, when he had retraced the conversation to the watercresses and back again, "that you have made some reference to Miss Dorrit." "It is just possible, sir," returned John Chivery. "I don't understand it. I hope I may not be so unlucky as to make you think I mean to offend you again, for I never have meant to offend you yet, when I say I don't understand it." "Sir," said young John, "will you have the perfidy to deny that you know, and long have known, that I felt towards Miss Dorrit, call it not the presumption of love, but adoration and sacrifice?" "Indeed, John, I will not have any perfidy if I know it. Why you should suspect me of it, I am at a loss to think. Did you ever hear from Mrs. Chivery, your mother, that I went to see her once?" "No, sir," returned John shortly. "Never heard of such a thing." "But I did. Can you imagine why?" "No, sir," returned John shortly. "I can't imagine why." "I will tell you. I was solicitous to promote Miss Dorrit's happiness, and if I could have supposed that Miss Dorrit returned your affection—" Poor John Chivery turned crimson to the tips of his ears. "Miss Dorrit never did, sir. I wish to be honourable and true, so far as in my humble way I can, and I would scorn to pretend for a moment that she ever did, or that she ever led me to believe she did. No, nor even that it was ever to be expected in any cool reason that she would or could. She was far above me in all respects at all times, as likewise," added John, "similarly was her genteel family." His chivalrous feeling towards all that belonged to her made him so very respectable, in spite of his small stature, and his rather weak legs, and his very weak hair, and his poetical temperament, that a Goliath might have sat in his place demanding less consideration at Arthur's hands. "You speak, John," he said, with cordial admiration, "like a man." "Well, sir," returned John, brushing his hand across his eyes, "then I wish you'd do the same." He was quick with this unexpected retort, and it again made Arthur regard him with a wondering expression of face. "Leastwise," said John, stretching his hand across the tea-tray, "if too strong a remark withdrawn, but why not? Why not? When I say to you, Mr. Clennam, take care of yourself for someone else's sake, why not be open, though a turnkey? Why did I get you the room which I knew you'd like best? Why did I carry up your things? Not that I found 'em heavy. I don't mention 'em on that account. Far from it. Why have I cultivated you in the manner I have done since the morning? On the ground of your own merits? No, they're very great, I have no doubt at all. But not on the ground of them. Another's merits have had their weight, and have had far more weight with me. Then why not speak free?" "Unaffectedly, John," said Clennam. "You are so good a fellow, and I have so true a respect for your character, that if I have appeared to be less sensible than I really am of the fact that the kind services you have rendered me to-day are attributable to my having been trusted by Miss Dorrit as her friend, I confess it to be a fault, and I ask your forgiveness." "Oh, why not?" John repeated with returning scorn. "Why not speak free?" "I declare to you," returned Arthur, "that I do not understand you. Look at me. Consider the trouble I have been in. Is it likely that I would wilfully add to my other self-reproaches that of being ungrateful or treacherous to you? I do not understand you." John's incredulous face slowly softened into a face of doubt. He rose, backed into the garret window of the room, beckoned Arthur to come there, and stood looking at him thoughtfully. "Mr. Clennam, do you mean to say that you don't know?" "What, John?" "Lord!" said young John, appealing with a gasp to the spikes on the wall. "He says what?" Clennam looked at the spikes, and looked at John, and looked at the spikes, and looked at John. "He says what, and what is more," exclaimed young John, surveying him in a doleful maze, "he appears to mean it. Do you see this window, sir?" "Of course I see this window." "See this room?" "Why, of course I see this room." "That wall opposite, and that yard down below. They have all been witnesses of it, from day to day, from night to night, from week to week, from month to month. For how often have I seen Miss Dorrit here when she has not seen me?" "Witnesses of what?" said Clennam. "Of Miss Dorrit's love." "For whom?" "You," said John, and touched him with the back of his hand upon the breast, and backed to his chair, and sat down on it with a pale face, holding the arms, and shaking his head at him. If he had dealt Clennam a heavy blow, instead of laying that light touch upon him, its effect could not have been to shake him more. He stood amazed, his eyes looking at John, his lips parted, and seeming now and then to form the word "me," without uttering it. His hands dropped at his sides, his whole appearance that of a man who has been awakened from sleep, and stupefied by intelligence beyond his full comprehension. "Me?" he at length said aloud. "Ah!" groaned young John. "You!" He did what he could to master a smile, and returned, "Your fancy. You are completely mistaken." "I mistaken, sir?" said young John. "I completely mistaken on that subject? No, Mr. Clennam, don't tell me so. On any other, if you like, for I don't set up to be a penetrating character, and am well aware of my own deficiencies. But I mistaken on a point that has caused me more smart in my breast than a flight of savages' arrows could have done. I mistaken on a point that almost sent me into my grave, as I sometimes wished it would, if the grave could only have been made compatible with the tobacco business and father and mother's failings. I mistaken on a point that, even at the present moment, makes me take out my pocket handkerchief like a great girl, as people say, though I am sure I don't know why a great girl should be a term of reproach, for every rightly constituted male mind loves them great and small. Don't tell me so, don't tell me so." Still highly respectable at bottom, though absurd enough upon the surface, Young John took out his pocket-handkerchief with a genuine absence both of display and concealment, which is only to be seen in a man with a great deal of good in him, when he takes out his pocket-handkerchief for the purpose of wiping his eyes. Having dried them, and indulged in the harmless luxury of a sob and a sniff, he put it up again. The touch was still in its influence so like a blow that Arthur could not get many words together to close the subject with. He assured John Chivery, when he had returned his handkerchief to his pocket, that he did all honour to his disinterestedness, and to the fidelity of his remembrance of Miss Dorrit. As to the impression on his mind, of which he had just relieved it, here John interposed and said, "No impression, certainty." As to that, they might perhaps speak of it at another time, but would say no more now. Feeling low-spirited and weary, he would go back to his room, with John's leave, and come out no more that night. John assented, and he crept back in the shadow of the wall to his own lodging. The feeling of the blow was still strong upon him that, when the dirty old woman was gone whom he found sitting on the stairs outside his door, waiting to make his bed, and who gave him to understand while doing it that she had received her instructions from Mr. Chivery, not the old but the young un, he sat down in the faded arm-chair, pressing his head between his hands, as if he had been stunned. Little Dorrit loved him. More bewildering to him than his misery, far. Consider the improbability. He had been accustomed to call her his child, and his dear child, and to invite her confidence by dwelling upon the difference in their respective ages, and to speak of himself as one who was turning old. Yet she might not have thought him old. Something reminded him that he had not thought himself so, until the roses had floated away upon the river. He had her 2 letters among other papers in his box, and he took them out and read them. There seemed to be a sound in them like the sound of her sweet voice. It fell upon his ear with many tones of tenderness, that were not insusceptible of the new meaning. Now it was that the quiet desolation of her answer, "No, no, no," made to him that night in that very room, that night when he had been shown the dawn of her altered fortune, and when other words had passed between them, which he had been destined to remember in humiliation and a prisoner, rushed into his mind. Consider the improbability. But it had a preponderating tendency, when considered, to become fainter. There was another, and a curious inquiry of his own heart's, that concurrently became stronger. In the reluctance he had felt to believe that she loved any one, in his desire to set that question at rest, in a half-formed consciousness he had had that there would be a kind of nobleness in his helping her love for any one, was there no suppressed something on his own side that he had hushed as it arose? Had he ever whispered to himself that he must not think of such a thing as her loving him, that he must not take advantage of her gratitude, that he must keep his experience in remembrance as a warning and reproof, that he must regard such youthful hopes as having passed away, as his friend's dead daughter had passed away, that he must be steady in saying to himself that the time had gone by him, and he was too saddened and old. He had kissed her when he raised her from the ground on the day when she had been so consistently and expressively forgotten, quite as he might have kissed her if she had been conscious. No difference. The darkness found him occupied with these thoughts. The darkness also found Mr. and Mrs. Plornish knocking at his door. They brought with them a basket filled with choice selections from that stock in trade which met with such a quick sale and produced such a slow return. Mrs. Plornish was affected to tears. Mr. Plornish amiably growled, in his philosophical but not lucid manner, that there was ups, you see, and there was downs. It was in vain to ask why ups, why downs. There was, you know. He had heard it given for a truth that according as the world went round, which round it did revolve, undoubted, even the best of gentlemen must take his turn of standing with his head upside down, and all his air of flying the wrong way into what you might call space. Very well, then. What Mr. Plornish said was, very well, then, that gentleman's head would come upwards when his turn come. That gentleman's hair would be a pleasure to look upon, being all smooth again, and very well then." It has been already stated that Mrs. Plornish, not being philosophical, wept. It further happened that Mrs. Plornish, not being philosophical, was intelligible. It may have arisen out of her softened state of mind, out of her sex's wit, out of a woman's quick association of ideas, or out of a woman's no association of ideas, but it further happened somehow that Mrs. Plornish's intelligibility displayed itself upon the very subject of Arthur's meditations. "The way father has been talking about you, Mr. Clennam," said Mrs. Plornish, "you hardly would believe. It's made him quite poorly. As to his voice, this misfortune has took it away. You know what a sweet singer father is, but he couldn't get a note out for the children at tea, if you'll credit what I tell you." While speaking, Mrs. Plornish shook her head, and wiped her eyes, and looked retrospectively about the room. "As to Mr. Baptist," pursued Mrs. Plornish, "whatever he'll do when he comes to know of it, I can't conceive nor yet imagine. He'd have been here before now, you may be sure, but that is away on confidential business of your own. The persevering manner in which he follows up that business, and gives himself no rest from it, he really do," said Mrs. Plornish, winding up in the Italian manner, "as I say to him, muscia toniscia padrona." Though not conceited, Mrs. Plornish felt that she had turned this Tuscan sentence with peculiar elegance. Mr. Plornish could not conceal his exultation in her accomplishments as a linguist. "But what I say is, Mr. Clennam," the good woman went on, "there's always something to be thankful for, as I am sure you will yourself admit. Speaking in this room, it's not hard to think what the present something is. It's a thing to be thankful for, indeed, that Miss Dorrit is not here to know it." Arthur thought she looked at him with particular expression. "It's a thing," reiterated Mrs. Plornish, "to be thankful for, indeed, that Miss Dorrit is far away. It's to be hoped she is not likely to hear of it. If she had been here to see it, sir, it's not to be doubted that the sight of you," Mrs. Plornish repeated those words, "not to be doubted that the sight of you, in misfortune and trouble, would have been almost too much for her affectionate heart. There's nothing I can think of that would have touched Miss Dorrit so bad as that." Of a certainty Mrs. Plornish did look at him now, with a sort of quivering defiance in her friendly emotion. "Yes," said she, "and it shows what notice father takes, though at his time of life, that he says to me this afternoon, which Abbey Cottage knows I neither make it up nor anyways enlarge, 'Mary, it's much to be rejoiced in that Miss Dorrit is not on the spot to behold it.' Those were father's words. Father's own words was, 'Much to be rejoiced in, Mary, that Miss Dorrit is not on the spot to behold it.' I says to father then, I says to him, 'Father, you're right. That,'" Mrs. Plornish concluded, with the air of a very precise legal witness, "is what passed betwixt father and me, and I tell you nothing but what did pass betwixt me and father." Mr. Plornish, as being of a more laconic temperament, embraced this opportunity of interposing with the suggestion that she should now leave Mr. Clennam to himself. "For you see," said Mr. Plornish gravely, "I know what it is, old gal," repeating that valuable remark several times, as if it appeared to him to include some great moral secret. Finally, the worthy couple went away arm in arm. Little Dorrit, again for hours, always little Dorrit. Happily, if it ever had been so, it was over, and better over. Granted that she had loved him, and he had known it, and had suffered himself to love her, what a road to have led her away upon, the road that would have brought her back to this miserable place. He ought to be much comforted by the reflection that she was quit of it for ever, that she was, or would soon be, married. Vague rumours of her father's projects in that direction had reached Bleeding Heart Yard, with the news of her sister's marriage, and that the Marshalsea gate had shut for ever on all those perplexed possibilities of a time that was gone. Dear little Dorrit! Looking back upon his own poor story, she was its vanishing point. Everything in its perspective led to her innocent figure. He had travelled thousands of miles towards it, Previous unquiet hopes and doubts had worked themselves out before it. It was the centre of the interest of his life. It was the termination of everything that was good and pleasant in it. Beyond, there was nothing but mere waste and darkened sky. As ill at ease as on the first night of his lying down to sleep within those dreary walls, he wore the night out with such thoughts. What time young John lay wrapped in peaceful slumber, after composing and arranging the following monumental inscription on his pillow: "Stranger, respect the tomb of John Chivery, Jr., who died at an advanced age, not necessary to mention. He encountered his rival in a distressed state, and felt inclined to have a round with him, but, for the sake of the loved one, conquered those feelings of bitterness, and became magnanimous." End of chapter the 27th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 28th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 28th. An appearance in the Marshalsea. The opinion of the community outside the prison gates bore hard on Clennam as time went on, and he made no friends among the community within. Too depressed to associate with the herd in the yard, who got together to forget their cares, too retiring and too unhappy to join in the poor socialities of the tavern, he kept his own room, and was held in distrust. Some said he was proud. Some objected that he was sullen and reserved. Some were contemptuous of him, for that he was a poor-spirited dog who pined under his debts. The whole population were shy of him on these various counts of indictment, but especially the last, which involved a species of domestic treason. And he soon became so confirmed in his seclusion, that his only time for walking up and down was when the evening club were assembled at their songs and toasts and sentiments, and when the yard was nearly left to the women and children. Imprisonment began to tell upon him. He knew that he idled and moped. After what he had known of the influences of imprisonment within the 4 small walls of the very room he occupied, this consciousness made him afraid of himself. Shrinking from the observation of other men, and shrinking from his own, he began to change very sensibly. Anybody might see that the shadow of the wall was dark upon him. One day, when he might have been some 10 or 12 weeks in jail, and when he had been trying to read, and had not been able to release even the imaginary people of the book from the Marshalsea, a footstep stopped at his door, and a hand tapped at it. He arose and opened it, and an agreeable voice accosted him with, "How do you do, Mr. Clennam? I hope I am not unwelcome in calling to see you." It was the sprightly young barnacle, Ferdinand. He looked very good-natured and prepossessing, though overpoweringly gay and free, in contrast with the squalid prison. "You are surprised to see me, Mr. Clennam," he said, taking the seat which Clennam offered him. "I must confess to being much surprised." "Not disagreeably, I hope?" "By no means." "Thank you. Frankly," said the engaging young barnacle, "I have been excessively sorry to hear that you were under the necessity of a temporary retirement here, and I hope, of course, as between 2 private gentlemen, that our place has had nothing to do with it." "Your office?" "Our circumlocution place." "I cannot charge any part of my reverses upon that remarkable establishment." "Upon my life," said the vivacious young barnacle, "I am heartily glad to know it. It is quite a relief to me to hear you say it. I should have so exceedingly regretted our place having had anything to do with your difficulties." Clennam again assured him that he absolved it of the responsibility. "That's right," said Ferdinand. "I am very happy to hear it. I was rather afraid in my own mind that we might have helped to floor you, because there is no doubt that it is our misfortune to do that kind of thing now and then. We don't want to do it, but if men will be gravelled, why, we can't help it." "Without giving an unqualified assent to what you say," returned Arthur gloomily. "I am much obliged to you for your interest in me." "No, but really, our place is," said the easy young Barnacle, "the most inoffensive place possible. You'll say we are a humbug. I won't say we are not, but all that sort of thing is intended to be, and must be. Don't you see?" "I do not," said Clennam. "You don't regard it from the right point of view. It is the point of view that is the essential thing. Regard our place from the point of view that we only ask you to leave us alone, and we are as capital a department as you'll find anywhere." "Is your place there to be left alone?" asked Clennam. "You exactly hit it," returned Ferdinand. "It is there with the express intention that everything shall be left alone. That is what it means. That is what it's for. No doubt there is a certain form to be kept up, that it's for something else, but it's only a form. Why, good heaven, we are nothing but forms. Think what a lot of our forms you have gone through, and you have never got any nearer to an end." "Never," said Clennam. "Look at it from the right point of view, and there you have us, official and effectual. It's like a limited game of cricket. A field of outsiders are always going in to bowl at the public service, and we block the balls." Clennam asked what became of the bowlers. The airy young Barnacle replied that they grew tired, got dead beat, got lamed, got their backs broken, died off, gave it up, went in for other games. "And this occasions me to congratulate myself again," he pursued, "on the circumstance that our place has had nothing to do with your temporary retirement. It very easily might have had a hand in it, because it is undeniable that we are sometimes a most unlucky place in our effects upon people who will not leave us alone. Mr. Clennam, I am quite unreserved with you. As between yourself and myself, I know I may be. I was so when I first saw you making the mistake of not leaving us alone, because I perceived that you were inexperienced and sanguine, and had, I hope you'll not object to my saying, some simplicity." "Not at all." "Some simplicity. Therefore I felt what a pity it was, and I went out of my way to hint to you, which really was not official, but I never am official when I can help it, something to the effect that if I were you, I wouldn't bother myself. However, you did bother yourself, and you have since bothered yourself. Now, don't do it any more." "I am not likely to have the opportunity," said Clennam. "Oh, yes, you are. You'll leave here. Everybody leaves here. There are no ends of ways of leaving here. Now, don't come back to us. That entreaty is the second object of my call. Pray don't come back to us. Upon my honour," said Ferdinand in a very friendly and confiding way, "I shall be greatly vexed if you don't take warning by the past and keep away from us." "And the invention?" said Clennam. "My good fellow," returned Ferdinand, "if you'll excuse the freedom of that form of address, nobody wants to know of the invention, and nobody cares twopence halfpenny about it." "Nobody in the office, that is to say?" "Nor out of it. Everybody is ready to dislike and ridicule any invention. You have no idea how many people want to be left alone. You have no idea how the genius of the country, overlook the parliamentary nature of the phrase, and don't be bored by it, tends to being left alone. Believe me, Mr. Clennam," said the sprightly young Barnacle in his pleasantest manner, "our place is not a wicked giant to be charged at full tilt, but only a windmill showing you as it grinds immense quantities of chaff which way the country wind blows." "If I could believe that," said Clennam, "it would be a dismal prospect for all of us." "Oh, don't say so," returned Ferdinand. "It's all right. We must have humbug. We all like humbug. We couldn't get on without humbug. A little humbug and a groove, and everything goes on admirably, if you leave it alone." With this hopeful confession of his faith, as the head of the rising Barnacles who were born of woman, to be followed under a variety of watchwords, which they utterly repudiated and disbelieved, Ferdinand rose. Nothing could be more agreeable than his frank and courteous bearing, or adapted with a more gentlemanly instinct to the circumstances of his visit. "Is it fair to ask," he said, as Clennam gave him his hand with a real feeling of thankfulness for his candour and good humour, "whether it is true that our late lamented Merdle is the cause of this passing inconvenience?" "I am one of the many he has ruined, yes." "He must have been an exceedingly clever fellow," said Ferdinand Barnacle. Arthur, not being in the mood to extol the memory of the deceased, was silent. "Consummate rascal, of course," said Ferdinand, "but remarkably clever. One cannot help admiring the fellow. Must have been such a master of humbug. Knew people so well, got over them so completely, did so much with them." In his easy way, he was really moved to genuine admiration. "I hope," said Arthur, "that he and his dupes may be a warning to people not to have so much done with them again." "My dear Mr. Clennam," returned Ferdinand, laughing, "have you really such a verdant hope? The next man who has as large a capacity and as genuine a taste for swindling will succeed as well. Pardon me, but I think you really have no idea how the human bees will swarm to the beating of any old tin kettle. In that fact lies the complete manual of governing them. When they can be got to believe that the kettle is made of the precious metals, in that fact lies the whole power of men like our late lamented. No doubt there are here and there," said Ferdinand politely, "exceptional cases, where people have been taken in for what appeared to them to be much better reasons, and I need to go far to find such a case. But they don't invalidate the rule. Good day. I hope that when I have the pleasure of seeing you next, this passing cloud will have given place to sunshine. Don't come a step beyond the door. I know the way out perfectly. Good day." With those words, the best and brightest of the Barnacles went downstairs, hummed his way through the lodge, mounted his horse in the front courtyard, and rode off to keep an appointment with his noble kinsman, who wanted a little coaching before he could triumphantly answer certain infidel snobs who were going to question the nobs about their statesmanship. He must have passed Mr. Rugg on his way out, for a minute or two afterwards that ruddy-headed gentleman shone in at the door, like an elderly Phoebus. "How do you do to-day, sir?" said Mr. Rugg. "Is there any little thing I can do for you to-day, sir?" "No, thank you." Mr. Rugg's enjoyment of embarrassed affairs was like a housekeeper's enjoyment in pickling and preserving, or a washerwoman's enjoyment of a heavy wash, or a dustman's enjoyment of an overflowing dust-bin, or any other professional enjoyment of a mess in the way of business. "I still look round from time to time, sir," said Mr. Rugg cheerfully, "to see whether any lingering detainers are accumulating at the gate. They have fallen in pretty thick, sir, as thick as we could have expected." He remarked upon the circumstance as if it were a matter of congratulation, rubbing his hands briskly, and rolling his head a little. "As thick," repeated Mr. Rugg, "as we could reasonably have expected. Quite a shower bath of them. I don't often intrude upon you now, when I look round, because I know you are not inclined for company, and that if you wished to see me, you would leave word in the lodge. But I am here pretty well every day, sir. Would this be an unseasonable time, sir?" asked Mr. Rugg coaxingly, "for me to offer an observation?" "As seasonable a time as any other." Public opinion, sir," said Mr. Rugg, "has been busy with you." "I don't doubt it." "Might it not be advisable, sir," said Mr. Rugg, more coaxingly yet, "now to make at last and after all a trifling concession to public opinion? We all do it in one way or another. The fact is, we must do it." "I cannot set myself right with it, Mr. Rugg, and have no business to expect that I ever shall." "Don't say that, sir, don't say that. The cost of being moved to the bench is almost insignificant, and if the general feeling is strong that you ought to be there, why, really—" "I thought you had settled, Mr. Rugg," said Arthur, "that my determination to remain here was a matter of taste." "Well, sir, well, but is it good taste? Is it good taste? That's the question." Mr. Rugg was so soothingly persuasive as to be quite pathetic. "I was almost going to say, is it good feeling? This is an extensive affair of yours, and your remaining here, where a man can come for £1 or 2, is remarked upon as not in keeping. It is not in keeping. I can't tell you, sir, in how many quarters I heard it mentioned. I heard comments made upon it last night in a parlour frequented by what I should call, if I did not look in there now and then myself, the best legal company. I heard there comments on it that I was sorry to hear, They hurt me on your account. Again, only this morning at breakfast, my daughter, but a woman, you'll say, yet still with a feeling for these things, and even with some little personal experience, as the plaintiff in Rugg and Watkins, was expressing her great surprise. Her great surprise. Now, under these circumstances, and considering that none of us can quite set ourselves above public opinion, wouldn't a trifling concession to that opinion be— "Come, sir," said Rugg, "I will put it on the lowest ground of argument, and say, amiable." Arthur's thoughts had once more wandered away to little Dorrit, and the question remained unanswered. "As to myself, sir," said Mr. Rugg, hoping that his eloquence had reduced him to a state of indecision, "it is a principle of mine not to consider myself when a client's inclinations are in the scale, but, knowing your considerate character and general wish to oblige, I will repeat that I should prefer your being in the bench. Your case has made a noise. It is a creditable case to be professionally concerned in. I should feel on a better standing with my connection if you went to the bench. Don't let that influence you, sir. I merely state the fact." So errant had the prisoner's attention already grown in solitude and dejection, and so accustomed had it become to commune with only one silent figure within the ever-frowning walls, that Clennam had to shake off a kind of stupor before he could look at Mr. Rugg, recall the thread of his talk, and hurriedly say, "I am unchanged, and unchangeable, in my decision. Pray let it be, let it be." Mr. Rugg, without concealing that he was nettled and mortified, replied, "Oh, beyond a doubt, sir. I have travelled out of the record, sir, I am aware, in putting the point to you. But really, when I heard it remarked in several companies, and in very good company, that however worthy of a foreigner, it is not worthy of the spirit of an Englishman to remain in the Marshalsea when the glorious liberties of his island home admit of his removal to the bench, I thought I would depart from the narrow professional line marked out to me, and mention it. Personally," said Mr. Rugg, "I have no opinion on the topic." "That's well," returned Arthur. "Oh, none at all, sir," said Mr. Rugg. "If I had, I should have been unwilling some minutes ago to see a client of mine visited in this place by a gentleman of a high family riding a saddle horse. But it was not my business. If I had, I might have wished to be now empowered to mention to another gentleman, a gentleman of military exterior, at present waiting in the lodge, that my client had never intended to remain here, and was on the eve of removal to a superior abode. But my cause as a professional machine is clear. I have nothing to do with it. Is it your good pleasure to see the gentleman, sir?" "Who is waiting to see me, did you say?" "I did take that unprofessional liberty, sir. Hearing that I was your professional adviser, he declined to interpose before my very limited function was performed. Happily," said Mr. Rugg, with sarcasm, "I did not so far travel out of the record as to ask the gentleman for his name." "I suppose I have no resource but to see him," sighed Clennam wearily. "Then it is your good pleasure, sir," retorted Rugg. "Am I honoured by your instructions to mention as much to the gentleman as I pass out?" "I am." "Thank you, sir. I take my leave." His leave he took accordingly, in dudgeon. The gentleman of military exterior had so imperfectly awakened Clennam's curiosity, in the existing state of his mind, that a half-forgetfulness of such a visitor's having been referred to was already creeping over it as a part of the sombre veil which almost always dimmed it now, when a heavy footstep on the stairs aroused him. It appeared to ascend them, not very promptly or spontaneously, yet with a display of stride and clatter meant to be insulting. As it paused for a moment on the landing outside his door, he could not recall his association with the peculiarity of its sound, though he thought he had one. Only a moment was given him for consideration. His door was immediately swung open by a thump, and in the doorway stood the missing Blondois, the cause of many anxieties. "Salve, fellow jail-bird," said he. "You want me, it seems. Here I am." Before Arthur could speak to him in his indignant wonder, Cavaletto followed him into the room. Mr. Banks followed Cavaletto. Neither of the two had been there since its present occupant had had possession of it. Mr. Panks, breathing hard, sidled near the window, put his hat on the ground, stirred his hair up with both hands, and folded his arms like a man who had come to a pause in a hard day's work. Mr. Baptist, never taking his eyes from the dreaded Chammervold, softly sat down on the floor, with his back against the door, and one of his ankles in each hand, resuming the attitude, except that it was now expressive of unwinking watchfulness, in which he had sat before the same man, in the deeper shade of another prison, one hot morning at Marseilles. "I have it on the witnessing of these two madmen," said Monsieur Blandois, otherwise Lanier, otherwise Rigaud, "that you want me, brother Bird. Here I am." Glancing round contemptuously at the bedstead, which was turned up by day, he leaned his back against it as a resting-place, without removing his hat from his head, and stood defiantly lounging with his hands in his pockets. "You villain of ill omen," said Arthur, "you have purposely cast a dreadful suspicion upon my mother's house. Why have you done it? What prompted you to the devilish invention?" Monsieur Rigaud, after frowning at him for a moment, laughed. "Hear this noble gentleman! Listen all the world to this creature of virtue! But take care, take care! It is possible, my friend, that your ardor is a little compromising. Holy Blue, it is possible." "Signore," interposed Cavaletto, also addressing Arthur, "for to commence, hear me. I received your instructions to find him, Rigaud. Is it not?" "It is the truth." "I go consequentementally." It would have given Mrs. Plornish great concern if she could have been persuaded that his occasional lengthening of an adverb in this way was the chief fault of his English. "First among my countrymen, I ask them what news in Londra of foreigners arrived. Then I go among the French. Then I go among the Germans. They all tell me. The great part of us know well the other, and they all tell me. But no person can tell me nothing of him, Rigaud. 15 times, said Cavaletto, thrice throwing out his left hand with all its fingers spread, and doing it so rapidly that the sense of sight could hardly follow the action. "I ask of him in every place where go the foreigners, and 15 times, repeating the same swift performance. They know nothing, but—" At this significant Italian rest on the word "but," his back-handed shake of his right forefinger came into play, a very little and very cautiously. "But after a long time, when I have not been able to find that he is here in Londra, someone tells me of a soldier with white hair, not hair like this that he carries, white, who lives retired secretementally in a certain place, but," with another rest upon the word, "who sometimes in the after-dinner walks and smokes. It is necessary, as they say in Italy, and as they know poor people, to have patience. I have patience. I ask where is this certain place. One believes it is here, one believes it is there. Well, it is not here, it is not there. I wait patiently. At last I find it. Then I watch. Then I hide, until he walks and smokes. He is a soldier with great hair, but—" A very decided rest indeed, and a very vigorous play from side to side of the back-handed forefinger. "He is also this man that you see." It was noticeable that, in his old habit of submission to one who had been at the trouble of asserting superiority over him, he even then bestowed upon Rigaud a confused bend of his head, after thus pointing him out. Well, signore," he cried in conclusion, addressing Arthur again, "I waited for a good opportunity. I writed some words to Signor Panco." An air of novelty came over Mr. Panks with this designation. "To come and help. I showed him, Rigaud, at his window, to Signor Panco, who was often the spy in the day. I slept at night near the door of the house. At last we entered, only this today, and now you see him, as he would not come up in presence of the illustrious advocate." Such was Mr. Baptist's honourable mention of Mr. Rugg. "We waited down below there together, and Signor Panco guarded the street." At the close of this recital, Arthur turned his eyes upon the impudent and wicked face. As it met his, the nose came down over the moustache, and the moustache went up under the nose. When nose and moustache had settled into their places again, Monsieur Rigaud loudly snapped his fingers 6 times, bending forward to jerk the snaps at Arthur, as if they were palpable missiles which he jerked into his face. "Now, philosopher," said Rigaud, "what do you want with me?" "I want to know," returned Arthur, without disguising his abhorrence, "how you dare direct a suspicion of murder against my mother's house." "Dare!" cried Rigaud. "Ho, ho! Hear him! Dare! Is it dare? By heaven, my small boy, but you are a little imprudent." "I want that suspicion to be cleared away," said Arthur. "You shall be taken there, and be publicly seen. I want to know, moreover, what business you had there when I had a burning desire to fling you downstairs. Don't frown at me, man. I have seen enough of you to know that you're a bully and coward. I need no revival of my spirits from the effects of this wretched place to tell you so plain a fact, and one that you know so well." White to the lips, Rigaud stroked his moustache, muttering, "By heaven, my small boy, but you are a little compromising of my lady, your respectable mother," and seemed for a minute undecided how to act. His indecision was soon gone. He sat himself down with a threatening swagger and said, "Give me a bottle of wine. You can buy wine here. Send one of your madmen to get me a bottle of wine. I won't talk to you without wine. Come, yes or no." "Fetch him what he wants, Cavaletto," said Arthur scornfully, producing the money. "Contraband beast," added Rigaud. "Bring port wine. I'll drink nothing but Porto. The contraband beast, however, assuring all present with his significant finger that he peremptorily declined to leave his post at the door, Signor Panco offered his services. He soon returned with the bottle of wine, which, according to the custom of the place, originating in a scarcity of corkscrews among the collegians, in common with a scarcity of much else, was already opened for use. "Madman! A large glass!" said Rigaud. Signor Panco put a tumbler before him, not without a visible conflict of feeling on the question of throwing it at his head. "Ha, ha!" boasted Rigaud. "Once a gentleman, and always a gentleman. A gentleman from the beginning, and a gentleman to the end. What the devil! A gentleman must be waited on, I hope. It's a part of my character to be waited on." He half filled the tumbler as he said it, and drank off the contents when he had done saying it. "Ha!" smacking his lips. "Not a very old prisoner, that. I judge by your looks, brave sir, that imprisonment will subdue your blood much sooner than it softens this hot wine. You are mellowing, losing body and colour already. I salute you." He tossed off another half-glass, holding it up both before and afterwards, so as to display his small, white hand. "To business," he then continued. "To conversation. You have shown yourself more free of speech than body, sir." "I have used the freedom of telling you what you know yourself to be. You know yourself, as we all know you, to be far worse than that." "Add always a gentleman, and it's no matter. Except in that regard, we are all alike. For example, you couldn't for your life be a gentleman. I couldn't for my life be otherwise. How great the difference! Let us go on. Words, sir, never influence the course of the cards, or the course of the dice. Do you know that? You do? I also play a game, and words are without power over it." Now that he was confronted with Cavaletto, and knew that his story was known, whatever thin disguise he had worn, he dropped, and faced it out with a bare face, as the infamous wretch he was. "No, my son," he resumed with a snap of his fingers, "I play my game to the end in spite of words, and death of my body and death of my soul. I'll win it. You want to know why I played this little trick that you have interrupted? Know then that I had, and that I have, do you understand me, have a commodity to sell to my lady your respectable mother. I described my precious commodity, and fixed my price. Touching the bargain, your admirable mother was a little too calm, too stolid, too immovable and statue-like. In fine, your admirable mother vexed me. To make variety in my position, and to amuse myself, what, a gentleman must be amused at somebody's expense, I conceived the happy idea of disappearing. An idea, see you, that your characteristic mother and my Flintwinch would have been well enough pleased to execute. Ah, bah, don't look as from high to low at me. I repeat it, well enough pleased, excessively enchanted, and with all their hearts ravished. How strongly will you have it? He threw out the lees of his glass on the ground, so that they nearly spattered Cavaletto. This seemed to draw his attention to him anew. He set down his glass and said, "I'll not fill it. What? I am born to be served. Come then, you Cavaletto, and fill." The little man looked at Clennam, whose eyes were occupied with Rigaud, and seeing no prohibition, got up from the ground, and poured out from the bottle into the glass. The blending, as he did so, of his old submission with a sense of something humorous, the striving of that with a certain smouldering ferocity which might have flashed fire in an instant, as the born gentleman seemed to think, for he had a wary eye upon him, and the easy yielding of all to a good-natured, careless, predominant propensity to sit down on the ground again, formed a very remarkable combination of character. "This happy idea, brave sir," Rigaud resumed after drinking, "was a happy idea for several reasons. It amused me, it worried your dear mamma and my Flintwinch, it caused you agonies, my term for a lesson in politeness towards a gentleman, and it suggested to all the amiable persons interested that your entirely devoted is a man to fear. By heaven, he is a man to fear. Beyond this, it might have restored her wit to my lady your mother, might, under the pressing little suspicion your wisdom has recognized, have persuaded her at last to announce, covertly, in the journals, that the difficulties of a certain contract would be removed by the appearance of a certain important party to it. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. But that you have interrupted. Now, what is it you say? What is it you want?" Never had Clennam felt more acutely that he was a prisoner in bonds than when he saw this man before him, and could not accompany him to his mother's house. All the undiscernible difficulties and dangers he had ever feared were closing in, when he could not stir hand or foot. "Perhaps, my friend, philosopher, man of virtue, imbecile, what you will, perhaps," said Rigaud, pausing in his drink to look out of his glass with his horrible smile, "you would have done better to leave me alone." "No, at least," said Clennam, "you are known to be alive and unharmed. At least you cannot escape from these two witnesses, and they can produce you before any public authorities, or before hundreds of people." "But will not produce me before one," said Rigaud, snapping his fingers again with an air of triumphant menace. "To the devil with your witnesses, to the devil with your produced, to the devil with yourself. What? Do I know what I know for that? Have I my commodity on sale for that? Bah, poor debtor, you have interrupted my little project. Let it pass. How then? What remains? To you, nothing. To me, all. Produce me. Is that what you want? I will produce myself, only too quickly. Contrabandist! Give me pen, ink, and paper." Cavaletto got up again as before, and laid them before him in his former manner. Rigaud, after some villainous thinking and smiling, wrote and read aloud as follows: "To Mrs. Clennam, wait answer. Prison of the Marshalsea. At the apartment of your son. Dear Madam, I am in despair to be informed to-day by our prisoner here who has had the goodness to employ spies to seek me, living for politic reasons in retirement, that you have had fears for my safety. Reassure yourself, dear madam, I am well, I am strong and constant. With the greatest impatience I should fly to your house, but that I foresee it to be possible, under the circumstances that you will not yet have quite definitively arranged the little proposition I have had the honour to submit to you. I name 1 week from this day for a last final visit on my part, when you will unconditionally accept it or reject it, with its train of consequences. I suppress my ardour to embrace you and achieve this interesting business, in order that you may have leisure to adjust its details to our perfect mutual satisfaction. In the meanwhile, it is not too much to propose, our prisoner having deranged my housekeeping, that my expenses of lodging and nourishment at an hotel shall be paid by you. Receive, dear madam, the assurance of my highest and most distinguished consideration. Rigaud Blondois. 1,000 friendships to that dear Flintwinch. I kiss the hands of Madame F. When he had finished this epistle, Rigaud folded it, and tossed it with a flourish at Clennam's feet. "Holla, you! Apropos of producing, let somebody produce that at its address, and produce the answer here." "Cavaletto," said Arthur, "will you take this fellow's letter?" But Cavaletto's significant finger again expressing that his post was at the door to keep watch over Rigaud, now he had found him with so much trouble, and that the duty of his post was to sit on the floor, backed up by the door, looking at Rigaud and holding his own ankles, Signor Panco once more volunteered. His services being accepted, Cavaletto suffered the door to open barely wide enough to admit of his squeezing himself out, and immediately shut it on him. "Touch me with a finger, touch me with an epithet, question my superiority as I sit here drinking my wine at my pleasure," said Rigaud, "and I follow the letter and cancel my week's grace. You wanted me? You have got me. How do you like me?" "You know," returned Clennam with a bitter sense of his helplessness, "that when I sought you, I was not a prisoner." "To the devil with you and your prison," retorted Rigaud leisurely, as he took from his pocket a case containing the materials for making cigarettes, and employed his facile hands in folding a few for present use. "I care for neither of you. Contrabandist, a light!" Again Cavaletto got up, and gave him what he wanted. There had been something dreadful in the noiseless skill of his cold, white hands, with the fingers lightly twisting about, and twining one over another like serpents. Clennam could not prevent himself from shuddering inwardly, as if he had been looking on at a nest of those creatures. "Holla, pig!" cried Rigaud, with a noisy stimulating cry, as if Cavaletto were an Italian horse or mule. "What? The infernal old jail was a respectable one to this. There was dignity in the bars and stones of that place. It was a prison for men. But this, bah, a hospital for imbeciles." He smoked his cigarette out, with his ugly smile so fixed upon his face that he looked as though he was smoking with his drooping beak of a nose rather than with his mouth, like a fancy in a weird picture. When he had lighted a second cigarette at the still burning end of the first, he said to Clennam, "One must pass the time in the madman's absence. One must talk. One can't drink strong wine all day long, or I would have another bottle. She's handsome, sir, though not exactly to my taste, still, by the thunder and the lightning, handsome! I felicitate you on your admiration." "I neither know nor ask," said Clennam, "of whom you speak." "Della bella Govana, sir, as they say in Italy. Of the Gowan, the fair Gowan." "Of whose husband you were the follower, I think." "Sir? Follower? You're insolent. The friend." "Do you sell all your friends?" Rigaud took his cigarette from his mouth, and eyed him with a momentary revelation of surprise, but he put it between his lips again, as he answered with coolness, "I sell anything that commands a price. How do your lawyers live, your politicians, your intriguers, your men of the exchange? How do you live? How do you come here? "Have you sold no friend?" "Lady of mine, I rather think yes." Clennam turned away from him towards the window, and sat looking out at the wall. "Effectively, sir," said Rigaud. "Society sells itself, and sells me, and I sell society. I perceive you have acquaintance with another lady, also handsome, a strong spirit. Let us see, how do they call her?" "Wade." He received no answer, but could easily discern that he had hit the mark. "Yes," he went on, "that handsome lady and strong spirit addresses me in the street, and I am not insensible. I respond. That handsome lady and strong spirit does me the favour to remark in full confidence, I have my curiosity and I have my chagrins. You are not more than ordinarily honourable, perhaps? I announce myself, Madam, a gentleman from the birth and a gentleman to the death, but not more than ordinary honourable. I despise such a weak fantasy. Thereupon she is pleased to compliment. The difference between you and the rest is, she answers, that you say so, for she knows society. I accept her congratulations with gallantry and politeness. Politeness and little gallantries are inseparable from my character. She then makes a proposition which is in effect that she has seen as much together, that it appears to her that I am for the passing time the cat of the house, the friend of the family, that her curiosity and her chagrins awaken the fancy to be acquainted with their movements, to know the manner of their life, how the fair Goanna is beloved, how the fair Goanna is cherished, and so on. She is not rich, but offers such and such little recompenses for the little cares and derangements of such services, and I graciously, to do everything graciously is a part of my character, consent to accept them. Oh, yes, so goes the world. It is the mode. Though Clennam's back was turned while he spoke, and thenceforth to the end of the interview, he kept those glittering eyes of his that were too near together upon him, and evidently saw in the very carriage of the head, as he passed with his braggart recklessness from clause to clause of what he said, that he was saying nothing which Clennam did not already know. "Oof, the fair Goanna," he said, lighting a third cigarette with a sound as if his lightest breath could blow her away. "Charming, but imprudent, for it was not well of the fair Goanna to make mysteries of letters from old lovers in her bedchamber on the mountain, that her husband might not see them. No, no, that was not well. Oof! The Goanna was mistaken there. I earnestly hope," cried Arthur aloud, "that Banks may not be long gone, for this man's presence pollutes the room." "Ah, but he'll flourish here and everywhere," said Rigaud, with an exulting look and snap of his fingers. "He always has, he always will." Stretching his body out on the only 3 chairs in the room besides that on which Clennam sat, he sang, smiting himself on the breast, as the gallant personage of the song. "Who passes by this road so late, compagnon de la Majolaine, who passes by this road so late, always gay. Sing the refrain, pig. You could sing it once, in another jail. Sing it. Oh, by every saint who was stoned to death, I'll be affronted and compromising. And then some people who are not dead yet had better have been stoned along with them. Of all the king's knights 'tis the flower, compagnon de la Majolaine. Of all the king's knights 'tis the flower, always gay." Partly in his old habit of submission, partly because his not doing it might injure his benefactor, and partly because he would as soon do it as anything else, Cavaletto took up the refrain this time. Rigaud laughed, and fell to smoking with his eyes shut. Possibly another quarter of an hour elapsed before Mr. Banks's step was heard upon the stairs, but the interval seemed to Clennam insupportably long. His step was attended by another step, and when Cavaletto opened the door, he admitted Mr. Banks and Mr. Flintwinch. The latter was no sooner visible than Rigaud rushed at him and embraced him boisterously. "How do you find yourself, sir?" said Mr. Flintwinch, as soon as he could disengage himself, which he struggled to do with very little ceremony. "Thank you, no. I don't want any more. This was in reference to another menace of attention from his recovered friend. "Well, Arthur, you remember what I said to you about sleeping dogs and missing ones. It's come true, you see." He was as imperturbable as ever, to all appearance, and nodded his head in a moralizing way as he looked round the room. "And this is the Marshalsea prison for debt," said Mr. Flintwinch. "Ha! You have brought your pigs to a very indifferent market, Arthur." If Arthur had patience, Rigaud had not. He took his little Flintwinch with fierce playfulness by the two lapels of his coat, and cried, "To the devil with the market, to the devil with the pigs, and to the devil with the pig-driver. Now, give me the answer to my letter." "If you can make it convenient to let go a moment, sir," returned Mr. Flintwinch, "I'll first hand Mr. Arthur a little note that I have for him." He did so. It was in his mother's maid writing, on a slip of paper, and contained only these words: "I hope it is enough that you have ruined yourself. Rest contented without more ruin. Jeremiah Flintwinch is my messenger and representative. Your affectionate M.C." Clennam read this twice, in silence, and then tore it to pieces. Rigaud, in the meanwhile, stepped into a chair, and sat himself on the back, with his feet upon the seat. "Now, Beau Flintwinch," he said, when he had closely watched the note to its destruction, "the answer to my letter?" Mrs. Clennam did not write Mr. Blandois, her hands being cramped, and she thinking it as well to send it verbally by May. Mr. Flintwinch screwed this out of himself, unwillingly and rustily. "She sends her compliments, and says she doesn't on the whole wish to term you unreasonable, and that she agrees, but without prejudicing the appointment that stands for this day week." Monsieur Rigaud, after indulging in a fit of laughter, descended from his throne, saying, "Good, I go to seek an hotel." But there his eyes encountered Cavaletto, who was still at his post. "Come, pig," he added, "I have had you for a follower against my will. Now I'll have you against yours. I tell you, my little reptiles, I am born to be served. I demand the service of this contrabandist as my domestic until this day week." In answer to Cavaletto's look of inquiry, Clennam made him a sign to go. But he added aloud, "Unless you are afraid of him." Cavaletto replied with a very emphatic finger negative. "No, master, I am not afraid of him, when I no more keep it secretementally that he was once my comrade." Rigaud took no notice of either remark until he had lighted his last cigarette and was quite ready for walking. "Afraid of him," he said then, looking round upon them all. "Oof, my children, my babies, my little dolls, you are all afraid of him. You give him his bottle of wine here, you give him meat, drink, and lodging there. You dare not touch him with a finger or an epithet. No, it is his character to triumph. Oof! Of all the king's knights he is the flower, and he is always gay." With this adaptation of the refrain to himself, he stalked out of the room, closely followed by Cavaletto, whom perhaps he had pressed into his service, because he tolerably well knew it would not be easy to get rid of him. Mr. Flintwinch, after scraping his chin, and looking about with caustic disparagement of the pig market, nodded to Arthur, and followed. Mr. Panks, still penitent and depressed, followed too. After receiving with great attention a secret word or two of instructions from Arthur, and whispering back that he would see this affair out, and stand by it to the end, the prisoner, with the feeling that he was more despised, more scorned and repudiated, more helpless, altogether more miserable and fallen than before, was left alone again. End of chapter the 28th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 29th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd. Chapter the 29th. A Plea in the Marshalsea. Haggard anxiety and remorse are bad companions to be barred up with. Brooding all day, and resting very little indeed at night, will not arm a man against misery. Next morning Clennam felt that his health was sinking, and his spirits had already sunk, and that the weight under which he bent was bearing him down. Night after night he had risen from his bed of wretchedness at 12 or 1 o'clock, and had sat at his window, watching the sickly lamps in the yard, and looking upward for the first wan trace of day, hours before it was possible that the sky could show it to him. Now, when the night came, he could not even persuade himself to undress. For a burning restlessness set in, an agonized impatience of the prison, and a conviction that he was going to break his heart and die there, which caused him indescribable suffering. His dread and hatred of the place became so intense that he felt it a labour to draw his breath in it. The sensation of being stifled sometimes so overpowered him that he would stand at the window, holding his throat and gasping. At the same time, a longing for other air, and a yearning to be beyond the blind blank wall, made him feel as if he must go mad with the ardour of the desire. Many other prisoners had had experience of this condition before him, and its violence and continuity had worn themselves out in their cases, as they did in his. 2 nights and a day exhausted it. It came back by fits, but those grew fainter and returned at lengthening intervals. A desolate calm succeeded, and the middle of the week found him settled down in the despondency of low, slow fever. With Cavaletto and Panks away, he had no visitors to fear but Mr. and Mrs. Plornish. His anxiety in reference to that worthy pair was that they should not come near him, for in the morbid state of his nerves he sought to be left alone, and spared the being seen so subdued and weak. He wrote a note to Mrs. Plornish representing himself as occupied with his affairs, and bound by the necessity of devoting himself to them, to remain for a time even without the pleasant interruption of a sight of her kind face. As to young John, who looked in daily at a certain hour, when the turnkeys were relieved, to ask if he could do anything for him, he always made a pretence of being engaged in writing, and to answer cheerfully in the negative. The subject of their only long conversation had never been revived between them. Through all these changes of unhappiness, however, it had never lost its hold on Clennam's mind. The 6th day of the appointed week was a moist, hot, misty day. It seemed as though the prison's poverty and shabbiness and dirt were growing in the sultry atmosphere. With an aching head and a weary heart, Clennam had watched the miserable night out, listening to the fall of rain on the yard pavement, thinking of its softer fall upon the country earth. A blurred circle of yellow haze had risen up in the sky in lieu of sun, and he had watched the patch it put upon his wall, like a bit of the prison's raggedness. He had heard the gates open, and the badly shod feet that waited outside shuffle in, and the sweeping, and pumping, and moving about begin, which commenced the prison morning. So ill and faint that he was obliged to rest many times in the process of getting himself washed, he had at length crept to his chair by the open window. In it he sat dozing, while the old woman who arranged his room went through her morning's work. Light of head with want of sleep and want of food, his appetite and even his sense of taste having forsaken him, he had been 2 or 3 times conscious in the night of going astray. He had heard fragments of tunes and songs in the warm wind which he knew had no existence. Now that he began to doze in exhaustion, he heard them again, and voices seemed to address him, and he answered, and started. Dozing and dreaming, without the power of reckoning time, so that a minute might have been an hour, and an hour a minute, some abiding impression of a garden stole over him, a garden of flowers, with a damp warm wind gently stirring their scents. It required such a painful effort to lift his head for the purpose of inquiring into this, or inquiring into anything, that the impression appeared to have become quite an old and importunate one when he looked round. Beside the teacup on his table he saw, then, a blooming nosegay, a wonderful handful of the choicest and most lovely flowers. Nothing had ever appeared so beautiful in his sight. He took them up and inhaled their fragrance, and he lifted them to his hot head, and he put them down and opened his parched hands to them, as cold hands are opened to receive the cheering of a fire. It was not until he had delighted in them for some time that he wondered who had sent them, and opened his door to ask the woman who must have put them there, how they had come into her hands. But she was gone, and seemed to have been long gone, for the tea she had left for him on the table was cold. He tried to drink some, but could not bear the odour of it, so he crept back to his chair by the open window, and put the flowers on the little round table of old. When the first faintness consequent on having moved about had left him, he subsided into his former state. One of the night tunes was playing in the wind, when the door of his room seemed to open up to a light touch, and after a moment's pause, a quiet figure seemed to stand there, with a black mantle on it. It seemed to draw the mantle off and drop it on the ground, and then it seemed to be his little Dorrit in her old, worn dress. It seemed to tremble, and to clasp its hands, and to smile, and to burst into tears. He roused himself and cried out, and then he saw, in the loving, pitying, sorrowing, dear face, as in a mirror, how changed he was. And she came towards him, and with her hands laid on his breast to keep him in his chair, and with her knees upon the floor at his feet, and with her lips raised up to kiss him, and with her tears dropping on him as the rain from heaven had dropped upon the flowers. Little Dorrit, a living presence, called him by his name. "Oh, my best friend, dear Mr. Clennam, don't let me see you weep, unless you weep with pleasure to see me. I hope you do. Your own poor child come back." So faithful, tender, and unspoiled by fortune. In the sound of her voice, in the light of her eyes, in the touch of her hands, so angelically comforting and true. As he embraced her, she said to him, "They never told me you were ill," and drawing an arm softly round his neck, laid his head upon her bosom, and put a hand upon his head, and resting her cheek upon that hand, nursed him as lovingly, and God knows as innocently, as she had nursed her father in that room when she had been but a baby, needing all the care from others that she took of them. When he could speak, he said, "Is it possible that you have come to me, and in this dress?" "I hoped you would like me better in this dress than any other. I have always kept it by me to remind me, though I wanted no reminding. I am not alone, you see. I have brought an old friend with me." Looking round, he saw Maggie in her big cap, which had been long abandoned, with a basket on her arm, as in the bygone days, chuckling rapturously. "It was only yesterday evening that I came to London with my brother. I sent round to Mrs. Plornish almost as soon as we arrived, that I might hear of you and let you know I had come. Then I heard you were here. Did you happen to think of me in the night? I almost believe you must have thought of me a little. I thought of you so anxiously, and it appeared so long to morning." "I have thought of you." He hesitated what to call her. She perceived it in an instant. "You have not spoken to me by my right name yet. You know what my right name always is with you." "I have thought of you, little Dorrit, every day, every hour, every minute since I have been here." "Have you? Have you?" He saw the bright delight of her face, and the flush that kindled in it, with a feeling of shame. He, a broken, bankrupt, sick, dishonoured prisoner. "I was here before the gates were opened, but I was afraid to come straight to you. I should have done you more harm than good at first, for the prison was so familiar and yet so strange, and it brought back so many remembrances of my poor father and of you too, that at first it overpowered me. But we went to Mr. Chivery before we came to the gate, and he brought us in, and got John's room for us, my poor old room, you know, and we waited there a little. I brought the flowers to the door, but you didn't hear me." She looked something more womanly than when she had gone away, and the ripening touch of the Italian sun was visible upon her face. But otherwise she was quite unchanged. The same deep, timid earnestness that he had always seen in her, and never without emotion, he saw still. If it had a new meaning that smote him to the heart, the change was in his perception, not in her. She took off her old bonnet, hung it in the old place, and noiselessly began, with Maggie's help, to make his room as fresh and neat as it could be made, and to sprinkle it with a pleasant-smelling water. When that was done, the basket, which was filled with grapes and other fruit, was unpacked, and all its contents were quietly put away. When that was done, a moment's whisper dispatched Maggie to dispatch somebody else to fill the basket again, which soon came back replenished with new stores, from which a present provision of cooling drink and jelly, and a prospective supply of roast chicken and wine and water, were the first extracts. These various arrangements completed, she took out her old needle-case to make him a curtain for his window, and thus, with a quiet reigning in the room that seemed to diffuse itself through the else noisy prison, he found himself composed in his chair, with little Dorrit working at his side. To see the modest head again bent down over its task, and the nimble fingers busy at their old work, though she was not so absorbed in it but that her compassionate eyes were often raised to his face, and when they drooped again had tears in them, to be so consoled and comforted, and to believe that all the devotion of this great nature was turned to him, in his adversity, to pour out its inexhaustible wealth of goodness upon him, did not steady Clennam's trembling voice or hand, or strengthen him in his weakness. Yet it inspired him with an inward fortitude that rose with his love. And how dearly he loved her now, what words can tell? As they sat side by side in the shadow of the wall, the shadow fell like light upon him. She would not let him speak much, and he lay back in his chair looking at her. Now and again she would rise and give him the glass that he might drink, or would smooth the resting place of his head. Then she would gently resume her seat by him, and bend over her work again. The shadow moved with the sun, but she never moved from his side, except to wait upon him. The sun went down, and she was still there. She had done her work now, and her hand, faltering on the arm of his chair since its last tending of him, was hesitating there yet. He laid his hand upon it, and it clasped him with a trembling supplication. "Dear Mr. Clennam, I must say something to you before I go. I have put it off from hour to hour, but I must say it." "I too, dear little Dorrit, I have put off what I must say." She nervously moved her hand towards his lips, as if to stop him. Then it dropped, trembling, into its former place. "I am not going abroad again. My brother is, but I am not. He was always attached to me, and he is so grateful to me now, so much too grateful, for it is only because I happened to be with him in his illness, that he says I shall be free to stay where I like best, and to do what I like best. He only wishes me to be happy, he says." There was one bright star shining in the sky. She looked up at it while she spoke, as if it were the fervent purpose of her own heart shining above her. "You will understand, I dare say, without my telling you, that my brother has come home to find my dear father's will, and to take possession of his property. He says, if there is a will, he is sure I shall be left rich, and if there is none, that he will make me so." He would have spoken, but she put up her trembling hand again, and he stopped. "I have no use for money, I have no wish for it. It would be of no value at all to me but for your sake. I could not be rich, and you here. I must always be much worse than poor, with you distressed. Will you let me lend you all I have? Will you let me give it to you? Will you let me show you that I have never forgotten, that I never can forget, your protection of me when this was my home? Dear Mr. Clennam, make me of all the world the happiest by saying yes. Make me as happy as I can be in leaving you here, by saying nothing to-night, and letting me go away with the hope that you will think of it kindly, and that for my sake, not for yours, for mine, for nobody's but mine, you will give me the greatest joy I can experience on earth, the joy of knowing that I have been serviceable to you, and that I have paid some little of the great debt of my affection and gratitude. I can't say what I wish to say, I can't visit you here where I have lived so long. I can't think of you here where I have seen so much, and be as calm and comforting as I ought. My tears will make their way. I cannot keep them back. But pray, 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 do not turn from your little Dorrit now in your affliction. Pray, 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 I beg you and implore you with all my grieving heart. My friend, my dear, take all I have and make it a blessing to me." The star had shone on her face until now, when her face sank upon his hand and her own. It had grown darker when he raised her in his encircling arm, and softly answered her. "No, darling little Dorrit, no, my child, I must not hear of such a sacrifice. Liberty and hope would be so dear, bought at such a price, that I could never support their weight, never bear the reproach of possessing them. But with what ardent thankfulness and love I say this, I may call heaven to witness. And yet you will not let me be faithful to you in your affliction? Say, dearest little Dorrit, and I will try to be faithful to you. If, in the bygone days, when this was your home, and when this was your dress, I had understood myself, I speak only of myself, better, and had read the secrets of my own breast more distinctly, if, through my reserve and self-mistrust, I had discerned a light that I see brightly now when it has passed far away, and my weak footsteps can never overtake it, if I had then known, and told you that I loved and honoured you, not as the poor child I used to call you, but as a woman whose true hand would raise me high above myself, and make me a far happier and better man. If I had so used the opportunity there is no recalling, as I wish I had, oh, I wish I had, and if something had kept us apart then, when I was moderately thriving, and when you were poor, I might have met your noble offer of your fortune, dearest girl, with other words than these, and still have blushed to touch it. But as it is, I must never touch it, never." She besought him, more pathetically and earnestly, with her little supplicatory hand, than she could have done in any words. "I am disgraced enough, my little Dorrit. I must not descend so low as that, and carry you, so dear, so generous, so good, down with me. God bless you, God reward you. It is past." He took her in his arms, as if she had been his daughter. Always so much older, so much rougher, and so much less worthy, even what I was must be dismissed by both of us, and you must see me only as I am. I put this parting kiss upon your cheek, my child, who might have been more near to me, who never could have been more dear, a ruined man far removed from you, for ever separated from you, whose course is run while yours is but beginning. I have not the courage to ask to be forgiven by you in my humiliation, but I ask to be remembered only as I am." The bell began to ring, warning visitors to depart. He took her mantle from the wall, and tenderly wrapped it round her. "One other word, my little Dorrit, a hard one to me, but it is a necessary one. The time when you and this prison had anything in common has long gone by. Do you understand?" "Oh, you will never say to me," she cried, weeping bitterly, and holding up her clasped hands in entreaty, "that I am not to come back any more. You will surely not desert me so." "I would say it if I could, but I have not the courage quite to shut out this dear face and abandon all hope of its return. But do not come soon, do not come often. This is now a tainted place, and I well know the taint of it clings to me. You belong to much brighter and better scenes. You are not to look back here, my little Dorrit. You are to look away to very different and much happier paths. Again, God bless you in them. God reward you." Maggie, who had fallen into very low spirits, here cried, "Oh, get him into a hospital! Get him into a hospital, mother! He'll never look like himself again if he ain't got into a hospital. And then the little woman as was always a-spinning at her wheel, she can go to the cupboard with the princess and say, 'What do you keep the chicken there for?' And then they can take it out and give it to him, and they'll all be happy." The interruption was seasonable, for the bell had nearly rung itself out. again tenderly wrapping her mantle about her, and taking her on his arm, though, but for her visit, he was almost too weak to walk, Arthur led little Dorrit downstairs. She was the last visitor to pass out at the lodge, and the gate jarred heavily and hopelessly upon her. With the funeral clang that it sounded into Arthur's heart, his sense of weakness returned. It was a toilsome journey upstairs to his room, and he re-entered its dark solitary precincts in unutterable misery. When it was almost midnight, and the prison had long been quiet, a cautious creak came up the stairs, and a cautious tap of a key was given at his door. It was young John. He glided in his stockings, and held the door closed, while he spoke in a whisper. "It's against all rules, but I don't mind. I was determined to come through and come to you." "What is the matter?" "Nothing's the matter, sir. I was waiting in the courtyard for Miss Dorrit when she came out. I thought you'd like someone to see that she was safe." "Thank you, thank you. You took her home, John?" "I saw her to a hotel, the same that Mr. Dorrit was at. Miss Dorrit walked all the way, and talked to me so kind, it quite knocked me over. Why do you think she walked instead of riding?" "I don't know, John." "To talk about you. She said to me, 'John, you was always honourable, and if you will promise me that you will take care of him, and never let him want for help and comfort when I am not there, my mind will be at rest so far.' I promised her, and I'll stand by you," said John Chivery, "forever." Clennam, much affected, stretched out his hand to this honest spirit. "Before I take it," said John, looking at it, without coming from the door, "guess what message Miss Dorrit gave me?" Clennam shook his head. "Tell him," repeated John, in a distinct, though quavering voice, "that his little Dorrit sent him her undying love. Now it's delivered. Have I been honourable, sir?" "Very, very." "Will you tell Miss Dorrit I have been honourable, sir?" "I will indeed." "There is my answer," said John, "and I'll stand by you forever." After a hearty squeeze, he disappeared with the same cautious creak upon the stair, crept shoeless over the pavement of the yard, and locking the gates behind him, passed out into the front where he had left his shoes. If the same way had been paved with burning ploughshares, it is not at all improbable that John would have traversed it with the same devotion, for the same purpose. End of chapter the 29th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 30th, book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, chapter the 30th. Closing in. Part 1. The last day of the appointed week touched the bars of the Marshalsea gate. Black all night, since the gate had clashed upon Little Dorrit, its iron stripes were turned by the early glowing sun into stripes of gold. Far aslant across the city, over its jumbled roofs, and through the open tracery of its church towers, struck the long bright rays, bars of the prison of this lower world. Throughout the day the old house within the gateway remained untroubled by any visitors. But when the sun was low, 3 men turned in at the gateway, and made for the dilapidated house. Rigor was the first, and walked by himself smoking. Mr. Baptist was the second, and jogged close after him, looking at no other object. Mr. Panks was the third, and carried his hat under his arm for the liberation of his restive hair, the weather being extremely hot. They all came together at the doorsteps. "You pair of madmen," said Rigor, facing about, "don't go yet." "We don't mean to," said Mr. Panks. Giving him a dark glance in acknowledgment of his answer, Rigor knocked loudly. He had charged himself with drink for the playing out of his game, and was impatient to begin. He had hardly finished one long resounding knock, when he turned to the knocker again and began another. That was not yet finished when Jeremiah Flintwinch opened the door, and they all clanked into the stone hall. Rigaud, thrusting Mr. Flintwinch aside, proceeded straight upstairs. His 2 attendants followed him, Mr. Flintwinch followed them, and they all came trooping into Mrs. Clennam's quiet room. It was in its usual state, except that one of the windows was wide open, and Avery sat on its old-fashioned window-seat, mending a stocking. The usual articles were on the little table. The usual deadened fire was in the grate. The bed had its usual pall upon it, and the mistress of all sat on her black bier-like sofa, propped up by her black angular bolster that was like the headman's block. Yet there was a nameless air of preparation in the room, as if it were strung up for an occasion. From what the room derived it, every one of its small variety of objects being in the fixed spot it had occupied for years, no one could have sat without looking attentively at its mistress, and that too with a previous knowledge of her face. Although her unchanging black dress was in every plait precisely as of old, and her unchanging attitude was rigidly preserved, a very slight additional setting of her features and contraction of her gloomy forehead was so powerfully marked that it marked everything about her. "Who are these?" she said wonderingly, as the 2 attendants entered. "What do these people want here?"
"Who are these, dear madame, is it?" returned Rigaud. "Faith, they are friends of your son the prisoner. And what do they want here, is it?" "Death, madame, I don't know. You will do well to ask them."
"You know you told us at the door not to go yet," said Panks.
"And you know you told me at the door you didn't mean to go," retorted Rigaud.
"In a word, madame,
permit me to present 2 spies of the prisoners, madmen, but spies. If you wish them to remain here during our little conversation, say the word. It is nothing to me."
"Why should I wish them to remain here?" said Mrs. Clennam. "What have I to do with them?"
"Then, dearest madame," said Rigaud, throwing himself into an arm-chair so heavily that the old room trembled, "you will do well to dismiss them. It is your affair. They are not my spies, not my rascals."
"Hark! You, Panks," said Mrs. Clennam, bending her brows upon him angrily. "You Casby's clerk, attend to your employer's business and your own. Go, and take that other man with you."
"Thank you, ma'am," returned Mr. Panks. "I am glad to say I see no objection to our both retiring. We have done all we undertook to do for Mr. Clennam. His constant anxiety has been, and it grew worse upon him when he became a prisoner, that this agreeable gentleman should be brought back here to the place from which he slipped away. Here he is, brought back, and I will say," added Mr. Panks, "to his ill-looking face, that in my opinion the world would be no worse for his slipping out of it altogether."
"Your opinion is not asked," answered Mrs. Clennam. "Go."
"I am sorry not to leave you in better company, ma'am," said Panks, "and sorry too that Mr. Clennam can't be present. It's my fault, that is."
"You mean his own?" she returned.
"No, I mean mine, ma'am," said Panks, "for it was my misfortune to lead him into a ruinous investment."
Mr. Panks still clung to that word, and never said speculation.
"Though I can prove by figures," added Mr. Panks with an anxious countenance, "that it ought to have been a good investment. I have gone over it since it failed, every day of my life, and it comes out, regarded as a question of figures, triumphant. The present is not a time or place," Mr. Panks pursued, with a longing glance into his head where he kept his calculations, "for entering upon the figures, but the figures are not to be disputed. Mr. Clennam ought to have been at this moment in his carriage and pair, and I ought to have been worth from £3,000 to £5,000.
Mr. Panks put his hair erect with a general aspect of confidence that could hardly have been surpassed if he had had the amount in his pocket. These incontrovertible figures had been the occupation of every moment of his leisure since he had lost his money, and were destined to afford him consolation to the end of his days.
"However," said Mr. Panks, "enough of that. I'll throw, old boy, you have seen the figures, and you know how they come out."
Mr. Baptist, who had not the slightest arithmetical power of compensating himself in this way, nodded with a fine display of bright teeth. at whom Mr. Flintwinch had been looking, and to whom he then said, "Oh, it's you, is it? I thought I remembered your face, but I wasn't certain till I saw your teeth. Ah, yes, to be sure. It was this officious refugee," said Jeremiah to Mrs. Clennam, "who came knocking at the door on the night when Arthur and Chatterbox were here, and who asked me a whole catechism of questions about Mr. Blandois." "It is true," Mr. Baptist cheerfully admitted, "and behold him, padrone. I have found him consequentementally." "I shouldn't have objected," returned Mr. Flintwinch, "to your having broken your neck consequentementally." "And now," said Mr. Panks, whose eye had often stealthily wandered to the window-seat and the stocking that was being mended there, "I've only one other word to say before I go. If Mr. Clennam was here, but unfortunately, though he has so far got the better of this fine gentleman as to return him to this place against his will, he is ill and in prison, poor fellow, if you was here," said Mr. Panks, taking one step aside towards the window-seat, and laying his right hand upon the stocking. "You would say, 'Affery, tell your dreams.'" Mr. Panks held up his right forefinger between his nose and the stocking with a ghostly air of warning, turned, steamed out, and towed Mr. Baptist after him. The house door was heard to close upon them, their steps were heard passing over the dull pavement of the echoing courtyard, and still nobody had added a word. Mrs. Clennam and Jeremiah had exchanged a look, and had then looked, and looked still, at Affery, who sat mending the stocking with great assiduity. "Come," said Mr. Flintwinch at length, screwing himself a curve or two in the direction of the window-seat, and rubbing the palms of his hands on his coat-tail, as if he were preparing them to do something. "Whatever has to be said among us had better be begun to be said without more loss of time. So, Affery, my woman, take yourself away." In a moment Affery had thrown the stocking down, started up, caught hold of the window-sill with her right hand, lodged herself upon the window-seat with her right knee, and was flourishing her left hand, beating expected assailants off. "No, I won't, Jeremiah. No, I won't. No, I won't go. I'll stay here. I'll hear all I don't know, and say all I know. I will at last, if I die for it. I will. Mr. Flintwinch, stiffening with indignation and amazement, moistened the fingers of one hand at his lips, softly described a circle with them in the palm of the other hand, and continued with a menacing grin to screw himself in the direction of his wife, gasping some remarks as he advanced, of which, in his choking anger, only the words, "Such a doze," were audible. "Not a bit nearer, Jeremiah," cried Affery, never ceasing to beat the air. "Don't come a bit nearer to me, or I'll rouse the neighbourhood. I'll throw myself out of window. I'll scream fire and murder. I'll wake the dead. Stop where you are, or I'll make shrieks enough to wake the dead." The determined voice of Mrs. Clennam echoed, "Stop!" Jeremiah had stopped already. "It is closing in, Flintwinch. Let her alone. Affery, do you turn against me after these many years?" "I do, if it's turning against you to hear what I don't know, and say what I know. I have broke out now, and I can't go back. I'm determined to do it. I will do it. I will. If that's turning against you, yes, I turn against you, both of you two clever ones. I told Arthur when he first came home to stand up against you. I told him it was no reason because I was afeard of my life of you, that he should be. All manner of things have been a-going on since then, and I won't be run up by Jeremiah, nor yet I won't be dazed and scared, nor made a party to I don't know what, no more. I won't. I'll up for Arthur when he has nothing left, and is ill, and in prison, and I can't up for himself. I will. "How do you know, you heap of confusion," asked Mrs. Clennam sternly, "that in doing what you are doing now, you're even serving Arthur?" "I don't know nothing rightly about anything," said Affery, "and if ever you said a true word in your life, it's when you call me a heap of confusion, for you two clever ones have done your most to make me such. You married me whether I liked it or not, and you've led me pretty well ever since, such a life of dreaming and frightening as never was known, and what do you expect me to be but a heap of confusion? You wanted to make me such, and I am such,
but I won't submit no longer. No, I won't, I won't, I won't, I won't."
She was still beating the air against all comers. After gazing at her in silence, Mrs. Clennam turned to Rigaud.
"You see and hear this foolish creature. Do you object to such a piece of distraction remaining where she is?"
"I, madame," he replied. "Do I? That's a question for you."
"I do not," she said gloomily. "There is little left to choose now. Flintwinch, it is closing in."
Mr. Flintwinch replied by directing a look of red vengeance at his wife, and then, as if to pinion himself from falling upon her, screwed his crossed arms into the breast of his waistcoat, and with his chin very near one of his elbows, stood in a corner, watching Rigaud in the oddest attitude. Rigaud, for his part, arose from his chair, and seated himself on the table with his legs dangling. In this easy attitude he met Mrs. Clennam's set face, with his moustache going up and his nose coming down. "Madame, I am a gentleman."
"Of whom," she interrupted in her steady tones, "I have heard disparagement in connection with a French jail and an accusation of murder."
He kissed his hand to her with his exaggerated gallantry. "Perfectly, exactly. Of a lady, too. What absurdity! How incredible! I had the honour of making a great success then. I hope to have the honour of making a great success now. I kiss your hands, madame. I am a gentleman. I was going to observe, who, when he says, 'I will definitely finish this or that affair at the present sitting,' does definitely finish it. I announce to you that we are arrived at our last sitting on our little business. You do me the favour to follow and to comprehend?" She kept her eyes fixed upon him with a frown.
"Yes."
"Further, I am a gentleman to whom mere mercenary trade bargains are unknown, but to whom money is always acceptable as the means of pursuing his pleasures. You do me the favour to follow and to comprehend?"
"Scarcely necessary to ask, one would say, yes."
"Further, I am a gentleman of the softest and sweetest disposition, but who, if trifled with, becomes enraged. Noble natures under such circumstances become enraged. I possess a noble nature. When the line is awakened, that is to say, when I enrage, the satisfaction of my animosity is as acceptable to me as money. You always do me the favour to follow and to comprehend?"
"Yes," she answered, somewhat louder than before.
"Do not let me derange you. Pray be tranquil. I have said we are now arrived at our last sitting. Allow me to recall the 2 sittings we have held."
"It is not necessary."
"Death, madame," he burst out. "It's my fancy. Besides, it clears the way. The first sitting was limited. I had the honour of making your acquaintance, of presenting my letter. I am a knight of industry, at your service, madame, but my polished manners had won me so much of success as a master of languages among your compatriots, who are as stiff as their own starch is to one another, but are ready to relax to a foreign gentleman of polished manners, and of observing 1 or 2 little things." He glanced around the room and smiled. "About this honourable house, to know which was necessary to assure me, and to convince me that I had the distinguished pleasure of making the acquaintance of the lady I sought. I achieved this. I gave my word of honour to our dear Flintwinch that I would return. I gracefully departed." Her face neither acquiesced nor demurred. The same when he paused, and when he spoke, it as yet showed him always the one attentive frown, and the dark revelation before mentioned of her being nerved for the occasion. I say gracefully departed, because it was graceful to retire without alarming a lady. To be morally graceful, not less than physically, is a part of the character of Rigaud Blandois. It was also politic, as leaving you with something overhanging you, to expect me again with a little anxiety on a day not named. But your slave is politic. By heaven, madame, politic. Let us return. On the day not named, I have again the honour to render myself at your house. I intimate that I have something to sell, which, if not bought, will compromise madame, whom I highly esteem. I explain myself generally. I demand, I think it was 1,000 pounds. Will you correct me?" Thus forced to speak, she replied with constraint,
"You demanded as much as 1,000 pounds."
"I demand at present 2. Such are the evils of delay. But to return once more, we are not accordant. We differ on that occasion. I am playful. Playfulness is a part of my amiable character. Playfully I become as one slain and hidden, for it may alone be worth half the sum to Madame to be freed from the suspicions that my droll idea awakens. Accident and spies intermix themselves against my playfulness, and spoil the fruit, perhaps, who knows, only you and Flintwinch, when it is just ripe. Thus, Madame, I am here for the last time. Listen, definitely the last." As he struck his straggling boot heels against the flap of the table, meeting her frown with an insolent gaze, he began to change his tone for a fierce one. "Bah! Stop an instant. Let us advance by steps. Here is my hotel note to be paid according to contract. 5 minutes hence we may be at daggers' points. I'll not leave it till then, or you'll cheat me. Pay it. Count me the money."
"Take it from his hand and pay it, Flintwinch," said Mrs. Clennam. He spurted it into Mr. Flintwinch's face when the old man advanced to take it, and held forth his hand, repeating noisily,
"Paid! Count it out! Good money!"
Jeremiah picked the bill up, looked at the total with a bloodshot eye, took a small canvas bag from his pocket, and told the amount into his hand. Rigor chinked the money, weighed it in his hand, threw it up a little way and caught it, chinked it again.
"The sound of it to the bold Rigor Blundois is like the taste of fresh meat to the tiger. Say then, Madame, how much?"
He turned upon her suddenly with a menacing gesture of the weighted hand that clenched the money, as if he were going to strike her with it. "I tell you again, as I told you before, that we are not rich here, as you suppose us to be, and that your demand is excessive. I have not the present means of complying with such a demand, if I had ever so great an inclination."
"If!" cried Rigaud. "Hear this lady with her if. Will you say that you have not the inclination?"
"I will say what presents itself to me, and not what presents itself to you."
"Say it then. As to the inclination, quick, come to the inclination, and I know what to do."
She was no quicker, and no slower in her reply. "It would seem that you have obtained possession of a paper, or of papers, which I assuredly have the inclination to recover."
Rigaud, with a loud laugh, drummed his heels against the table, and chinked his money. "I think so. I believe you there."
"The paper might be worth, to me, a sum of money. I cannot say how much, or how little."
"What the devil?" he asked savagely. "Not after a week's grace to consider?"
"No, I will not out of my scanty means, for I tell you again, we are poor here and not rich. I will not offer any price for a power that I do not know the worst and the fullest extent of. This is the 3rd time of your hinting and threatening. You must speak explicitly, or you may go where you will, and do what you will. It is better to be torn to pieces at a spring than to be a mouse at the caprice of such a cat."
He looked at her so hard with those eyes too near together, that the sinister sight of each, crossing that of the other, seemed to make the bridge of this hooked nose crooked. After a long survey, he said, with a further setting off of his infernal smile, "You are a bold woman."
"I am a resolved woman."
"You always were." "What? She always was. Is it not so, my little Flintwinch?"
"Flintwinch, say nothing to him. It is for him to say, here and now, all he can, or to go hence and do all he can. You know this to be our determination. Leave him to his action on it."
She did not shrink under his evil leer, or avoid it. He turned it upon her again, but she remained steady at the point to which she had fixed herself. He got off the table, placed a chair near the sofa, sat down in it, and leaned an arm upon the sofa close to her own, which he touched with his hand. Her face was ever frowning, attentive, and settled. "It is your pleasure, then, madame, that I shall relate a morsel of family history in this little family society," said Rigaud, with a warning play of his lithe fingers on her arm. "I am something of a doctor. Let me touch your pulse." She suffered him to take her wrist in his hand. Holding it, he proceeded to say, "A history of a strange marriage, and a strange mother, and a revenge, and a suppression. Ay. This pulse is beating curiously. It appears to me that it doubles while I touch it. Are these the usual changes of your malady, madame?" There was a struggle in her maimed arm as she twisted it away, but there was none in her face. On his face there was his own smile. "I have lived an adventurous life. I am an adventurous character. I have known many adventurers, interesting spirits, amiable society. To one of them I owe my knowledge and my proofs. I repeat it, estimable lady, proofs of the ravishing little family history I go to commence. You will be charmed with it. But, bah, I forget. One should name a history. Shall I name it the history of a house? But, bah, again, there are so many houses. Shall I name it the history of this house?" Leaning over the sofa, poised on 2 legs of his chair and his left elbow, that hand often tapping her arm to beat his words home, his legs crossed, his right hand sometimes arranging his hair, sometimes smoothing his moustache, sometimes striking his nose, always threatening her whatever it did. Coarse, insolent, rapacious, cruel, and powerful, he pursued his narrative at his ease. "In fine, then, I name it the history of this house. I commence it. There live here, let us suppose, an uncle and nephew. The uncle, a rigid old gentleman of strong force of character; the nephew, habitually timid, repressed, and under constraint." Mistress Affery, fixedly attentive in the window-seat, biting the rolled-up end of her apron, and trembling from head to foot, here cried out, "Jeremiah, keep off from me! I've heard in my dreams of Arthur's father and his uncle. He's talking of them. It was before my time here, but I've heard in my dreams that Arthur's father was a poor, irresolute, frightened chap, who had had everything but his orphan life scared out of him when he was young, and that he had no voice in the choice of his wife even, but his uncle chose her. There she sits. I heard it in my dreams, and you said it to her own self." As Mr. Flintwinch shook his fist at her, and as Mrs. Clennam gazed upon her, Rigaud kissed his hand to her. "Perfectly right, dear Madame Flintwinch. You have a genius for dreaming." "I don't want none of your praises," returned Affery. "I don't want to have nothing at all to say to you. But Jeremiah said they was dreams, and I'll tell him as such." Here she put her apron in her mouth again, as if she were stopping somebody else's mouth, perhaps Jeremiah's, which was chattering with threats as if he were grimly cold. "Our beloved Madame Flintwinch," said Rigaud, developing all of a sudden a fine susceptibility and spirituality, "is ripe to a marvel. Yes, so runs the history. Monsieur the uncle commands the nephew to marry. Monsieur says to him in effect, 'My nephew, I introduce to you a lady of strong force of character like myself, a resolved lady, a stern lady, a lady who has a will that can break the weak to powder, a lady without pity, without love, implacable, revengeful, cold as the stone, but raging as the fire.' Ah, what fortitude! Ah, what superiority of intellectual strength! Truly a proud and noble character that I describe in the supposed words of Monsieur the uncle. Ha, ha, ha! Death of my soul, I love the sweet lady." Mrs. Clennam's face had changed. There was a remarkable darkness of colour on it, and the brow was more contracted. "Madame, madame," said Rigaud, tapping her on the arm, as if his cruel hand were sounding a musical instrument, "I perceive I interest you. I perceive I awaken your sympathy. Let us go on." The drooping nose and the ascending moustache had, however, to be hidden for a moment with the white hand before he could go on. He enjoyed the effect he made so much. The nephew, being, as the lucid Madame Flintwinch has remarked, a poor devil who has had everything but his orphan life frightened and famished out of him, the nephew bases his head and makes response, "My uncle, it is to you to command, do as you will." Monsieur the uncle does as he will. It is what he always does. The auspicious nuptials take place. The newly married come home to this charming mansion. The lady is received, let us suppose, by Flintwinch. "Hey, old intriguer!" Jeremiah, with his eyes upon his mistress, made no reply. Rigaud looked from one to the other, struck his ugly nose, and made a clucking with his tongue. Soon the lady makes a singular and exciting discovery. Thereupon, full of anger, full of jealousy, full of vengeance, she forms, see you, madame, a scheme of retribution, the weight of which she ingeniously forces her crushed husband to bear himself, as well as execute upon her enemy. What superior intelligence!
"Keep off, Jeremiah!"
cried the palpitating Affery, taking her apron from her mouth again.
"But it was one of my dreams that you told her, when you quarrelled with her one winter evening at dusk. There she sits, and you're looking at her, that she oughtn't to have let Arthur, when you come home, suspect his father only, that she had always had the strength and the power, and that she ought to have stood up more to Arthur for his father. It was in the same dream where you said to her that she was not something, but I don't know what, for she burst out tremendous and stopped you. You know the dream as well as I do, when you come downstairs into the kitchen with the candle in your hand, and hitched my apron off my head, when you told me I had been dreaming, when you wouldn't believe the noises."
After this explosion, Affery put her apron into her mouth again, always keeping her hand on the window-sill and her knee on the window-seat, ready to cry out or jump out if her lord and master approached. Rigaud had not lost a word of this. "Ha, ha!" he cried, lifting his eyebrows, folding his arms, and leaning back in his chair. "Assuredly, Madame Flintwinch is an oracle. How shall we interpret the oracle, you and I, and the old intriguer? He said that you were not, and you burst out and stopped him. What was it you were not? What is it you are not? Say then, madame." Under this ferocious banter, she sat breathing harder, and her mouth was disturbed. Her lips quivered and opened, in spite of her utmost efforts to keep them still. "Come then, madame, speak then. Our old intriguer said that you were not, and you stopped him. He was going to say that you were not what? I know already, but I want a little confidence from you. How, then, you are not what?" She tried again to repress herself, but broke out vehemently,
"Not Arthur's mother!"
"Good," said Rigaud. "You are amenable." With the set expression of her face all torn away by the explosion of her passion, and with a bursting, from every rent feature, of the smouldering fire so long pent up, she cried out, "I will tell it myself. I will not hear it from your lips, and with the taint of your wickedness upon it. Since it must be seen, I will have it seen by the light I stood in. Not another word. Hear me." "Unless you're a more obstinate and more persisting woman than even I know you to be," Mr. Flintwinch interposed. "You had better leave Mr. Rigaud, Mr. Blundois, Mr. Beelzebub, to tell it in his own way. What does it signify when he knows all about it?"
"He does not know all about it."
"He knows all he cares about it," Mr. Flintwinch testily urged. "He does not know me. What do you suppose he cares for you, you conceited woman?" said Mr. Flintwinch.
"I tell you, Flintwinch, I will speak. I tell you, when it has come to this, I will tell it with my own lips, and will express myself throughout it. What? Have I suffered nothing in this room, no deprivation, no imprisonment, that I should condescend at last to contemplate myself in such a glass as that? Can you see him? Can you hear him? If your wife were 100 times the ingrate that she is, and if I were 1,000 times more hopeless than I am of inducing her to be silent if this man is silenced, I would tell it myself, before I would bear the torment of the hearing it from him."
End of Part 1 of Chapter the 30th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 30th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 30th. Closing in. Part 2. Rigaud pushed his chair a little back, pushed his legs out straight before him, and sat with his arms folded over against her. "You do not know what it is," she went on, addressing him, "to be brought up strictly and straightly. I was so brought up. Mine was no light youth of sinful gaiety and pleasure. Mine were days of wholesome repression, punishment, and fear. The corruption of our hearts, the evil of our ways, the curse that is upon us, the terrors that surround us, these were the themes of my childhood. They formed my character, and filled me with an abhorrence of evil doers. When old Mr. Gilbert Clenham proposed his orphan nephew to my father for my husband, my father impressed upon me that his bringing up had been, like mine, one of severe restraint. He told me that besides the discipline his spirit had undergone, he had lived in a starved house, where rioting and gaiety were unknown, and where every day was a day of toil and trial like the last. He told me that he had been a man in years long before his uncle had acknowledged him as one, and that from his school days to that hour, his uncle's roof had been a sanctuary to him from the contagion of the irreligious and dissolute. When within a 12-month of our marriage, I found my husband, at that time when my father spoke of him, to have sinned against the Lord and outraged me by holding a guilty creature in my place, was I to doubt that it had been appointed to me to make the discovery, and that it was appointed to me to lay the hand of punishment upon that creature of perdition? Was I to dismiss in a moment, not my own wrongs, what was I, but all the rejection of sin, and all the war against it, in which I had been bred? She laid her wrathful hand upon the watch on the table. No, do not forget. The initials of those words are within here now, and were within here then. I was appointed to find the old letter that referred to them, and that told me what they meant, and whose work they were, and why they were worked, lying with this watch in his secret drawer. But for that appointment there would have been no discovery. Do not forget. It spoke to me like a voice from an angry cloud. Do not forget the deadly sin. Do not forget the appointed discovery. Do not forget the appointed suffering. I did not forget. Was it my own wrong I remembered? Mine. I was but a servant and a minister. What power could I have over them, but that they were bound in the bonds of their sin, and delivered to me? More than 40 years had passed over the grey head of this determined woman, since the time she recalled. More than 40 years of strife and struggle with the whisper, that, by whatever name she called her vindictive pride and rage, nothing through all eternity could change their nature. Yet, gone those more than 40 years, and come this Nemesis, now looking her in the face, she still abided by her old impiety, still reversed the order of creation, and breathed her own breath into a clay image of her Creator. Verily, verily, travellers have seen many monstrous idols in many countries, but no human eyes have ever seen more daring, gross, and shocking images of the divine nature than we creatures of the dust make in our own likenesses, of our own bad passions.
When I forced him to give her up to me, by her name and place of abode,
she went on in her torrent of indignation and defence,
when I accused her, and she fell hiding her face at my feet, was it my injury that I asserted? Were they my reproaches that I poured upon her? Those who were appointed of old to go to wicked kings and accuse them, were they not ministers and servants? And had not I, unworthy and far removed from them, sinned to denounce, when she pleaded to me her youth, and his wretched and hard life?
That was her phrase for the virtuous training he had belied.
And the desecrated ceremony of marriage there had secretly been between them, and the terrors of want and shame that had overwhelmed them both when I was first appointed to be the instrument of their punishment, and the love, for she said the word to me down at my feet, in which she had abandoned him and left him to me. Was it my enemy that became my footstool? Were they the words of my wrath that made her shrink and quiver? Not unto me the strength be ascribed, not unto me the ringing of the expiation.
Many years had come and gone since she had had the free use even of her fingers, but it was noticeable that she had already more than once struck her clenched hand vigorously upon the table, and that when she said these words she raised her whole arm in the air, as though it had been a common action with her.
And what was the repentance that was extorted from the hardness of her heart and the blackness of her depravity? I, vindictive and implacable? It may be so, to such as you, who know no righteousness and no appointment except Satan's. Laugh, but I will be known as I know myself, and as Flintwinch knows me, though it is only to you and this half-witted woman.
"Add to yourself, madame," said Rigaud. "I have my little suspicions that madame is rather solicitous to be justified to herself."
"It is false. It is not so. I have no need to be," she said with great energy and anger.
"Truly?" retorted Rigaud. "Ha!"
"I ask, what was the penitence in works that was demanded of her? You have a child. I have none. You love that child. Give him to me. He shall believe himself to be my son, and he shall be believed by every one to be my son. To save you from exposure, his father shall swear never to see or communicate with you more. Equally to save him from being stripped by his uncle, and to save your child from being a beggar, you shall swear never to see or communicate with either of them more. That done, and your present means derived from my husband renounced, I charge myself with your support. You may, with your place of retreat unknown, then leave, if you please, uncontradicted by me, the lie that when you passed out of all knowledge but mine, you merited a good name." That was all. She had to sacrifice her sinful and shameful affections no more. She was then free to bear her load of guilt in secret, and to break her heart in secret. And through such present misery, light enough for her, I think, to purchase her redemption from endless misery, if she could. If in this I punished her here, did I not open to her a way hereafter? If she knew herself to be surrounded by insatiable vengeance and unquenchable fires, were they mine? If I threatened her, then and afterwards, with the terrors that encompassed her, did I hold them in my right hand?
She turned the watch upon the table, and opened it, and with an unsoftening face looked at the worked letters within.
They did not forget. It is appointed against such offences that the offenders shall not be able to forget. If the presence of Arthur was a daily reproach to his father, and if the absence of Arthur was a daily agony to his mother, that was the just dispensation of Jehovah. As well might it be charged upon me that the stings of an unawakened conscience drove her mad, and that it was the will of the disposer of all things that she should live so many years. I devoted myself to reclaim the otherwise predestined and lost boy, to give him the reputation of an honest origin, to bring him up in fear and trembling, and in a life of practical contrition for the sins that were heavy on his head before his entrance into this condemned world. Was that a cruelty? Was I, too, not visited with consequences of the original offence, in which I had no complicity? Arthur's father and I lived no further apart, with half the globe between us, than when we were together in this house. He died, and sent this watch back to me, with its "Do not forget." I do not forget, though I do not read it as he did. I read in it that I was appointed to do these things. I have so read these 3 letters since I have had them lying on this table, and I did so read them with equal distinctness when they were thousands of miles away.
As she took the watch-case in her hand, with that new freedom in the use of her hand, of which she showed no consciousness whatever, bending her eyes upon it, as if she were defying it to move her, Rigaud cried with a loud and contemptuous snapping of his fingers, "Come, madame, time runs out. Come, lady of piety, it must be. You can tell nothing I don't know. Come to the money stolen, or I will. Death of my soul, I have had enough of your other jargon. Come straight to the stolen money."
"Wretch that you are," she answered, and now her hands clasped her head. "Through what fatal error of Flintwinch's, through what incompleteness on his part, who was the only other person helping in these things and trusted with them, through whose and what bringing together of the ashes of a burnt paper you have become possessed of that codicil, I know no more than how you acquired the rest of your power here."
"And yet," interrupted Rigaud, "it is my odd fortune to have by me, in a convenient place that I know of, that same short little addition to the will of Monsieur Gilbert Clenham, written by a lady and witnessed by the same lady and our old intriguer. Ah, bah! Old intriguer! Crooked little puppet! Madame, let us go on. Time presses. You or I to finish?"
"I," she answered with increased determination, if it were possible. "I, because I will not endure to be shown myself, and have myself shown to any one, with your horrible distortion upon me. You, with your practices of infamous foreign prisons and galleys, would make it the money that impelled me. It was not the money."
"Bah, bah, bah! I repudiate for the moment my politeness and say, lies, lies, lies. You know you suppressed the deed and kept the money."
"Not for the money's sake, wretch!" She made a struggle, as if she were starting up, even as if, in her vehemence, she had almost risen on her disabled feet. "If Gilbert Clenham, reduced to imbecility, at the point of death, and labouring under the delusion of some imaginary relenting towards a girl, of whom he had heard that his nephew had once had a fancy for her, which he had crushed out of him, and that she afterwards drooped away into melancholy and withdrawal from all who knew her, if in that state of weakness he dictated to me, whose life she had darkened with her sin, and who had been appointed to know her wickedness from her own hand and her own lips, a bequest meant as a recompense to her for supposed unmerited suffering, was there no difference between my spurning that injustice and coveting mere money, a thing which you and your comrades in the prisons may steal from any one?"
"Time presses, madame. Take care."
"If this house was blazing from the roof to the ground," she returned, "I would stay in it to justify myself against my righteous motives being classed with those of stabbers and thieves."
Rigaud snapped his fingers tauntingly in her face. 1,000 guineas to the little beauty you slowly hunted to death. 1,000 guineas to the youngest daughter her patron might have at 50, or if he had none, brother's youngest daughter, on her coming of age, as the remembrance of his disinterestedness may like best, of his protection of a friendless young orphan girl. 2,000 guineas. What? You will never come to the money?
"That patron," she was vehemently proceeding, when he checked her.
"Names. Call him Mr. Frederick Dorrit. No more evasions."
"That Frederick Dorrit was the beginning of it all. If he had not been a player of music, and had not kept, in those days of his youth and prosperity, an idle house where singers and players and such like children of evil turned their backs on the light and their faces to the darkness, she might have remained in her lowly station, and might not have been raised out of it to be cast down. But no, Satan entered into that Frederick Dorrit, and counselled him that he was a man of innocent and laudable tastes who did kind actions, and that here was a poor girl with a voice for singing music with. Then he is to have her taught. Then Arthur's father, who has all along been secretly pining in the ways of virtuous ruggedness for those accursed snares which are called the arts, becomes acquainted with her, and so, a graceless orphan, training to be a singing girl, carries it, by that Frederick Dorrit's agency, against me, and I am humbled and deceived. Not I, that is to say," she added quickly, as colour flushed into her face, "a greater than I. What am I?"
Jeremiah Flintwinch, who had been gradually screwing himself towards her, and who was now very near her elbow without her knowing it, made a specially wry face of objection when she said these words, and moreover twitched his gaiters, as if such pretensions were equivalent to little barbs in his legs.
"Lastly," she continued, "for I am at the end of these things, and I will say no more of them, and you shall say no more of them, and all that remains will be to determine whether the knowledge of them can be kept among us who are here present. Lastly, when I suppressed that paper, with the knowledge of Arthur's father—"
"But not with his consent, you know," said Mr. Flintwinch.
"Who said with his consent?"
She started to find Jeremiah so near her, and drew back her head, looking at him with some rising distrust. "You were often enough between us, when he would have had me produce it and I would not, to have contradicted me if I had said, with his consent. I say, when I suppressed that paper, I made no effort to destroy it, but kept it by me, here in this house, many years. The rest of the Gilbert property being left to Arthur's father, I could at any time, without unsettling more than the 2 sums, have made a pretence of finding it. But besides that I must have supported such pretence by direct falsehood, a great responsibility, I have seen no new reason in all the time I have been tried here to bring it to light. It was a rewarding of sin, the wrong result of a delusion. I did what I was appointed to do, and I have undergone, within these 4 walls, what I was appointed to undergo. When the paper was at last destroyed, as I thought, in my presence, she had long been dead, and her patron, Frederick Dorrit, had long been deservedly ruined and imbecile. He had no daughter. I had found the niece before then, and what I did for her was better for her far than the money, of which she would have had no good." She added, after a moment, as though she addressed the watch, "She herself was innocent, and I might not have forgotten to relinquish it to her at my death," and sat looking at it. "Shall I recall something to you, worthy madame?" said Rigaud. "The little paper was in this house on the night when our friend the prisoner, jail comrade of my soul, came home from foreign countries. Shall I recall yet something more to you? The little singing bird that never was fledged was long kept in a cage by a guardian of your appointing, well enough known to our old intriguer here. Shall we coax our old intriguer to tell us when he saw him last?"
"I'll tell you," cried Affery, unstopping her mouth. "I dreamed it. First of all my dreams, Jeremiah, if you come anigh me now, I'll scream to be heard at St. Paul's. The person as this man has spoken of was Jeremiah's own twin brother, and he was here in the dead of the night, on the night when Arthur come home, and Jeremiah with his own hands give him this paper, along with I don't know what more, and he took it away in an iron box. Help! Murder! Save me from Jeremiah!"
Mr. Flintwinch had made a run at her, but Rigaud had caught him in his arms midway. After a moment's wrestle with him, Flintwinch gave up, and put his hands in his pockets. "What?" cried Rigaud, rallying him as he poked and jerked him back with his elbows. "Assault a lady with such a genius for dreaming? Ha, ha, ha! Why, she'll be a fortune to you as an exhibition. All that she dreams comes true. Ha, ha, ha! You're so like him, little Flintwinch, so like him as I knew him, when I first spoke English for him to the host, in the cabaret of the 3 billiard tables, in the little street of the high roofs, by the wharf at Antwerp. Ah, but he was a brave boy to drink. Ah, but he was a brave boy to smoke. Ah, but he lived in a sweet bachelor apartment, furnished on the 5th floor, above the wood and charcoal merchants, and the dressmakers, and the chair-makers, and the maker of tubs, where I knew him too, and where with his cognac and tobacco he had 12 sleeps a day in one fit, until he had a fit too much and ascended to the skies. Ha, ha, ha! What does it matter how I took possession of the papers in his iron box? Perhaps he confided it to my hands for you. Perhaps it was locked and my curiosity was piqued. Perhaps I suppressed it. Ha, ha, ha! What does it matter? So that I have it safe. We are not particular here, eh, Flintwinch? We are not particular here. Is it not so, madame?" Retiring before him, with vicious counter-jerks of his own elbows, Mr. Flintwinch had got back into his corner, where he now stood with his hands in his pockets, taking breath, and returning Mrs. Clennam's stare. "Ha, ha, ha! But what's this?" cried Rigaud. "It appears as if you don't know one the other. Permit me, Madame Clennam, who suppresses, to present Monsieur Flintwinch, who intrigues." Mr. Flintwinch, unpocketing one of his hands to scrape his jaw, advanced a step or so in that attitude, still returning Mrs. Clennam's look, and thus addressed her. "Now, I know what you mean by opening your eyes so wide at me, but you needn't take the trouble, because I don't care for it.
I've been telling you for how many years that you're one of the most opinionated and obstinate of women. That's what you are. You call yourself humble and sinful, but you're the most bumptious of your sex. That's what you are. I have told you, over and over again when we have had a tiff, that you wanted to make everything go down before you, but I wouldn't be swallowed up alive. Why didn't you destroy the paper when you first laid hands upon it? I advised you to, but no, it's not your way to take advice. You must keep it forsooth. Perhaps you may carry it out at some other time, forsooth. As if I didn't know better than that. I think I see your pride carrying it out, with a chance of being suspected of having kept it by you. But that's the way you cheat yourself, just as you cheat yourself into making out that you didn't do all this business because you were a rigorous woman, all slight and spite and power and unforgiveness, but because you were a servant and a minister, and were appointed to do it. Who are you, that you should be appointed to do it? That may be your religion, but it's my gammon. And to tell you all the truth while I am about it, said Mr. Flintwinch, crossing his arms, and becoming the express image of irascible doggedness, I have been rasped these 40 years, by your taking such high ground even with me, who knows better, the effects of it being coolly to put me on low ground. I admire you very much. You are a woman of strong head and great talent, but the strongest head and the greatest talent can't rasp a man for 40 years without making him sore. So I don't care for your present eyes. Now I am coming to the paper, and mark what I say. You put it away somewhere, and you kept your own counsel where. You're an active woman at that time, and if you want to get that paper, you can get it. But mark, there comes a time when you are struck into what you are now, and then if you want to get that paper, you can't get it. So it lies long years in its hiding place. At last, when we were expecting Arthur home every day, and when any day may bring him home, and it's impossible to say what rummaging he may make about the house, I recommend you 5,000 times, if you can't get at it, to let me get at it, that it may be put in the fire. But no one but you knows where it is, and that's power. And call yourself whatever humble names you will, I call you a female Lucifer in appetite for power. On a Sunday night Arthur comes home. He has not been in this room 10 minutes when he speaks of his father's watch. You know very well that the do not forget at the time when his father sent that watch to you could only mean the rest of the story being then all dead and over. Do not forget the suppression. Make restitution. Arthur's ways have frightened you a bit, and the paper shall be burnt after all. So, before that jumping jade and Jezebel, Mr. Flintwinch grinned at his wife, has got you into bed, you at last tell me where you have put the paper, among the old ledgers in the cellars, where Arthur himself went prowling the very next morning. But it's not to be burnt on a Sunday night. No, you are strict, you are. We must wait over 12 o'clock and get into Monday. Now, all this is a swallowing of me up alive that rasps me. So, feeling a little out of temper, and not being as strict as yourself, I take a look at the document before 12 o'clock to refresh my memory as to its appearance, fold up one of the many yellow old papers in the cellars like it, and afterwards, when we have got into Monday morning, and I have, by the light of your lamp, to walk from you lying on that bed to this grate, make a little exchange like the conjurer, and burn accordingly. My brother Ephraim, the lunatic keeper, I wish he had had himself to keep in a strait waistcoat, had had many jobs since the close of the long job he got from you, but had not done well. His wife died, not that that was much. Mine might have died instead and welcome. He speculated unsuccessfully in lunatics. He got into difficulty about over-roasting a patient to bring him to reason, and he got into debt. He was going out of the way on what he had been able to scrape up, and a trifle from me. He was here that early Monday morning waiting for the tide. In short, he was going to Antwerp, where, I am afraid you'll be shocked at my saying, and be damned to him, he made the acquaintance of this gentleman. He had come a long way, and I thought then was only sleepy, but I suppose now was drunk. When Arthur's mother had been under the care of him and his wife,
She had been always writing, incessantly writing, mostly letters of confession to you, and prayers for forgiveness. My brother had handed, from time to time, lots of these sheets to me. I thought I might as well keep them to myself as have them swallowed up alive too. So I kept them in a box, looking over them when I felt in the humour. Convinced that it was advisable to get the paper out of the place, with Arthur coming about it, I put it in this same box, and I locked the whole up with 2 locks, and I trusted it to my brother to take away and keep, till I should write about it. I did write about it, and never got an answer. I didn't know what to make of it, till this gentleman favoured us with his first visit. Of course, I began to suspect how it was then, and I don't want his word for it now to understand how he gets his knowledge from my papers, and your paper, and my brother's cognac, and tobacco talk. I wish he'd had to gag himself. Now, I have only one thing more to say, you hammer-headed woman, and that is, that I haven't altogether made up my mind whether I might, or might not, have ever given you any trouble about the codicil. I think not, and that I should have been quite satisfied with knowing I had got the better of you, and that I held the power over you. In the present state of circumstances, I have no more explanation to give you till this time tomorrow night. So you may as well, said Mr. Flintwinch, terminating his oration with a screw, keep your eyes open at somebody else, for it's no use keeping 'em open at me. She slowly withdrew them when he had ceased, and dropped her forehead on her hand. Her other hand pressed hard upon the table, and again the curious stir was observable in her, as if she were going to rise. "This box can never bring elsewhere the price it will bring here. This knowledge can never be of the same profit to you, sold to any other person, as sold to me. But I have not the present means of raising the sum you have demanded. I have not prospered. What will you take now, and what at another time, and how am I to be assured of your silence?" "My angel," said Rigaud, "I have said what I will take, and time presses. Before coming here, I placed copies of the most important of these papers in another hand. Put off the time till the Marshalsea gate shall be shut for the night, and it will be too late to treat. The prisoner will have read them." She put her 2 hands to her head again, uttered a loud exclamation, and started to her feet. She staggered for a moment, as if she would have fallen, then stood firm. "Say what you mean! Say what you mean, man!" Before her ghostly figure, so long unused to its erect attitude, and so stiffened in it, Rigaud fell back and dropped his voice. It was to all the 3 almost as if a dead woman had risen. "Miss Dorrit," answered Rigaud, "the little niece of Monsieur Frederick, whom I have known across the water, is attached to the prisoner. Miss Dorrit, little niece of Monsieur Frederick, watches at this moment over the prisoner, who is ill. For her, I with my own hands left a packet at the prison on my way here, with a letter of instruction. For his sake. She will do anything for his sake, to keep it without breaking the seal, in case of its being reclaimed before the hour of shutting up to-night. If it should not be reclaimed before the ringing of the prison bell, to give it to him, and it encloses a second copy for herself, which he must give to her. What? I don't trust myself among you, now we have got so far, without giving my secret a second life. And as to its not bringing me elsewhere the price it will bring here, say then, madame, have you limited and settled the price the little niece will give for his sake, to hush it up? Once more I say, time presses. The packet not reclaimed before the ringing of the bell to-night you cannot buy. I sell then to the little girl." Once more the stir and struggle in her, and she ran to a closet, tore the door open, took down a hood or shawl, and wrapped it over her head. Affery, who had watched her in terror, darted to her in the middle of the room, caught hold of her dress, and went on her knees to her. "Don't! What are you doing? Where are you going? You're a fearful woman, but I don't bear you no ill will. I can do poor Arthur no good now that I see. And you needn't be afraid of me. I'll keep your secret. Don't go out. You'll fall dead in the street.
Only promise me that if it's the poor thing that's kept here secretly, you'll let me take charge of her and be her nurse. Only promise me that, and never be afraid of me."
Mrs. Clennam stood still for an instant, at the height of her rapid haste, saying in stern amazement,
"Kept here? She has been dead a score of years or more. Ask Flintwinch, ask him. They can both tell you that she died when Arthur went abroad." "So much the worse," said Affery with a shiver. "For she haunts the house then. Who else rustles about it, making signals by dropping dust so softly? Who else comes and goes, and marks the walls with long crooked touches when we are all abed? Who else holds the door sometimes? But don't go out, mistress, you'll die in the street."
Her mistress only disengaged her dress from the beseeching hands, said to Rigaud, "Wait here till I come back," and ran out of the room. They saw her, from the window, run wildly through the courtyard and out at the gateway. For a few moments they stood motionless. Affery was the first to move, and she, wringing her hands, pursued her mistress. Next, Jeremiah Flintwinch, slowly backing to the door, with one hand in a pocket, and the other rubbing his chin, twisted himself out in his reticent way, speechlessly. Rigaud, left alone, composed himself upon the window-seat of the open window, in the old Marseille jail attitude. He laid his cigarettes and fire-box ready to his hand, and fell to smoking. "Wolf, almost as dull as the infernal old jail, warmer but almost as dismal. Wait till she comes back. Yes, certainly. But where is she gone, and how long will she be gone? No matter, Rigaud Lanier Blandois, my amiable subject, you will get your money, you will enrich yourself, you have lived a gentleman, you will die a gentleman. You triumph, my little boy, but it is your character to triumph. Oof!" In the hour of his triumph, his moustache went up and his nose came down, as he ogled a great beam over his head with particular satisfaction. End of Part 2 of Chapter the 30th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 31st, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 31st. Closed. The sun had set, and the streets were dim in the dusty twilight, when the figure so long unused to them hurried on its way. In the immediate neighbourhood of the old house it attracted little attention, for there were only a few straggling people to notice it. But ascending from the river by the crooked ways that led to London Bridge, and passing into the great main road, it became surrounded by astonishment. Resolute and wild of look, rapid of foot, and yet weak and uncertain, conspicuously dressed in its black garments, and with its hurried head covering, gaunt and of an unearthly paleness, it pressed forward, taking no more heed of the throng than a sleep-walker. More remarkable by being so removed from the crowd it was among, than if it had been lifted on a pedestal to be seen, the figure attracted all eyes. Saunterers pricked up their attention to observe it. Busy people crossing it slackened their pace and turned their heads. Companions pausing and standing aside whispered one another to look at this spectral woman who was coming by. And the sweep of the figure as it passed seemed to create a vortex, drawing the most idle and most curious after it. Made giddy by the turbulent eruption of this multitude of staring faces into her cell of years, by the confusing sensation of being in the air, and the yet more confusing sensation of being afoot, by the unexpected changes in half-remembered objects, and the want of likeness between the controllable pictures her imagination had often drawn of the life from which she was secluded, and the overwhelming rush of the reality, she held her way as if she were environed by distracting thoughts, rather than by external humanity and observation. but having crossed the bridge and gone some distance straight onward, she remembered that she must ask for a direction, and it was only then, when she stopped and turned to look about her for a promising place of inquiry, that she found herself surrounded by an eager glare of faces. "Why are you encircling me?" she asked, trembling. None of those who were nearest answered, but from the outer ring there arose a shrill cry of, "'Cause you're mad! I am sure as sane as anyone here. I want to find the Marshalsea prison." The shrill outer circle again retorted, "Then that'd show you was mad if nothing else did, 'cause it's right opposite." A short, mild, quiet-looking young man made his way through to her, as a whooping ensued on this reply, and said, "Was it the Marshalsea you wanted? I am going on duty there. Come across with me." She laid her hand upon his arm, and he took her over the way. The crowd, rather injured by the near prospect of losing her, pressing before and behind and on either side, and recommending an adjournment to Bedlam. After a momentary whirl in the outer courtyard, the prison door opened and shut upon them. In the lodge, which seemed by contrast with the outer noise a place of refuge and peace, a yellow lamp was already striving with the prison shadows. "Why, John," said the turnkey who admitted them, "what is it?" "Nothing, father, only this lady not knowing her way, and being badgered by the boys. Who did you want, ma'am?" "Miss Dorrit, is she here?" The young man became more interested. "Yes, she is here. What might your name be?" "Mrs. Clennam." "Mr. Clennam's mother?" asked the young man. She pressed her lips together, and hesitated. "Yes, she had better be told it is his mother." "You say," said the young man, "the Marshal's family living in the country at present. The Marshal has given Miss Dorrit one of the rooms in his house to use when she likes. Don't you think you had better come up there and let me bring Miss Dorrit?" She signified her assent, and he unlocked the door and conducted her up a side staircase into a dwelling house above. He showed her into a darkening room and left her. The room looked down into the darkening prison yard, with its inmates strolling here and there, leaning out of windows, communing as much apart as they could with friends who were going away, and generally wearing out their imprisonment as they best might that summer evening. The air was heavy and hot, the closeness of the place oppressive, and from without there arose a rush of free sounds, like the jarring memory of such things in a headache and heartache. She stood at the window, bewildered, looking down into this prison, as it were out of her own different prison, when a soft word or two of surprise made her start, and little Dorrit stood before her. "Is it possible, Mrs. Clennam, that you are so happily recovered as—" Little Dorrit stopped, for there was neither happiness nor health in the face that turned to her. "This is not recovery, it is not strength, I don't know what it is." With an agitated wave of her hand, she put all that aside. "You have a packet left with you, which you were to give to Arthur, if it was not reclaimed before this place closed to-night?" "Yes, I reclaim it." Little Dorrit took it from her bosom, and gave it into her hand, which remained stretched out after receiving it. "Have you any idea of its contents?" Frightened by her being there with that new power of movement in her, which, as she said herself, was not strength, and which was unreal to look upon, as though a picture or statue had been animated, little Dorrit answered, "No." "Read them." Little Dorrit took the packet from the still outstretched hand, and broke the seal. Mrs. Clennam then gave her the inner packet that was addressed to herself, and held the other. The shadow of the wall and of the prison buildings, which made the room sombre at noon, made it too dark to read there, with the dusk deepening apace, save in the window. In the window, where a little of the bright summer evening sky could shine upon her, little Dorrit stood and read. After a broken exclamation or so of wonder and of terror, she read in silence. When she had finished, she looked round, and her old mistress bowed herself before her. "You know now what I have done." "I think so. I am afraid so, though my mind is so hurried,
and so sorry, and has so much to pity that it has not been able to follow all I have read," said little Dorrit tremulously. "I will restore to you what I have withheld from you. Forgive me. Can you forgive me?" "I can, and heaven knows I do. Do not kiss my dress and kneel to me. You are too old to kneel to me. I forgive you freely without that. I have more yet to ask." "Not in that posture," said little Dorrit. "It is unnatural to see your grey hair lower than mine. Pray rise. Let me help you." With that she raised her up, and stood rather shrinking from her, but looking at her earnestly. "The great petition that I make to you, there is another which grows out of it. The great supplication that I address to your merciful and gentle heart is, that you will not disclose this to Arthur until I am dead. If you think, when you have had time for consideration, that I can do him any good to know it while I am yet alive, then tell him. But you will not think that. And in such case, will you promise me to spare me until I am dead?" "I am so sorry, and what I have read has so confused my thoughts," returned little Dorrit, "that I can scarcely give you a steady answer. If I should be quite sure that to be acquainted with it will do Mr. Clennam no good. I know you are attached to him, and will make him the first consideration. It is right that he should be the first consideration. I ask that. But having regarded him, and still finding that you may spare me for the little time I shall remain on earth, will you do it?" "I will. God bless you." She stood in the shadow, so that she was only a veiled form to little Dorrit in the light. But the sound of her voice, in saying those 3 grateful words, was at once fervent and broken by emotion as unfamiliar to her frozen eyes as action to her frozen limbs. "You will wonder, perhaps," she said in a stronger tone, "that I can better bear to be known to you whom I have wronged, than to the son of my enemy who wronged me. For she did wrong me. She not only sinned grievously against the Lord, but she wronged me. What Arthur's father was to me, she made him. From our marriage day I was his dread, and that she made me. I was the scourge of both, and that is referable to her. You love Arthur. I can see the blush upon your face. May it be the dawn of happier days to both of you, and you will have thought already that he is as merciful and kind as you. And why do I not trust myself to him as soon as to you? Have you not thought so?" "No thought," said little Dorrit, "can be quite a stranger to my heart, that springs out of the knowledge that Mr. Clennam is always to be relied upon for being kind and generous and good. I do not doubt it, yet Arthur is, of the whole world, the one person from whom I would conceal this, while I am in it. I kept over him as a child, in the days of his first remembrance, my restraining and correcting hand. I was stern with him, knowing that the transgressions of the parents are visited on their offspring, and that there was an angry mark upon him at his birth. I have sat with him and his father, seeing the weakness of his father yearning to unbend to him, and forcing it back, that the child might work out his release in bondage and hardship. I have seen him, with his mother's face, looking up at me in awe from his little books, and trying to soften me with his mother's ways that hardened me." The shrinking of her auditress stopped her for a moment in her flow of words, delivered in a retrospective gloomy voice. "For his good, not for the satisfaction of my injury. What was I, and what was the worth of that, before the curse of heaven? I have seen that child grow up, not to be pious in a chosen way, his mother's influence lay too heavy on him for that, but still to be just and upright, and to be submissive to me. He never loved me, as I once half hoped he might. So frail we are, and so do the corrupt affections of the flesh war with our trusts and tasks. But he always respected me, and ordered himself dutifully to me. He does to this hour. With an empty place in his heart that he has never known the meaning of, he has turned away from me and gone his separate road, but even that he has done considerately and with deference. These have been his relations towards me. Yours have been of a much slighter kind, spread over a much shorter time. When you have sat at your needle in my room, you have been in fear of me, but you have supposed me to have been doing you a kindness. You are better informed now, and know me to have done you an injury. Your misconstruction and misunderstanding of the cause in which, and the motives with which I have worked out this work, is lighter to endure than his would be. I would not for any worldly recompense I can imagine, have him in a moment, however blindly, throw me down from the station I have held before him all his life, and change me altogether into something he could cast out of his respect, and think detected and exposed. Let him do it, if it must be done, when I am not here to see it. Let me never feel, while I am still alive, that I die before his face, and utterly perish away from him, like one consumed by lightning and swallowed by an earthquake." Her pride was very strong in her. The pain of it, and of her old passions, was very sharp with her, when she thus expressed herself. Not less so, when she added, "Even now I see you shrink from me, as if I had been cruel." Little Dorrit could not gainsay it. She tried not to show it, but she recoiled with dread from the state of mind that had burned so fiercely and lasted so long. It presented itself to her, with no sophistry upon it, in its own plain nature. "I have done," said Mrs. Clennam, "what it was given to me to do. I have set myself against evil, not against good. I have been an instrument of severity against sin. Have not mere sinners like myself been commissioned to lay it low in all time?" "In all time?" repeated little Dorrit. "Even if my own wrong had prevailed with me, and my own vengeance had moved me, could I have found no justification? None in the old days, when the innocent perished with the guilty, to 1,000 to 1. When the wrath of the hater of the unrighteous was not slaked even in blood, and yet found favour." "Oh, Mrs. Clennam, Mrs. Clennam," said little Dorrit, "angry feelings and unforgiving deeds are no comfort and no guide to you and me. My life has been passed in this poor prison, and my teaching has been very defective, but let me implore you to remember later and better days. Be guided only by the healer of the sick, the raiser of the dead, the friend of all who were afflicted and forlorn, the patient master who shed tears of compassion for our infirmities. We cannot but be right if we put all the rest away, and do everything in remembrance of him. There is no vengeance and no infliction of suffering in his life, I am sure. There can be no confusion in following him, and seeking for no other footsteps, I am certain." In the softened light of the window, looking from the scene of her early trials to the shining sky, she was not in stronger opposition to the black figure in the shade than the life and doctrine on which she rested were to that figure's history. It bent its head low again, and said not a word. It remained thus until the first warning bell began to ring. "Hark!" cried Mrs. Clennam, starting. "I said I had another petition. It is one that does not admit of delay. The man who brought you this packet and possesses these proofs is now waiting at my house to be bought off. I can keep this from Arthur only by buying him off. He asks a large sum, more than I can get together to pay him without having time. He refuses to make any abatement, because his threat is, that if he fails with me, he will come to you. Will you return with me and show him that you already know it? Will you return with me and try to prevail with him? Will you come and help me with him? Do not refuse what I ask in Arthur's name, though I dare not ask it for Arthur's sake." Little Dorrit yielded willingly. She glided away into the prison for a few moments, returned, and said she was ready to go. They went out by another staircase, avoiding the lodge, and coming into the front courtyard, now all quiet and deserted, gained the street. It was one of those summer evenings when there is no greater darkness than a long twilight. The vista of street and bridge was plain to see, and the sky was serene and beautiful. People stood and sat at their doors, playing with children and enjoying the evening. Numbers were walking for air. The worry of the day had almost worried itself out, and few but themselves were hurried. As they crossed the bridge, the clear steeples of the many churches looked as if they had advanced out of the murk that usually enshrouded them, and come much nearer. The smoke that rose into the sky had lost its dingy hue, and taken a brightness upon it. The beauties of the sunset had not faded from the long light films of cloud that lay at peace in the horizon. From a radiant centre,
over the whole length and breadth of the tranquil firmament. Great shoots of light streamed among the early stars, like signs of the blessed later covenant of peace and hope that changed the crown of thorns into a glory. Less remarkable, now that she was not alone and it was darker, Mrs. Clennam hurried on at little Dorrit's side unmolested. They left the great thoroughfare at the turning by which she had entered it, and wound their way down among the silent, empty cross-streets. Their feet were at the gateway, when there was a sudden noise like thunder. "What was that? Let us make haste in," cried Mrs. Clennam. They were in the gateway. Little Dorrit, with a piercing cry, held her back. In one swift instant the old house was before them, with the man lying smoking in the window. Another thundering sound, and it heaved, surged outward, opened asunder in 50 places, collapsed, and fell. Deafened by the noise, stifled, choked, and blinded by the dust, they hid their faces and stood rooted to the spot. The dust storm driving between them and the placid sky parted for a moment and showed them the stars. As they looked up, wildly crying for help, the great pile of chimneys, which was then alone left standing like a tower in a whirlwind, rocked, broke, and hailed itself down upon the heap of ruin, as if every tumbling fragment were intent on burying the crushed wretch deeper. So blackened by the flying particles of rubbish as to be unrecognizable, they ran back from the gateway into the street, crying and shrieking. There Mrs. Clennam dropped upon the stones, and she never from that hour moved as much as a finger again, or had the power to speak one word. For upwards of 3 years she reclined in a wheeling chair, looking attentively at those about her and appearing to understand what they said. But the rigid silence she had so long held was evermore enforced upon her, and except that she could move her eyes and faintly express a negative and affirmative with her head, she lived and died a statue. Avery had been looking for them at the prison, and had caught sight of them at a distance on the bridge. She came up to receive her old mistress in her arms, to help to carry her into a neighbouring house, and to be faithful to her. The mystery of the noises was out now. Avery, like greater people, had always been right in her facts, and always wrong in the theories she deduced from them. When the storm of dust had cleared away, and the summer night was calm again, numbers of people choked up every avenue of access, and parties of diggers were formed to relieve one another in digging among the ruins. There had been 100 people in the house at the time of its fall. There had been 50. There had been 15, there had been 2. Rumour finally settled the number at 2, the foreigner and Mr. Flintwinch. The diggers dug all through the short night by flaring pipes of gas, and on a level with the early sun, and deeper below it as it rose into its zenith, and aslant of it as it declined, and on a level with it again as it departed. Sturdy digging and shovelling and carrying away in carts, barrows, and baskets went on without intermission by night and by day. But it was night for the second time when they found the dirty heap of rubbish that had been the foreigner before his head had been shivered to atoms, like so much glass, by the great beam that lay upon him, crushing him. Still, they had not come upon Flintwinch yet. So the sturdy digging and shovelling and carrying away went on without intermission by night and by day. It got about that the old house had had famous cellarage, which indeed was true, and that Flintwinch had been in a cellar at the moment, or had had time to escape into one, and that he was safe under its strong arch, and even that he had been heard to cry in hollow, subterranean, suffocated tones, "Here I am!" At the opposite extremity of the town it was even known that the excavators had been able to open a communication with him through a pipe, and that he had received both soup and brandy by that channel, and that he had said with admirable fortitude that he was all right, my lads, with the exception of his collarbone. But the digging and shovelling and carrying away went on without intermission, until the ruins were all dug out, and the cellars opened to the light. And still no Flintwinch, living or dead, all right or all wrong, had been turned up by pick or spade. It began then to be perceived that Flintwinch had not been there at the time of the fall, and it began then to be perceived that he had been rather busy elsewhere, converting securities into as much money as could be got for them on the shortest notice, and turning to his own exclusive account his authority to act for the firm. Affery, remembering that the clever one had said he would explain himself further in 24 hours' time, determined for her part that his taking himself off within that period with all he could get was the final satisfactory sum and substance of his promised explanation. But she held her peace, devoutly thankful to be quit of him. As it seemed reasonable to conclude that a man who had never been buried could not be unburied, the diggers gave him up when their task was done, and did not dig down for him into the depths of the earth. This was taken in ill part by a great many people, who persisted in believing that Flintwinch was lying somewhere among the London geological formation. Nor was their belief much shaken by repeated intelligence, which came over in course of time, that an old man, who wore the tie of his neckcloth under one ear, and who was very well known to be an Englishman, consorted with the Dutchmen on the quaint banks of the canals of the Hague, and in the drinking shops of Amsterdam, under the style and designation of Mynheer von Flintewinge. End of chapter the 31st, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 32nd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 32nd. Going. Arthur continuing to lie very ill in the Marshalsea, and Mr. Rugg descrying no break in the legal sky affording a hope of his enlargement, Mr. Banks suffered desperately from self-reproaches. If it had not been for those infallible figures which proved that Arthur, instead of pining in imprisonment, ought to be promenading in a carriage and pair, and that Mr. Banks, instead of being restricted to his clerkly wages, ought to have from 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of his own at his immediate disposal, that unhappy arithmetician would probably have taken to his bed, and there have made one of the many obscure persons who turned their faces to the wall and died, as a last sacrifice to the late Mr. Merdle's greatness. Solely supported by his unimpugnable calculations, Mr. Banks led an unhappy and restless life, constantly carrying his figures about with him in his hat, and not only going over them himself on every possible occasion, but entreating every human being he could lay hold of to go over them with him, and observe what a clear case it was. Down in Bleeding Heart Yard there was scarcely an inhabitant of note to whom Mr. Banks had not imparted his demonstration, and, as figures are catching, a kind of ciphering measles broke out in that locality, under the influence of which the whole yard was light-headed. The more restless Mr. Banks grew in his mind, the more impatient he became of the Patriarch. In their later conferences, his snorting assumed an irritable sound, which boded the Patriarch no good. Likewise, Mr. Banks had on several occasions looked harder at the patriarchal bumps than was quite reconcilable with the fact of his not being a painter or a peruke-maker in search of the living model. However, he steamed in and out of his little back dock according as he was wanted or not wanted in the patriarchal presence, and business had gone on in its customary course. Bleeding Heart Yard had been harrowed by Mr. Banks and cropped by Mr. Casby at the regular seasons. Mr. Banks had taken all the drudgery and all the dirt of the business as his share. Mr. Casby had taken all the profits, all the ethereal vapour, and all the moonshine as his share, and in the form of words which that benevolent Beamer generally employed on Saturday evenings, when he twirled his fat thumbs after striking the week's balance, everything had been satisfactory to all parties, satisfactory, sir, to all parties. The dock of the steam tug, Banks, had a leaden roof, which, frying in the very hot sunshine, may have heated the vessel. Be that as it may, one glowing Saturday evening, On being hailed by the lumbering bottle-green ship, the tug instantly came working out of the docks in a highly heated condition. "Mr. Panks," was the patriarchal remark, "you have been remiss, sir." "What do you mean by that?" was the short rejoinder. The patriarchal state, always a state of calmness and composure, was so particularly serene that evening as to be provoking. Everybody else within the bills of mortality was hot, but the patriarch was perfectly cool. Everybody was thirsty, and the patriarch was drinking. There was a fragrance of limes or lemons about him, and he made a drink of golden sherry, which shone in a large tumbler, as if he were drinking the evening sunshine. This was bad, but not the worst. The worst was, that with his big blue eyes, and his polished head, and his long white hair, and his bottle-green legs stretched out before him, terminating in his easy shoes, easily crossed at the instep, he had a radiant appearance of having in his extensive benevolence made the drink for the human species, while he himself wanted nothing but his own milk of human kindness. Wherefore Mr. Panks said, "What do you mean by that?" and put his hair up with both hands, in a highly portentous manner. "I mean, Mr. Panks, that you must be sharper with the people, much sharper with the people, sir. You don't squeeze them. Your receipts are not up to the mark. You must squeeze them, sir, or our connection will not continue to be as satisfactory as I could wish it to be to all parties. "Don't I squeeze 'em?" retorted Mr. Panks. "What else am I made for?" "You are made for nothing else, Mr. Panks. You are made to do your duty, but you don't do your duty. You are paid to squeeze, and you must squeeze to pay." The patriarch so much surprised himself by this brilliant turn, after Dr. Johnson, which he had not in the least expected or intended, that he laughed aloud, and repeated with great satisfaction, as he twirled his thumbs and nodded at his youthful portrait, "Paid to squeeze, sir, and must squeeze to pay." "Oh," said Panks, "anything more?" Yes, sir, something more. You will please, Mr. Panks, to squeeze the yard again, the first thing on Monday morning." "Oh," said Panks, "ain't that too soon? I squeezed it dry to-day." "Nonsense, sir, not near the mark. "Oh," said Panks, watching him as he benevolently gulped down a good draught of his mixture, "anything more?" Yes, sir, something more. I am not at all pleased, Mr. Panks, with my daughter. Not at all pleased. Besides calling much too often to inquire for Mrs. Clennam, who is not just now in circumstances that are by any means calculated to be satisfactory to all parties, she goes, Mr. Panks, unless I am much deceived, to inquire for Mr. Clennam in jail. "He's laid up, you know," said Panks. "Perhaps it's kind." Poor Mr. Panks! She has nothing to do with that. I can't allow it. Let him pay his debts and come out. Pay his debts and come out. Although Mr. Panks's hair was standing up like strong wire, he gave it another double-handed impulse in the perpendicular direction, and smiled at his proprietor in a most hideous manner. "You will please to mention to my daughter, Mr. Panks, that I can't allow it, said the patriarch blandly. "Oh," said Panks, "you couldn't mention it yourself?" "No, sir, no. You are paid to mention it." The blundering old booby could not resist the temptation of trying it again. "And you must mention it to pay. "Oh," said Panks. "Anything more?" "Yes, sir. It appears to me, Mr. Panks, that you yourself are too often and too much in that direction. I recommend you, Mr. Panks, to dismiss from your attention both your own losses and other people's losses, and to mind your business. Mr. Panks acknowledged this recommendation with such an extraordinarily abrupt, short, and loud utterance of the monosyllable "Oh," that even the unwieldy patriarch moved his blue eyes in something of a hurry to look at him. Mr. Panks, with a sniff of corresponding intensity, then added, "Anything more?" "Not at present, sir, not at present. I am going," said the patriarch, finishing his mixture, and rising with an amiable air, "to take a little stroll, a little stroll. Perhaps I shall find you here when I come back. If not, sir, duty, duty. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze on Monday, squeeze on Monday." Mr. Panks, after another stiffening of his hair, looked on at the patriarchal assumption of the broad-brimmed hat with a momentary appearance of indecision contending with a sense of injury. He was also hotter than at first, and breathed harder. But he suffered Mr. Casby to go out, without offering any further remark, and then took a peep at him over the little green window blinds. "I thought so," he observed. "I knew where you were bound to. Good." He then steamed back to his dock, put it carefully in order, took down his hat, looked round the dock, said good-bye, and puffed away on his own account. He steered straight for Mrs. Plornish's end of Bleeding Heart Yard, and arrived there at the top of the steps hotter than ever. At the top of the steps, resisting Mrs. Plornish's invitations to come and sit along with father in Happy Cottage, which to his relief were not so numerous as they would have been on any other night than Saturday, when the connection who so gallantly supported the business with everything but money gave their orders freely, at the top of the steps Mr. Panks remained until he beheld the patriarch, who always entered the yard at the other end, slowly advancing, beaming, and surrounded by suitors. Then Mr. Panks descended, and bore down upon him with his utmost pressure of steam on. The patriarch, approaching with his usual benignity, was surprised to see Mr. Panks, but supposed him to have been stimulated to an immediate squeeze, instead of postponing that operation until Monday. The population of the yard were astonished at the meeting, for the two powers had never been seen there together, within the memory of the oldest Bleeding Heart. But they were overcome by unutterable amazement, when Mr. Panks, going close up to the most venerable of men, and halting in front of the bottle-green waistcoat, made a trigger of his right thumb and forefinger, applied the same to the brim of the broad-brimmed hat, and, with singular smartness and precision, shot it off the polished head as if it had been a large marble. Having taken this little liberty with the patriarchal person, Mr. Panks further astounded and attracted the Bleeding Hearts by saying in an audible voice, "Now, you sugary swindler, I mean to have it out with you." Mr. Panks and the patriarch were instantly the centre of a press, all eyes and ears. Windows were thrown open, and doorsteps were thronged. "What do you pretend to be?" said Mr. Panks. "What's your moral game? What do you go in for? Benevolence, ain't it? You benevolent?" Here Mr. Panks, apparently without the intention of hitting him, but merely to relieve his mind and expend his superfluous power in wholesome exercise, aimed a blow at the bumpy head, which the bumpy head ducked to avoid. This singular performance was repeated, to the ever-increasing admiration of the spectators, at the end of every succeeding article of Mr. Panks's oration. "I have discharged myself from your service," said Panks, "that I may tell you what you are. You're one of a lot of impostors that are the worst lot of all the lots to be met with. Speaking as a sufferer by both, I don't know what I wouldn't as soon have the murder lot as your lot. You're a driver in disguise, a screwer by deputy, a wringer and squeezer and shaver by substitute. You're a philanthropic snake. You are a shabby deceiver." The repetition of the performance at this point was received with a burst of laughter. "Ask these good people who's the hard man here. They'll tell you Panks, I believe." This was confirmed with cries of "Certainly," and "Here." "But I tell you, good people, Casby, this mound of meekness, this lump of love, this bottle-green smiler, this is your driver," said Panks. "If you want to see the man who would flay you alive, here he is. Don't look for him in May at 30 shillings a week, but look for him in Casby at I don't know how much a year." "Good!" cried several voices.
Here, Mr. Panks!" "Here, Mr. Panks!" cried that gentleman, after repeating the popular performance. "Yes, I should think so. It's almost time to hear Mr. Panks. Mr. Panks has come down into the yard to-night on purpose that you should hear him. Panks is only the works, but here's the winder." The audience would have gone over to Mr. Panks as one man, woman, and child, but for the long, grey, silken locks, and the broad-brimmed hat. "Here's the stop," said Panks, "that sets the tune to be ground, and there's but one tune, and its name is Grind, Grind, Grind. Here's the proprietor, and here's his grubber. Why, good people, when he comes smoothly spinning through the yard to-night, like a slow-going benevolent humming-top, and when you come about him with your complaints of the grubber, you don't know what a cheat the proprietor is. What do you think of his showing himself to-night, that I may have all the blame on Monday? What do you think of his having had me over the coals this very evening, because I don't squeeze you enough? What do you think of my being, at the present moment, under special orders to squeeze you dry on Monday?" The reply was given in a murmur of shame and shabby. "Shabby!" snorted Panks. "Yes, I should think so. The lot that your Casby belongs to is the shabbiest of all the lots, setting their grubbers on at a wretched pittance, to do what they are ashamed and afraid to do and pretend not to do, but what they will have done, or give a man no rest, imposing on you to give their grubbers nothing but blame, and to give them nothing but credit. Why, the worst-looking cheat in all this town, who gets the value of 18 under false pretences, and half such a cheat as this signpost of the Casby's Head here." Cries of "That's true," and "No more he and see what you get of these fellows besides," said Panks. "See what more you get of these precious humming-tops, revolving among you with such smoothness that you've no idea of the pattern painted on 'em, or the little window in 'em. I wish to call your attention to myself for a moment. I ain't an agreeable style of chap, I know that very well." The auditory were divided on this point, its more uncompromising members crying, "No, you are not," and its politer materials, "Yes, you are." "I am, in general," said Mr. Panks, "a dry, uncomfortable, dreary plodder and grubber. That's your humble servant. There's his full-length portrait, painted by himself and presented to you, warranted a likeness. But what's a man to be with such a man as this for his proprietor? What can be expected of him? Did anybody ever find boiled mutton and caper sauce growing in a cocoa-nut? None of the Bleeding Hearts ever had. It was clear from the alacrity of their response. "Well," said Mr. Panks, "and neither will you find in grubbers like myself, under proprietors like this, pleasant qualities. I've been a grubber from a boy. What has my life been? Fag and grind, turn the wheel, turn the wheel. I haven't been agreeable to myself, and I haven't been likely to be agreeable to anybody else. If I was a shilling a week less useful in 10 years' time, this impostor would give me a shilling a week less. If as useful a man could be got at 6 cheaper, he would be taken in my place at 6 cheaper. Bargain and sale, bless you, fixed principles. It's a mighty fine signpost, is the Casby's Head," said Mr. Panks, surveying it with anything rather than admiration. "But the real name of the house is the Sham's Arms. Its motto is, 'Keep the grubber always at it.' Is any gentleman present," said Mr. Panks, breaking off and looking round, "acquainted with the English grammar?" Bleeding Heart Yard was shy of claiming that acquaintance. "It's no matter," said Mr. Panks. "I merely wish to remark that the task this proprietor has set me has been never to leave off conjugating the imperative mood present tense of the verb to keep always at it. Keep thou always at it. Let him keep always at it. Keep we or do we keep always at it. Keep ye or do ye or you keep always at it. Let them keep always at it. Here is your benevolent patriarch of a Casby, and there is his golden rule. He is uncommonly improving to look at, and I am not at all so. He is as sweet as honey, and I am as dull as ditch water. He provides the pitch, and I handle it, and it sticks to me. Now," said Mr. Panks, closing upon his late proprietor again, from whom he had withdrawn a little for the better display of him to the yard, "as I am not accustomed to speak in public, and as I have made a rather lengthy speech, all circumstances considered, I shall bring my observations to a close by requesting you to get out of this." The last of the patriarchs had been so seized by assault, and required so much room to catch an idea in, and so much more room to turn it in, that he had not a word to offer in reply. He appeared to be meditating some patriarchal way out of his delicate position, when Mr. Panks, once more suddenly applying the trigger to his hat, shot it off again with his former dexterity. On the preceding occasion, 1 or 2 of the Bleeding Heart Yarders had obsequiously picked it up and handed it to its owner, but Mr. Panks had now so far impressed his audience that the patriarch had to turn and stoop for it himself. Quick as lightning, Mr. Panks, who for some moments had had his right hand in his coat pocket, whipped out a pair of shears, swooped upon the patriarch behind, and snipped off short the sacred locks that flowed upon his shoulders. In a paroxysm of animosity and rapidity, Mr. Panks then caught the broad-brimmed hat out of the astounded patriarch's hand, cut it down into a mere stew-pan, and fixed it on the patriarch's head. Before the frightful results of this desperate action, Mr. Panks himself recoiled in consternation. A bare-polled, goggle-eyed, big-headed lumbering personage stood staring at him, not in the least impressive, not in the least venerable, who seemed to have started out of the earth to ask what was become of Casby. After staring at this phantom in return, in silent awe, Mr. Panks threw down his shears and fled for a place of hiding, where he might lie sheltered from the consequences of his crime. Mr. Panks deemed it prudent to use all possible dispatch in making off, though he was pursued by nothing but the sound of laughter in Bleeding Heart Yard, rippling through the air and making it ring again. End of chapter the 32nd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 33rd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Alice Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. Book the 2nd, Chapter the 33rd. Going. The changes of a fevered room are slow and fluctuating, but the changes of a fevered world are rapid and irrevocable. It was Little Dorrit's lot to wait upon both kinds of change. The Marshalsea walls, during a portion of every day, again embraced her in their shadows as their child, while she thought for Clennam, worked for him, watched him, and only left him still to devote her utmost love and care to him. Her part in the life outside the gate urged its pressing claims upon her too, and her patience untiringly responded to them. Here was Fanny, proud, fitful, whimsical, further advanced in that disqualified state for going into society, which had so much fretted her on the evening of the tortoise-shell knife, resolved always to want comfort, resolved not to be comforted, resolved to be deeply wronged, and resolved that nobody should have the audacity to think her so. Here was her brother, a weak, proud, tipsy, young old man, shaking from head to foot, talking as indistinctly as if some of the money he plummed himself upon had got into his mouth and couldn't be got out, unable to walk alone in any act of his life, and patronizing the sister, whom he selfishly loved. He always had that negative merit, ill-starred and ill-launched tip, because he suffered her to lead him. Here was Mrs. Merdle in gauzy mourning, the original cap whereof had possibly been rent to pieces in a fit of grief, but had certainly yielded to a highly becoming article from the Parisian market, warring with Fanny foot to foot, and breasting her with her desolate bosom every hour in the day. Here was poor Mr. Sparkler, not knowing how to keep the peace between them, but humbly inclining to the opinion that they could do no better than agree that they were both remarkably fine women,
and that there was no nonsense about either of them, for which gentle recommendation they united in falling upon him frightfully. Then, too, here was Mrs. General, got home from foreign parts, sending a prune and a prism by post every other day, demanding a new testimonial by way of recommendation to some vacant appointment or other. Of which remarkable gentlewoman it may be finally observed, that there surely never was a gentlewoman of whose transcendent fitness for any vacant appointment on the face of this earth so many people were, as the warmth of her testimonials evinced, so perfectly satisfied, or who was so very unfortunate in having a large circle of ardent and distinguished admirers, who never themselves happened to want her in any capacity. On the first crash of the eminent Mr. Merdle's decease, many important persons had been unable to determine whether they should cut Mrs. Merdle or comfort her. As it seemed, however, essential to the strength of their own case that they should admit her to have been cruelly deceived, they graciously made the admission, and continued to know her. It followed that Mrs. Merdle, as a woman of fashion and good breeding, who had been sacrificed to the wiles of a vulgar barbarian, for Mr. Merdle was found out from the crown of his head to the sole of his foot, the moment he was found out in his pocket, must be actively championed by her order for her order's sake. She returned this fealty by causing it to be understood that she was even more incensed against the felonious shade of the deceased than anybody else was. Thus, on the whole, she came out of her furnace like a wise woman, and did exceedingly well. Mr. Sparkler's lordship was fortunately one of those shelves on which a gentleman is considered to be put away for life, unless there should be reasons for hoisting him up with the barnacle crane to a more lucrative height. That patriotic servant accordingly stuck to his colours, the standard of 4 quarterings, and was a perfect Nelson in respect of nailing them to the mast. On the profits of his intrepidity, Mrs. Sparkler and Mrs. Merdle, inhabiting different floors of the genteel little temple of inconvenience to which the smell of the day before yesterday's soup and coach-horses was as constant as death to man, arrayed themselves to find it out in the lists of society, sworn rivals, and little Dorrit, seeing all these things as they developed themselves, could not but wonder, anxiously, into what back corner of the genteel establishment Fanny's children would be poked by and by, and who would take care of those unborn little victims. Arthur being far too ill to be spoken with on subjects of emotion or anxiety, and his recovery greatly depending on the repose into which his weakness could be hushed, little Dorrit's sole reliance during this heavy period was on Mr. Meagles. He was still abroad, but she had written to him through his daughter, immediately after first seeing Arthur in the Marshalsea, and since confiding her uneasiness to him on the points on which she was most anxious, but especially on one. To that one, the continued absence of Mr. Meagles abroad, instead of his comforting presence in the Marshalsea, was referable. Without disclosing the precise nature of the documents that had fallen into Rigord's hands, little Dorrit had confided the general outline of that story to Mr. Meagles, to whom she had also recounted his fate. The old cautious habits of the Scales and Scoop at once showed Mr. Meagles the importance of recovering the original papers. Wherefore he wrote back to little Dorrit, strongly confirming her in the solicitude she expressed on that head, and adding that he would not come over to England without making some attempt to trace them out. By this time Mr. Henry Gowan had made up his mind that it would be agreeable to him not to know the Meagleses. He was so considerate as to lay no injunctions on his wife in that particular, but he mentioned to Mr. Meagles that personally they did not appear to him to get on together, and that he thought it would be a good thing if, politely, and without any scene or anything of that sort, they agreed that they were the best fellows in the world, but were best apart. Poor Mr. Meagles, who was already sensible that he did not advance his daughter's happiness by being constantly slighted in her presence, said, "Good Henry, you are my pet's husband. You have displaced me in the course of nature. If you wish it, good." This arrangement involved the contingent advantage, which perhaps Henry Gowan had not foreseen, that both Mr. and Mrs. Meagles were more liberal than before to their daughter, when their communication was only with her and her young child, and that his high spirit found itself better provided with money, without being under the degrading necessity of knowing whence it came. Mr. Meagles, at such a period, naturally seized an occupation with great ardour. He knew from his daughter the various towns which Rigor had been haunting, and the various hotels at which he had been living for some time back. The occupation, he said himself, was to visit these with all discretion and speed, and, in the event of finding anywhere that he had left a bill unpaid, and a box or parcel behind, to pay such bill, and bring away such box or parcel. With no other attendant than mother, Mr. Meagles went upon his pilgrimage, and encountered a number of adventures. Not the least of his difficulties was, that he never knew what was said to him, and that he pursued his inquiries among people who never knew what he said to them. Still, with an unshaken confidence that the English tongue was somehow the mother tongue of the whole world, only the people were too stupid to know it, Mr. Meagles harangued innkeepers in the most voluble manner, entered into loud explanations of the most complicated sort, and utterly renounced replies in the native language of the respondents, on the ground that they were all bosh. Sometimes interpreters were called in, whom Mr. Meagles addressed in such idiomatic terms of speech as instantly to extinguish and shut up, which made the matter worse. On a balance of the account, however, it may be doubted whether he lost much, for, although he found no property, he found so many debts and various associations of discredit with the proper name, which was the only word he made intelligible, that he was almost everywhere overwhelmed with injurious accusations. On no fewer than 4 occasions the police were called in to receive denunciations of Mr. Meagles as a knight of industry, a good-for-nothing, and a thief, all of which opprobrious language he bore with the best temper, having no idea what it meant, and was in the most ignominious manner escorted to steamboats and public carriages, to be got rid of, talking all the while, like a cheerful and fluent Briton as he was, with mother under his arm. But, in his own tongue and in his own head, Mr. Meagles was a clear, shrewd, persevering man. When he had worked round, as he called it, to Paris in his pilgrimage, and had wholly failed in it so far, he was not disheartened. "The nearer to England I follow him, you see, mother," argued Mr. Meagles, "the nearer I am likely to come to the papers, whether they turn up or no, because it is only reasonable to conclude that he would deposit them somewhere where they would be safe from people over in England, and where they would yet be accessible to himself, don't you see?" At Paris Mr. Meagles found a letter from little Dorrit, lying waiting for him, in which she mentioned that she had been able to talk for a minute or two with Mr. Clennam about this man who was no more, and that when she told Mr. Clennam that his friend Mr. Meagles, who was on his way to see him, had an interest in ascertaining something about the man if he could, he had asked her to tell Mr. Meagles that he had been known to Miss Wade, then living in such a street at Calais. "Oh-ho!" said Mr. Meagles. As soon afterwards as might be in those diligence days, Mr. Meagles rang the cracket bell at the cracket gate, and it jarred open, and the peasant woman stood in the dark doorway, saying, "I say, sir, who?" In acknowledgment of those addressed, Mr. Meagles murmured to himself that there was some sense about these Calais people, who really did know something of what you and themselves were up to, and returned, "Miss Wade, my dear." He was then shown into the presence of Miss Wade. "It's some time since we met," said Mr. Meagles, clearing his throat. "I hope you have been pretty well, Miss Wade." Without hoping that he or anybody else had been pretty well, Miss Wade asked him to what she was indebted for the honour of seeing him again. Mr. Meagles, in the meanwhile, glanced all round the room without observing anything in the shape of a box. "Why, the truth is, Miss Wade," said Mr. Meagles, in a comfortable, managing, not to say coaxing voice, "it is possible that you may be able to throw a light upon a little something that is at present dark. Any unpleasant bygones between us are bygones, I hope. Can't be helped now. You recollect, my daughter, time changes so. A mother!" In his innocence, Mr. Meagles could not have struck a worse key-note. He paused for any expression of interest, but paused in vain. "That is not the subject you wish to enter on," she said, after a cold silence. "No, no," returned Mr. Meagles, "no, I thought your good nature might—"
"I thought you knew," she interrupted with a smile, "that my good nature is not to be calculated upon."
"Don't say so," said Mr. Meagles. "You do yourself an injustice. However, to come to the point," for he was sensible of having gained nothing by approaching it in a roundabout way. "I have heard from my friend Clennam, who, you will be sorry to hear, has been and still is very ill." He paused again, and again she was silent. "That you had some knowledge of one Blandois, lately killed in London by a violent accident. Now, don't mistake me. I know it was a slight knowledge," said Mr. Meagles, dexterously forestalling an angry interruption which he saw about to break. "I am fully aware of that. It was a slight knowledge, I know. But the question is—" Mr. Meagles's voice here became comfortable again. "Did he, on his way to England last time, leave a box of papers, or a bundle of papers, or some papers or other in some receptacle or other, any papers, with you, begging you to allow him to leave them here for a short time, until he wanted them?"
"The question is," she repeated, "whose question is?"
"Mine," said Mr. Meagles. "And not only mine, but Clennam's question, and other people's question. Now, I am sure," continued Mr. Meagles, whose heart was overflowing with pet, "that you can't have any unkind feelings towards my daughter. It's impossible. Well, it's her question too, being one in which a particular friend of hers is nearly interested. So here I am, frankly to say that is the question, and to ask, now, did he?"
"Upon my word," she returned, "I seem to be a mark for everybody who knew anything of a man I once in my life hired, and paid, and dismissed, to aim their questions at."
"Now, don't," remonstrated Mr. Meagles, don't take offence, because it's the plainest question in the world, and might be asked of any one. The documents I refer to were not his own, were wrongfully obtained, might at some time or other be troublesome to an innocent person to have in keeping, and are sought by the people to whom they really belong. He passed through Calais going to London, and there were reasons why he should not take them with him then, why he should wish to be able to put his hand upon them readily, and why he should distrust leaving them with people of his own sort. Did he leave them here? I declare if I knew how to avoid giving you offence, I would take any pains to do it. I put the question personally, but there is nothing personal in it. I may put it to any one. I have put it already to many people. Did he leave them here? Did he leave anything here?" "No." "Then, unfortunately, Miss Wade, you know nothing about them."
"I know nothing about them. I have now answered your unaccountable question. He did not leave them here, and I know nothing about them."
"There," said Mr. Meagles, rising, "I am sorry for it. That's over, and I hope there is not much harm done. Tattycoram well, Miss Wade?"
"Harriet well? Oh, yes."
"I have put my foot in it again," said Mr. Meagles, thus corrected. "I can't keep my foot out of it here, it seems. Perhaps, if I had thought twice about it, I might never have given her the jingling name. But when one means to be good-natured and sportive with young people, one doesn't think twice. Her old friend leaves a kind word for her, Miss Wade, if you should think proper to deliver it." She said nothing as to that, and Mr. Meagles, taking his honest face out of the dull room, where it shone like a sun, took it to the hotel where he had left Mrs. Meagles, and where he made the report, "Beaten, mother, no effects." He took it next to the London steam packet, which sailed in the night, and next to the Marshalsea. The faithful John was on duty when Father and Mother Meagles presented themselves at the wicket towards nightfall. Miss Dorrit was not there then, he said, but she had been there in the morning, and invariably came in the evening. Mr. Clennam was slowly mending, and Maggie and Mrs. Plornish and Mr. Baptist took care of him by turns. Miss Dorrit was sure to come back that evening before the bell rang. There was the room the Marshal had lent her, upstairs, in which they could wait for her, if they pleased. Mistrustful that it might be hazardous to Arthur to see him without preparation, Mr. Meagles accepted the offer, and they were left shut up in the room, looking down through its barred window into the jail. The cramped area of the prison had such an effect on Mrs. Meagles that she began to weep, and such an effect on Mr. Meagles that he began to gasp for air. He was walking up and down the room, panting, and making himself worse by laboriously fanning himself with her handkerchief, when he turned towards the opening door. "Eh, good gracious!" said Mr. Meagles. "This is not Miss Dorrit. Why, mother, look, Tattycoram!" No other. And in Tattycoram's arms was an iron box some 2 feet square. Such a box had Avery Flintwinch seen, in the first of her dreams, going out of the old house in the dead of the night, under Double's arm. This Tattycoram put on the ground at her old master's feet. This Tattycoram fell on her knees by, and beat her hands upon, crying half in exultation and half in despair, half in laughter and half in tears, "Pardon, dear master! Take me back, dear master! Here it is." "Tatty!" exclaimed Mr. Meagles. "What you wanted?" said Tattycoram. "Here it is. I was put in the next room not to see you. I heard you ask her about it. I heard she said she hadn't got it. I was there when he left it, and I took it at bedtime and brought it away. Here it is." "Why, my girl," cried Mr. Meagles, more breathless than before, "how did you come over?" "I came in the boat with you. I was sitting wrapped up at the other end. When you took a coach at the wharf, I took another coach and followed you here. She never would have given it up after what you had said to her about its being wanted. She would sooner have sunk it in the sea, or burnt it. But here it is." The glow and rapture that the girl was in, with her "here it is." She never wanted it to be left, I must say that for her. But he left it, and I knew well that after what you said, and after her denying it, she never would have given it up. But here it is. Dear master, dear mistress, take me back again, and give me back the dear old name. Let this intercede for me. Here it is. Father and Mother Meagles never deserved their names better than when they took the headstrong foundling girl into their protection again. "Oh, I have been so wretched!" cried Tattycoram, weeping much more, "always so unhappy and so repentant. I was afraid of her from the first time I saw her. I knew she had got a power over me through understanding what was bad in me so well. It was a madness in me, and she could raise it whenever she liked. I used to think, when I got into that state, that people were all against me because of my first beginning, and the kinder they were to me, the worse fault I found in them. I made it out that they triumphed above me, and that they wanted to make me envy them, when I even knew then that they never thought of such a thing. And my beautiful young mistress not so happy as she ought to have been, and I gone away from her, such a brute and a wretch as she must think me. But you'll say a word to her for me, and ask her to be as forgiving as you two are, for I am not so bad as I was," pleaded Tattycoram. "I am bad enough, but not so bad as I was indeed. I have had Miss Wade before me all this time, as if it was my own self-grown ripe turning everything the wrong way, and twisting all good into evil. I have had her before me all this time, finding no pleasure in anything but keeping me as miserable, suspicious, and tormenting as herself. Not that she had much to do that," cried Tattycoram, in a closing great burst of distress, "for I was as bad could be. I only mean to say that, after what I have done through, I hope I shall never be quite so bad again, and that I shall get better by very slow degrees. I'll try very hard. I won't stop at 25, sir. I'll count 2500, 25,000. Another opening of the door, and Tattycoram subsided, and little Dorrit came in, and Mr. Meagles with pride and joy produced the box, and her gentle face was lighted up with grateful happiness and joy. The secret was safe now. She could keep her own part of it from him. He should never know of her loss. In time to come he should know all that was of import to himself, but he should never know what concerned her only. That was all past, all forgiven, all forgotten. "Now, my dear Miss Dorrit," said Mr. Meagles, I am a man of business, or at least was, and I am going to make my measures promptly, in that character. Had I better see Arthur to-night?"
"I think not to-night. I will go to his room and ascertain how he is, but I think it will be better not to see him to-night."
"I am much of your opinion, my dear," said Mr. Meagles, "and therefore I have not been any nearer to him than this dismal room. Then I shall probably not see him for some little time to come. But I'll explain what I mean when you come back." She left the room. Mr. Meagles, looking through the bars of the window, saw her pass out of the lodge below him in the prison yard. He said gently, "Tattycoram, come to me a moment, my good girl." She went up to the window. "You see that young lady who was here just now, that little, quiet, fragile figure passing along there, Tatty? Look, the people stand out of the way to let her go by. The men, see the poor, shabby fellows, pull off their hats to her quite politely. And now she glides in at that doorway. See her, Tattycoram?"
"Yes, sir."
"I have heard tell, Tatty, that she was once regularly called the child of this place. She was born here, and lived here many years. I can't breathe here. A doleful place to be born and bred in, Tattycoram."
"Yes, indeed, sir."
If she had constantly thought of herself, and settled with herself that everybody visited this place upon her, turned it against her, and cast it at her, she would have led an irritable and probably an useless existence. Yet I have heard tell, Tattycoram, that her young life has been one of active resignation, goodness, and noble service. Shall I tell you what I consider those eyes of hers, that were here just now, to have always looked at, to get that expression?
"Yes, if you please, sir."
Duty, Tattycoram. Begin it early, and do it well, and there is no antecedent to it, in any original station, that will tell against us with the Almighty, or with ourselves. They remained at the window, mother joining them and pitying the prisoners, until she was seen coming back. She was soon in the room, and recommended that Arthur, whom she had left calm and composed, should not be visited that night. "Good," said Mr. Meagles cheerily. "I have not a doubt that's best. I shall trust my remembrances then, my sweet nurse, in your hands, and I well know they couldn't been better. I am off again to-morrow morning." Little Dorrit, surprised, asked him where. "My dear," said Mr. Meagles, "I can't live without breathing. This place has taken my breath away, and I shall never get it back again until Arthur is out of this place."
"How is that a reason for going off again to-morrow morning?"
"You shall understand," said Mr. Meagles. "To-night we three will pull up at a city hotel. To-morrow morning, mother and Tattycoram will go down to Twickenham, where Mrs. Tickit, sitting attended by Dr. Buchan in the parlour window, will think them a couple of ghosts, and I shall go abroad again for Doyce. We must have Dan here. Now, I tell you, my love, it's of no use writing and planning and conditionally speculating upon this and that and the other, at uncertain intervals and distances. We must have Doyce here. I devote myself at daybreak to-morrow morning to bringing Doyce here. It's nothing to me to go and find him. I am an old traveller, and all foreign languages and customs are alike to me. I never understand anything about any of them. Therefore I can't be put to any inconvenience. Go at once I must, it stands to reason, because I can't live without breathing freely, and I can't breathe freely until Arthur is out of this Marshalsea. I am stifled at the present moment, and have scarcely breath enough to say this much, and to carry this precious box downstairs for you." They got into the street as the bell began to ring, Mr. Meagles carrying the box. Little Dorrit had no conveyance there, which rather surprised him. He called a coach for her, and she got into it, and he placed the box beside her, when she was seated. In her joy and gratitude she kissed his hand. "I don't like that, my dear," said Mr. Meagles. "It goes against my feeling of what's right, that you should do homage to me, at the Marshalsea gate." She bent forward, and kissed his cheek. "You remind me of the days," said Mr. Meagles, suddenly drooping, "but she is very fond of him, and hides his faults, and thinks that no one sees them, and he certainly is well connected and of a very good family." It was the only comfort he had in the loss of his daughter, and if he made the most of it, who could blame him? End of chapter the 33rd, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter the 34th, Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. Read for LibriVox.org by Ellis Christoph. Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens, Book the 2nd, Chapter the 34th. Gone. On a healthy autumn day, the Marshalsea prisoner, weak but otherwise restored, sat listening to a voice that read to him. On a healthy autumn day, when the golden fields had been reaped and ploughed again, when the summer fruits had ripened and waned, when the green perspectives of hops had been laid low by the busy pickers, when the apples clustering in the orchards were russet, and the berries of the mountain ash were crimson among the yellowing foliage. Already in the woods, glimpses of the hardy winter that was coming were to be caught through unaccustomed openings among the boughs, where the prospect shone defined and clear, free from the bloom of the drowsy summer weather which had rested on it as the bloom lies on the plum. So, from the seashore the ocean was no longer to be seen lying asleep in the heat, but its 1,000 sparkling eyes were open, and its whole breadth was in joyful animation, from the cool sand on the beach to the little sails on the horizon, drifting away like autumn-tinted leaves that had drifted from the trees. Changeless and barren, looking ignorantly at all the seasons with its fixed, pinched face of poverty and care, the prison had not a touch of any of these beauties on it. Blossom that would, its bricks and bars bore uniformly the same dead crop. Yet Clennam, listening to the voice as it read to him, heard in it all that great nature was doing, heard in it all the soothing songs she sings to man. At no mother's knee but hers had he ever dwelt in his youth on hopeful promises, on playful fancies, on the harvests of tenderness and humility that lie hidden in the early fostered seeds of the imagination, on the oaks of retreat from blighting winds that have the germs of their strong roots in nursery acorns. But, in the tones of the voice that read to him, there were memories of an old feeling of such things, and echoes of every merciful and loving whisper that had ever stolen to him in his life. When the voice stopped, he put his hand over his eyes, murmuring that the light was strong upon them. Little Dorrit put the book by, and presently rose quietly to shade the window. Maggie sat at her needle-work in her old place. The light softened. Little Dorrit brought her chair closer to his side.
"This will soon be over now, dear Mr. Clennam. Not only are Mr. Doyce's letters to you so full of friendship and encouragement, but Mr. Rugg says his letters to him are so full of help, that everybody, now a little anger is past, is so considerate, and speaks so well of you, that it will soon be over now."
Dear girl, dear heart, good angel.
You praise me far too much, and yet it is such an exquisite pleasure to me to hear you speak so feelingly, and to see, said Little Dorrit, raising her eyes to his, how deeply you mean it, that I cannot say don't.
He lifted her hand to his lips. You have been here many, many times when I have not seen you, Little Dorrit.
Yes, I have been here sometimes when I have not come into the room.
Very often?
Rather often,
said Little Dorrit timidly. Every day?
I think, said Little Dorrit after hesitating, that I have been here at least twice every day.
He might have released the little light hand after fervently kissing it again, but that, with a very gentle lingering where it was, it seemed to court being retained. He took it in both of his, and it lay softly on his breast. Dear Little Dorrit, it is not my imprisonment only that will soon be over. This sacrifice of you must be ended. We must learn to part again, and to take our different ways so wide asunder. You have not forgotten what we said together when you came back?
Oh, no, I have not forgotten it. But something has been... You feel quite strong to-day, don't you?
quite strong." The hand he held crept up a little nearer his face.
"Do you feel quite strong enough to know what a great fortune I have got?"
"I shall be very glad to be told. No fortune can be too great or good for little Dorrit."
"I have been anxiously waiting to tell you. I have been longing and longing to tell you. You are sure you will not take it?"
"Never."
"You are quite sure you will not take half of it?"
"Never, dear little Dorrit." As she looked at him silently, there was something in her affectionate face that he did not quite comprehend, something that could have broken into tears in a moment, and yet that was happy and proud.
"You will be sorry to hear what I have to tell you about Fanny. Poor Fanny has lost everything. She has nothing left but her husband's income. All that Papa gave her when she married was lost as your money was lost. It was in the same hands, and it is all gone."
Arthur was more shocked than surprised to hear it. "I had hoped it might not be so bad," he said, "but I had feared a heavy loss there, knowing the connection between her husband and the defaulter."
"Yes, and it's all gone. I am very sorry for Fanny, very, very, very sorry for poor Fanny. My poor brother, too."
"Had he property in the same hands?"
"Yes, and it's all gone. How much do you think my own great fortune is?"
As Arthur looked at her inquiringly, with a new apprehension on him, she withdrew her hand, and laid her face down on the spot where it had rested.
"I have nothing in the world. I am as poor as when I lived here. When Papa came over to England, he confided everything he had to the same hands, and it is all swept away. Oh, my dearest and best, are you quite sure you will not share my fortune with me now?"
Locked in his arms, held to his heart, with his manly tears upon her own cheek, she drew the slight hand round his neck, and clasped it in its fellow hand.
"Never to part, my dearest Arthur, never any more, until the last. I never was rich before, I never was proud before, I never was happy before. I am rich in being taken by you, I am proud in having been resigned by you. I am happy in being with you in this prison, as I should be happy in coming back to it with you, if it should be the will of God, and comforting and serving you with all my love and truth. I am yours anywhere, everywhere. I love you dearly. I would rather pass my life here with you and go out daily, working for our bread, than I would have the greatest fortune that ever was told, and be the greatest lady that ever was honoured. Oh, if poor Papa may only know how blessed at last my heart is, in this room where he suffered for so many years."
Maggie had of course been staring from the first, and had of course been crying her eyes out long before this. Maggie was now so overjoyed that, after hugging her little mother with all her might, she went downstairs like a clock hornpipe to find somebody or other to whom to impart her gladness. Whom should Maggie meet but Flora, and Mr. F. opportunely coming in? And whom else, as a consequence of that meeting, should little Dorrit find waiting for herself when, a good 2 or 3 hours afterwards, she went out? Flora's eyes were a little red, and she seemed rather out of spirits. Mr. F. was so stiffened that she had the appearance of being past bending by any means short of powerful mechanical pressure. Her bonnet was cocked up behind in a terrific manner, and her stony reticule was as rigid as if it had been petrified by the Gorgon's head, and had got it at that moment inside. With these imposing attributes, Mr. F. publicly seated on the steps of the Marshal's official residence, had been for the 2 or 3 hours in question a great boon to the younger inhabitants of the borough, whose sallies of humour she had considerably flushed herself by resenting at the point of her umbrella from time to time.
"Painfully aware, Miss Dorrit, I am sure," said Flora, "that to propose an adjournment to any place to one so far removed by fortune, and so courted and caressed by the best society, must ever appear intruding, even if not a pie-shop far below your present sphere, and a back-parlour, though a civil man, but if for the sake of Arthur, cannot overcome it, more improper now than ever. Late Doyce and Clennam, one last remark I might wish to make, one last explanation I might wish to offer, perhaps your good nature might excuse, under pretence of 3 kidney ones, the humble place of conversation."
Rightly interpreting this rather obscure speech, little Dorrit returned that she was quite at Flora's disposition, Flora accordingly led the way across the road to the pie-shop in question, Mr. F. stalking across in the rear, and putting herself in the way of being run over, with a perseverance worthy of a better cause. When the 3 kidney ones, which were to be a blind to the conversation, were set before them on 3 little tin platters, each kidney one ornamented with a hole at the top, into which the civil man poured hot gravy out of a spouted can, as if he were feeding 3 lamps, Flora took out her pocket-handkerchief. "If Fancy's fair dreams," she began, "have ever pictured that when Arthur cannot overcome it, was restored to freedom, even a pie as far from flaky as the present, and so deficient in kidney as to be in that respect like a minced nutmeg, might not prove unacceptable if offered by the hand of true regard, such visions have forever fled, and all is cancelled, but being aware that tender relations are in contemplation, beg to state that I heartily wish well to both, and find no fault with either, not the least. It may be withering to know that ere the hand of time had made me much less slim than formerly, and dreadfully red on the slightest exertion, particularly after eating, I well know when it takes the form of a rash, it might have been, and was not through the interruption of parents, and mental torpor succeeded until the mysterious clue was held by Mr. F. Still I would not be ungenerous to either, and I heartily wish well to both." Little Dorrit took her hand, and thanked her for all her old kindness. "Call it not kindness," returned Flora, giving her an honest kiss, "for you always were the best and dearest little thing that ever was, if I may take the liberty, and even in money point of view, a saving being conscience itself, though I must add much more agreeable than mine ever was to me. For though not, I hope, more burdened than other people's yet, I have always found it far readier to make one uncomfortable than comfortable, and evidently taking a greater pleasure in doing it. But I am wandering. One hope I wish to express ere yet the closing scene draws in, and it is that I do trust, for the sake of old times and old sincerity, that Arthur will know that I didn't desert him in his misfortunes, but that I came backwards and forwards constantly to ask if I could do anything for him, and that I sat in the pie-shop, where they very civilly fetched something warm in a tumbler from the hotel, and really very nice hours after hours to keep him company over the way without his knowing it." Flora really had tears in her eyes now, and they showed her to great advantage. "Over and above which," said Flora, "I earnestly beg you, as the dearest thing that ever was, if you'll still excuse the familiarity from one who moves in very different circles, to let Arthur understand that I don't know, after all, whether it wasn't all nonsense between us, though pleasant at the time, and trying too, and certainly Mr. F. did work a change, and the spell being broken, nothing could be expected to take place without weaving it afresh, which various circumstances have combined to prevent, of which perhaps not the least powerful was that it was not to be. I am not prepared to say that if it had been agreeable to Arthur, and had brought itself about naturally in the first instance, I should not have been very glad, being of a lively disposition, and moped at home, where papa undoubtedly is the most aggravating of his sex, and not improved since having been cut down by the hand of the incendiary, into something of which I never saw the counterpart in all my life, but jealousy is not my character, nor ill will, though many faults." Without having been able closely to follow Mrs. Finching through this labyrinth, Little Dorrit understood its purpose, and cordially accepted the trust. "The withered chaplet, my dear," said Flora, with great enjoyment, "is then perished, the column is crumbled, and the pyramid is standing upside down upon its what's his name, call it not giddiness, call it not weakness, call it not folly. I must now retire into privacy, and look upon the ashes of departed joys no more, but taking a further liberty of paying for the pastry, which has formed the humble pretext of our interview, will forever say adieu." Mr. F. who had eaten her pie with great solemnity, and who had been elaborating some grievous scheme of injury in her mind since her first assumption of that public position on the Marshall steps, took the present opportunity of addressing the following sibyllic apostrophe to the relict of her late nephew. "Bring him forward, and I'll chuck him out a window." Flora tried in vain to soothe the excellent woman by explaining that they were going home to dinner. Mr. F. persisted in replying, "Bring him forward, and I'll chuck him out a window." Having reiterated this demand an immense number of times, with a sustained glare of defiance at Little Dorrit, Mr. F. Sand folded her arms, and sat down in the corner of the pie-shop parlour, steadfastly refusing to budge until such time as he should have been brought forward and the chucking portion of his destiny accomplished. In this condition of things, Flora confided to little Dorrit that she had not seen Mr. F. Sand so full of life and character for weeks, that she would find it necessary to remain there hours perhaps, until the inexorable old lady could be softened, and that she could manage her best alone. They parted, therefore, in the friendliest manner, and with the kindest feelings on both sides. Mr. F. Sand holding out like a grim fortress, and Flora becoming in need of refreshment, a messenger was dispatched to the hotel for the tumbler already glanced at, which was afterwards replenished. With the aid of its content, a newspaper, and some skimming of the cream of the pie stock, Flora got through the remainder of the day in perfect good humour, though occasionally embarrassed by the consequences of an idle rumour which circulated among the credulous infants of the neighbourhood, to the effect that an old lady had sold herself to the pie-shop to be made up, and was then sitting in the pie-shop parlour, declining to complete her contract. This attracted so many young persons of both sexes, and, when the shades of evening began to fall, occasioned so much interruption to the business, that the merchant became very pressing in his proposals that Mr. F. Sand should be removed. A conveyance was accordingly brought to the door, which, by the joint efforts of the merchant and Flora, this remarkable woman was at last induced to enter, though not without even then putting her head out of the window, and demanding to have him brought forward for the purpose originally mentioned. As she was observed at this time to direct baleful glances towards the Marshalsea, it has been supposed that this admirably consistent female intended by him Arthur Clennam. This, however, is mere speculation. Who the person was, who, for the satisfaction of Mr. F. Sand's mind, ought to have been brought forward, and never was brought forward, will never be positively known. The autumn days went on, and little Dorrit never came to the Marshalsea now, and went away without seeing him. No, no, no. One morning, as Arthur listened for the light feet that every morning ascended winged to his heart, bringing the heavenly brightness of a new love into the room, where the old love had wrought so hard, and had been so true. One morning, as he listened, he heard her coming, not alone. "Dear Arthur," said her delighted voice outside the door, "I have someone here. May I bring someone in?" He had thought from the tread there were two with her. He answered yes, and she came in with Mr. Meagles. Sun-browned and jolly Mr. Meagles looked, and he opened his arms and folded Arthur in them like a sun-browned and jolly father. "Now I am all right," said Mr. Meagles after a minute or so. "Now it's over. Arthur, my dear fellow, confess at once that you expected me before." "I did," said Arthur, "but Amy told me—" "Little Dorrit, never any other name." It was she who whispered it. "But my little Dorrit told me that, without asking for any further explanation, I was not to expect you until I saw you. And now you see me, my boy," said Mr. Meagles, shaking him by the hand stoutly, "and now you shall have any explanation, and every explanation. The fact is, I was here, came straight to you from the Alongers and Marshongers, or I should be ashamed to look you in the face this day. But you were not in company trim at the moment, and I had to start off again to catch Doyce." "Poor Doyce," sighed Arthur. "Don't call him names that he don't deserve," said Mr. Meagles. "He's not poor. He's doing well enough. Doyce is a wonderful fellow over there. I assure you he is making out his case like a house of fire. He has fallen on his legs, has done. Where they don't want things done and find a man to do 'em, that man's off his legs. But where they do want things done and find a man to do 'em, that man's on his legs. You won't have occasion to trouble the Circumlocution Office any more. Let me tell you, Dan has done without 'em." "What a load you take from my mind," cried Arthur. "What happiness you give me!" "Happiness?" retorted Mr. Meagles. "Don't talk about happiness till you see Dan. I assure you Dan is directing works and executing labours over yonder, that it would make your hair stand on end to look at. He's no public offender, bless you now.
He's medalled and ribboned, and starred and crossed, and I don't know what old, like a born nobleman. But we mustn't talk about that over here." "Why not?" "Oh, egad," said Mr. Meagles, shaking his head very seriously. "He must hide all those things under lock and key when he comes over here. They won't do over here. In that particular, Britannia is a Britannia in the manger, won't give her children such distinctions herself, and won't allow them to be seen when they are given by other countries. No, no, Dan," said Mr. Meagles, shaking his head again, "that won't do here." "If you had brought me, except for Doyce's sake, twice what I have lost," cried Arthur, "you would not have given me the pleasure that you give me in this news." "Why, of course," assented Mr. Meagles. "Of course I know that, my good fellow, and therefore I come out with it in the first burst. Now, to go back, about catching Doyce. I caught Doyce, ran against him among a lot of those dirty brown dogs in women's nightcaps a great deal too big for 'em, calling themselves Arabs and all sorts of incoherent races. You know 'em. Well, he was coming straight to me, and I was going to him, and so we came back together." "Doyce in England?" exclaimed Arthur. "There," said Mr. Meagles, throwing open his arms. "I am the worst man in the world to manage a thing of this sort. I don't know what I should have done. If I had been in the diplomatic line, right perhaps. The long and short of it is, Arthur, we have both been in England this fortnight. And if you go on to ask where Doyce is at the present moment, why, my plain answer is, here he is. And now I can breathe again at last." Doyce darted in from behind the door, caught Arthur by both hands, and said the rest for himself. "There are only 3 branches of my subject, my dear Clennam," said Doyce, proceeding to mould them severally, with his plastic thumb on the palm of his hand, "and they're soon disposed of. First, not a word more from you about the past. There was an error in your calculations. I know what that is. It affects the whole machine, and failure is the consequence. You will profit by the failure, and will avoid it another time. I have done a similar thing myself in construction often. Every failure teaches a man something, if he will learn, and you are too sensible a man not to learn from this failure. So much for firstly. Secondly, I was sorry you should have taken it so heavily to heart, and reproached yourself so severely. I was travelling home night and day to put matters right, with the assistance of our friend, when I fell in with our friend as he has informed you. Thirdly, we two agreed that, after what you had undergone, after your distress of mind, and after your illness, it would be a pleasant surprise if we could so far keep quiet as to get things perfectly arranged without your knowledge, and then come and say that all the affairs were smooth, that everything was right, that the business stood in greater want of you than ever it did, and that a new and prosperous career was opened before you and me as partners. That's thirdly. But you know we always make an allowance for friction, and so I have reserved space to close in. My dear Clennam, I thoroughly confide in you. You have it in your power to be quite as useful to me as I have, or have had it in my power to be useful to you. Your old place awaits you, and wants you very much. There is nothing to detain you here 1/2 hour longer." There was silence, which was not broken until Arthur had stood for some time at the window with his back towards them, and until his little wife that was to be had gone to him and stayed by him. "I made a remark a little while ago," said Daniel Doyce then, "which I am inclined to think was an incorrect one. I said there was nothing to detain you here, Clennam, 1/2 an hour longer. Am I mistaken in supposing that you would rather not leave here till to-morrow morning? Do I know, without being very wise, where you would like to go, direct from these walls and from this room?" "You do," returned Arthur. "It has been our cherished purpose." "Very well," said Doyce. "Then if this young lady will do me the honour of regarding me for 24 hours in the light of a father, and will take a ride with me now towards St. Paul's churchyard, I dare say I know what we want to get there." Little Dorrit and he went out together soon afterwards, and Mr. Meagles lingered behind to say a word to his friend. "I think, Arthur, you will not want mother and me in the morning, and we will keep away. It might set mother thinking about Pet. She's a soft-hearted woman. She's best at the cottage,
and I'll stay there and keep her company." With that they parted for the time. And the day ended, and the night ended, and the morning came, and little Dorrit, simply dressed as usual and having no one with her but Maggie, came into the prison with the sunshine. The poor room was a happy room that morning. Where in the world was there a room so full of quiet joy? "My dear love," said Arthur, "why does Maggie light the fire? We shall be gone directly."
"I asked her to do it. I have taken such an odd fancy. I want you to burn something for me."
"What?"
"Only this folded paper. If you will put it in the fire with your own hand, just as it is, my fancy will be gratified."
"Superstitious, darling little Dorrit? Is it a charm?"
"It is anything you like best, my own," she answered, laughing with glistening eyes and standing on tiptoe to kiss him. "If you will only humour me when the fire burns up."
So they stood before the fire waiting, Clennam with his arm about her waist, and the fire shining, as fire in that same place had often shone, in little Dorrit's eyes. "Is it bright enough now?" said Arthur.
"Quite bright enough now,"
said little Dorrit. "Does the charm want any words to be said?" asked Arthur, as he held the paper over the flame.
"You can say, if you don't mind, 'I love you,'"
answered little Dorrit. So he said it, and the paper burned away. They passed very quietly along the yard, for no one was there, though many heads were stealthily peeping from the windows. Only one face, familiar of old, was in the lodge. When they had both accosted it, and spoken many kind words, little Dorrit turned back one last time with her hand stretched out, saying, "Good-bye, good John. I hope you will live very happy, dear." Then they went up the steps of the neighbouring St. George's Church, and went up to the altar, where Daniel Doyce was waiting in his paternal character. And there was little Dorrit's old friend, who had given her the burial register for a pillow, full of admiration that she should come back to them to be married, after all. And they were married with the sun shining on them through the painted figure of our Saviour on the window. And they went into the very room where little Dorrit had slumbered after her party, to sign the marriage register. And there Mr. Panks, destined to be chief clerk to Doyce and Clennam, and afterwards partner in the house, sinking the incendiary in the Peaceful Friend, looked in at the door to see it done, with Flora gallantly supported on one arm and Maggie on the other, and a background of John Chivery and father, and other turnkeys, who had run round for the moment, deserting the parent Marshalsea for its happy child. Nor had Flora the least signs of seclusion upon her, notwithstanding her recent declaration, but, on the contrary, was wonderfully smart, and enjoyed the ceremonies mightily, though in a fluttered way. Little Dorrit's old friend held the inkstand as she signed her name, and the clerk paused in taking off the good clergyman's surplice. And all the witnesses looked on with special interest. "For, you see," said little Dorrit's old friend, "this young lady is one of our curiosities, and has come now to the 3rd volume of our registers. Her birth is in what I call the 1st volume. She lay asleep on this very floor, with her pretty head on what I call the 2nd volume, and she's now writing her little name as a bride in what I call the 3rd volume." They all gave place when the signing was done, and little Dorrit and her husband walked out of the church alone. They paused for a moment on the steps of the portico, looking at the fresh perspective of the street in the autumn morning sun's bright rays, and then went down into a modest life of usefulness and happiness, went down to give a mother's care, in the fullness of time, to Fanny's neglected children no less than to their own, and to leave that lady going into society for ever and a day, went down to give a tender nurse and friend to Tip for some few years, who was never vexed by the great exactions he made of her, in return for the riches he might have given her if he had ever had them, and who lovingly closed his eyes upon the Marshalsea and all its blighted fruits. They went quietly down into the roaring streets, inseparable and blessed. And as they passed along in sunshine and shade, the noisy and the eager, and the arrogant and the froward, and the vane fretted and chafed, and made their usual uproar. End of chapter the 34th. Book the 2nd of Little Dorrit. End of Little Dorrit by Charles Dickens. This recording is in the public domain.